for it.
There is no evidence for the globe, that's the problem. There's
So
no
what's the evidence for
surface
the flat
curvature.
Earth?
There's no surface curvature detectable anywhere.
That's false because there is. There is.
Okay, cool. You can say that. Now, can you prove it? See, we thought there was too, and then we looked for it.
Like it or not, you're already a flat earther. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Welcome to the room. If anyone has any questions or wants to defend the globe or has some evidence for the heliocentric paradigm, we'd love to hear it. Please feel free to unmute and say hello.
You guys playing the quiet game again? See, all this silence could be getting filled with globe empirical evidence, but unfortunately, there is none of that. Anyway.
Hey, Dave. Good to see you.
Hello, over fences. How's it going?
It's going well. I just wondered how things are going for you. How's your health? Still good?
Yeah, I don't want to talk a whole lot about it, but I'm going through some stuff, but I'm okay.
All right. Well, I'll keep you in my prayers.
I, I appreciate the kind words, but I don't really want to
Yeah,
discuss
no,
my personal stuff.
no, I don't want you to either. I just wanted to see how it was going. So,
Well, I appreciate you saying that, though. It's all good.
yeah. And I appreciate your service to the dead air.
Thank you. I do what I can. I work too much when I'm healthy enough to do it, so I don't have a whole lot of time to do all the research and then talking to these guys like you guys do. But I do what I can.
Yeah, you provide a valuable service, so we appreciate you.
I've been listening the last couple of days. Y'all have had some real winners in here. Unfortunately, the typical globe believers that don't even want to go below the surface level and even accept reality is, you know what I mean. These people are so deluded. It's unfortunate for some of them, but anyway. Truth is the truth. It's not our fault. It is what it is. I mean, people can either accept that or deny it. But,
I found some more cool Flat Earth merch, by the way.
all right.
You want to take a look at this stuff? It's so funny. Sorry, I spammed the chat there for a little bit. If anybody wants some Flat Earth merch, it's in the Etsy store.
All right. Can you prove there's a firmament? You got your evidence for the firmament?
Well, I don't know if it's the firmament, but I know we have to be contained.
So shirts just say container.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm
Yeah,
just kidding.
these shirts are pretty cheap. So I'm not gonna lie. A lot of this stuff is from Flat Earth Society. Holy, can't speak English today. But yeah, I posted up a lot of merch up higher if you want to take a look at it as well. There's some
I like that.
books.
I like that. Do I look flat one? That's hilarious.
Yeah, that one's pretty good. It's only $16, probably 20 after shipping.
That looks like a dodo bird pendant.
Dude, people actually buy this stuff. It's insane. They have like reviews.
Got the IE map on the pendant. That I like that. Even though we don't claim the IE map. Disclaimer. At least I don't. Most of us here don't. We don't know the entirety of whatever this is. Because we have not explored it. We don't have proper information to base that information on. Y'all know what I mean.
You had the
Just look through the panel. I don't see any new people. Do y'all? Anybody's new wants to say something? Go ahead.
We got Floundering. You guys cool if I unmute him? It's a new day. We could talk to him.
I don't remember him. Maybe he's got something new.
Yeah, if you want to talk to him, you're more than welcome to as well. Nobody wants to
Hello,
answer
Flounder.
about. Let me unmute him real quick. There you go. You're unmuted.
good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Floundering. Hope you're having a good day.
I'm driving to work. It just started.
Fair enough. Make sure you obey all traffic laws and operate your motor vehicle safely.
Yeah, I can do this 99% hands-free. Very convenient.
Okay. You can drive hands free. That's good. Come in.
I mean, I can use Discord. I can use Discord in my car hand free.
Hey, you might have an automatic driving car. Oh, Dave left. Oh, maybe got disconnected. Oh, well. So what you got for us today, Floundering?
A big, beautiful, round planet.
What's keeping you on the ball?
I've always got my eye on the ball. I'm a team player.
What's never been observed or measured?
I'm putting balls in baskets and I'm scoring points for the team.
Oh yeah, that could be basketball. Yeah, that's fine. Basketball's real. Definitely not a spherical Earth, geoid, oblate spheroid,
It could
sphere,
be a
none of
cube.
those.
It could be a cube, though, right?
Uh, could be, yeah. It could be a lot of stuff, yeah. It could be living on a giant skin flake on the back of Santa Claus, for all we know.
Santa Claus Earth.
Yeah.
That's a pretty creative imagination there, lads. Did you make that up on the spot?
Yeah, I did actually.
Skin flake on Santa Claus. I have to remember that.
Saint Nick planet. That's where we are.
Yeah, it could be. And there's no bounds that anybody's ever verified, so
Yeah, generally speaking, it's kind of presumptuous for human beings to act like that they can explain the entirety of being on a ball and being in a universe and stuff. That's kind of presumptuous, don't you think?
No.
Well, just because they got telescopes, they figured out everything. Is that what you think?
I think nature has a pretty reliable uniformity, and we can make predictions and we can make models and test them.
That's fair enough. Stuff we can test, but I'm talking about stuff in the sky.
you don't need a model though to determine if a stop sign is flat though, right?
Well, Earth's not an octagon.
I'm just giving an example of some flat things, like a
I guess
TV.
it could be. I guess it could be. Or an octopus. Earth could be an octopus.
Well, there would have to be measurable curvature because octopuses are curving. Octopuses? Octopusi? Octopussy? I don't know.
Oh, no, not octopusy.
Yeah, that sounds weird.
That was a good James Bond movie.
That's it. Yeah, it's James Bond.
Thank you, our fences.
Which one was it where he was getting chased through the fake moon landing set? What was that one called?
Is that Moonraker?
Moonraker, yeah.
They make that reference a lot. I know they've done that in Family Guy too. They have like a fake moon landing set.
If Earth were flat as a pancake, I'd be able to put it on my skillet and make flapjacks, but I can't, so the Earth is a ball.
You observe the horizon to be horizontal.
Damn, Discord's dropping me like Neil deGrasse drops a microphone. Am I back?
Yeah, man. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Sorry for the late response. I was typing something.
Anybody else having Discord issues? Is it just me?
Not today, so far anyway. But Discord's like that. It's always doing stupid crap. Maybe they're fixing something today.
You know that's gravity when Neil dropped that microphone, right? AG.
Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure you got the message from him. Because he's a real scientist and he was proving gravity there. So,
Yeah, that was one hell of a scientific demonstration. Got me convinced.
yeah, he had the independent variable and all that stuff, didn't he?
Kids should take notes.
Alrighty, I'm back. What did I miss? I'm so
You
quiet.
missed several moments. You missed several moments of silence and you go back and listen to it again.
Okay, sounds good.
You gotta love the sound of silence. That's what Simon and Garfunkel said, right?
It's not bad sometimes. I'll take my daily commute as well, so it's nice to hear something. What did we leave off with floundering? What did he say last? I forgot. Something. Oh, that's right. The octopuses. Octopuses. I
Octopi.
remember now. Octopi.
Pie.
Okay, thank you.
8 pies.
Dang it.
Yo, I like pie. Pie's good.
I do like pie too.
I won a pie in high school because I memorized most numbers of pi.
That's what I was
How
going to
many
ask you.
digits?
You talking
How
about
can
the
you memorize
3.14?
most numbers when it's infinite?
I memorized the most numbers of pi.
Because out of like all your other classmates or whatever.
And then I memorized more than my schoolmates.
Do you remember how many digits you memorized?
Yeah, and it was like 76, 77.
Oh wow. That's pretty good.
But, well, no, I mean, not now. Now people have thousands memorized. But I'm not autistic or anything. I don't have any superpowers that let me memorize any more than that.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's a good example of the kind of like absolutely useless things that are pressed upon us as important in school, you know?
Exactly. Over fences. How many times has anybody used algebra in real life? Me, never. But maybe somebody had.
I I have several good friends who are metrologists and engineers, and they use math every day. So good for them, I guess. I'm glad I
Yeah,
don't have to.
people use math, but they don't need to memorize it anymore. I mean, you don't need to remember your formulas or anything.
Although math was invented by Muslims, so maybe we should just throw it all out, destroy it.
Yeah, you cut off. It's something like you said math was invented to destroy it.
No, I said, well, math was discovered by Muslims, so maybe we should just throw it all out and destroy it.
That's a silly oversimplification.
Are you sure about that?
Highly oversimplified.
Bilbo Baggins said there's nothing wrong with living a simple life.
Einstein said that math doesn't refer to reality.
Well, he was right.
How 1 + 1 can equal 1 sometimes.
See if I can find that quote.
I posted one. That might be the one you were thinking of.
Yep, that's it. He concedes multiple times that his entire bendy, warpy space-time thing is a mathematical framework. You can use math for a lot of things. We can come up with the math for how hard Superman has to slap a raw chicken in order for it to be fully cooked. That doesn't mean there's a Superman.
There's a guy with a YouTube channel that did cook a chicken by slapping it.
Yeah, that whole Superman slap chicken thing went viral for a while.
Yeah, he made a machine that slaps chicken, and he cooked it by slapping it.
Yeah. But my point is, though the math might exist for that, that doesn't mean there's a Superman to do it.
But are you sure about that?
Fire.
Could you be wrong about everything you think you know?
Knowledge isn't and it can be tested and proven. I don't bore myself with sophistry.
Chuck Norris only has to look at the chicken, and it decides to cook itself.
So, floundering, why do you think it's a globe with no empirical evidence?
I presuppose a ball planet.
That's an honest answer. I appreciate that.
I have faith in the Lord Jesus Christ, and I don't think that he would put me on a pancake.
Okay, but why would he put you on a ball?
Because spheres are cool.
What's cool about a spear?
That it's uniform in all directions.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. That's just kind of refreshing to talk to a globe believer and they don't actually try to talk about the bottom of the sun or boats going over the horizon or anything like that. I guess you've already tried that in here, huh?
We fundamentally disagree about the nature of what evidence is, and so, yes, it is probably not going to be fruitful.
There you go.
Wait, what evidence did you have? We can go through them one at a time.
Well, no, this gentleman was right to say that I've been through the rigmarole of evidences, but we have a fundamental disagreement on what the nature of evidence even is. And so it's, unless we just decide to drop our respective definitions altogether and start from scratch, then the conversation is probably not going to be fruitful.
So you're saying we basically have different standards of evidence. Yours is much more loose, I guess.
We have different worldviews. We have different assumptions. We have different worldviews. And so, unless
But
we're willing to
you got
decide to drop everything and agree on definitions in the first place, the conversation is not going to go anywhere. And I think that's true for all flat earth discussions.
that's true, but you at least accept that you got your worldview without getting any evidence for it. As I'm not empirical evidence. You basically just got told a story, and you believe it, right?
Well, both things can be true. I could have evidence and also be told a story.
Can you give me an example of what constitutes evidence? For you.
No.
No, so okay. So you won't give us an example of what constitutes evidence for you. Okay, well.
I am not in a physical location conducive to a proper conversation of this magnitude.
That's understandable.
For some reason, I thought you were going to say you were not in a physical location. There was a long pause after you said that. Well, I'm going to start laughing. But
I have to work for a living, and so
Right.
if I were at home, then I might get into it. But
all right, we'll catch you in about 8 hours then when you get off.
it's none of your business when I get off, sir.
Well, you normally get on when I open up the room in about 10 hours. So
I'm curious why you picked the name Floundering. Is there a reason?
Because I think it's a funny word.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, I mean, I was hoping you weren't floundering through your life, Just kidding.
Yeah, I kind of make it up as I go along. It's worked out so far. I'm 30 years old, so.
man, you sound pretty young for 30.
But when you think about it, most of us flounder from time to time, probably, if we're honest.
It gives a lot of other people the upper hand because they look at my name and they go, haha, look at you, you're floundering, get it? Because that's your name, you get it? So it gives people a
You know
free
what?
W, which is good. I'm a generous man.
You should double down and change your picture to Flounder from Little Mermaid.
No, I'm going to keep it as my dog.
Alrighty. Well, it's been fun. I'll be back in about an hour, boys. And a young lady.
Have a great day on the
Take
level
care.
plane of existence. Take care, Lex.
You too, guys.
Right. So he's saying that the proof of gravity containing gas pressure in a vacuum is the atmosphere, which is begging the question. Right.
Yep.
We know that that's what the claim is. Now, can you demonstrate that? How can you produce an isolated example where you can show us that gravity is a force that is reversing the trajectory of gas molecules with their expansion into a vacuum? I can provide many examples of a vacuum and soda cans bursting when the vacuum is pulled inside the container against
Good.
your claimed force of gravity.
Yep. It's curtains for the globe, Walmart bag. There's nowhere to go. And now you have an opportunity. For you, there is a place to go. You can unmute yourself and you can speak to us because you're not going to use the side chat for your baseless claims anymore. But you can come in here and talk to us. We'd be happy to hear you and have a conversation with you. Don't be scared. Don't be afraid.
Don't clench.
Well, let the record show that Walmart bag refuses to engage in conversation with flat earthers, will only make baseless claims in the side chat. And now they're gone.
Isn't that crazy? This is all they do, time and time again. They just throw a bunch of shit in our chat room and then run at the first sign of trouble.
Yep. That is becoming more common. The side chat has become a haunt for, baseless claims and people that now are refusing to come into the VC. So Love Drama yesterday was banned for like 7 days, and I'm wondering if this is another sock account. I guess we'll never know because we never hear their voice, but whatever.
I love how they bring up the barometric formula as evidence of gravity containing gas. When the barometric formula, little g in that formula, is only describing a statistical distribution of that gas. And there are many potential reasons for that statistical distribution. One of them is that exactly the container itself that we're living in. We are close to a wall of the container. We're actually walking on it. Where else is gas supposed to expand when it's generated against the wall? It's not going to. It's going to find room to expand and thin out as it moves away from the wall. There's more volume on top of a mountain for gas to move than there is at your feet. So first you have a gradation of available space. You want to talk about a gradient? There's a gradient of available space. And you get more space the higher you go, the further away from the container of our pressurized system that you're walking on. That's one. Number two, there's a pretty consistent temperature gradient as well, isn't there? Number three, there's a consistent gradient showing where the formation of gas is at the surface relative to where gas is not formed so much in the air. So you have the presence of more gas forming at the surface in the first instance where there's less volume for it to expand into versus on top of a mountain away from the source of gas production where it's cooler than it was at the surface and where there's more space. I already said where there's more space for it. Yeah, there's more space for it to expand into. So it's further away from the source of generation, further away from a barrier, and the temperature's less. Like, come on, this is what we observe in reality. Is that not sufficient to explain this?
Yeah, DJ was talking about that the other day. The temperature difference, and so we always kind of understand that pressure and temperature are associated. And I'm trying to think to myself, which one came first, the chicken or the egg? Is it colder because there's less? You made an interesting point. When there's terrain or higher altitudes, typically the terrain is much more non-uniform, right? So there's valleys and peaks and whatnot. So there is more available area, I guess, for the gas to expand into. That's an interesting point. But I'm trying to figure out, why is it we say the word thinner or less pressure, and I'm trying to understand can we actually get a density reading that is consistent, or is the density, cold air is more compact, isn't that correct? Is it more dense?
Yeah. Yep,
Right.
it is, and that causes displacement. Yeah.
Right. So cold air is more dense, but it is not as excited. So it doesn't have as much kinetic energy. It's not going to create as much pressure.
Right.
So
it's lazy.
It's lazier. So I would like to know what the ultimate density of the air is comparatively. So if it's warmer down lower, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Why is it warmer lower, or why is there more pressure lower? Is it because of the surface area absorbing the heat from the sun and therefore making the gas more excited? To me, it's like all this balancing act. Is it more dense, or is it just more excited? Is the density the same, but different states of temperature or different states of energy potential? It's all kind of, I'm trying to figure this out.
Yeah, I think it's really complex, honestly, and nobody has actually figured it out. Nobody's actually been able to figure out and create like a comprehensive model of the atmosphere of the Earth, globe or flat.
Right.
Yeah, and it's a delicate balancing act, and it's a dynamic system at the same time. So there's just so much going on. You've got the diurnal heating and cooling of the sun. You've got weather generation and high pressure and low pressure systems moving around each other. And it's also rest in peace for the globers. Is that if I were to take a sample of the air that's at the surface and compare it to a sample of the air on top of Mount McKinley, I'm going to have less of it, but it's going to be the same ratio, the same mixture. So this is a demonstration of how gas does not stratify by molecular weight, because the claim is that the mass of the gas is attracted to the mass of the Earth. Well, then how come heavier particles don't seem to exhibit any preferred attraction over lighter particles? Why is it we don't see pools of radon on the surface of the Earth, pools of carbon dioxide suffocating us? And why is it that the mixture is pretty even, an even ratio comparatively? And we also have examples in cave systems that have been isolated completely from the outside world. And people take a sample of what's inside and study it. And you don't have gas stratification by molecular weight happening within a contained environment deep in an underground cave either.
Yeah.
So
It's just really interesting. It's really interesting.
So
Yeah,
when you go up, a mountain, you have less oxygen, right? Like if you go up to the top of Mount Everest, obviously there's a lot less oxygen, but there's just a lot less of everything, but it's the same amount of each of the gases. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Just less of all of them, but still the same mixture.
Exactly. Like, you're going to find as a percentage, the prevalence of like the nitrogen to oxygen to all the others is going to be the same.
Right. What
It's not
about
like when I go to
helium?
Mount McKinley that I'm sucking in helium.
Yeah. Is there? Okay, that's a great point actually, and I like the point that you were making, or that you make quite often, about Avogadro's law as well.
Yeah. Gas pressure is not modeled as a consequence of gravity. Now, in hydrodynamics and fluid dynamics, they do use gravity. That's like where you get the barometric pressure from. But gravity is not a force. It's a statistical distribution. It's describing the observation itself. It's not providing a presumed cause, because you can't manipulate the G. So what we have in systems is, at least with the barometric formula in our system, we have more gases at the surface where they're produced in the first instance. Shocker. And we have less of it where it's not produced. And well, why isn't it equalizing? Well, it's also a dynamic system. You've got a big temperature gradient. So you've got a source gradient, you've got a temperature gradient, and you've got a volumetric gradient. There's more available space. So there's like the concept of entropy is related to like the mean free path of gas molecule expansion. If you have more space for gases to move into versus less space, you're obviously going to you're going to create a system where you have a flow state from one to the other. You're going to try and have an equalization, and the pressure is going to be different throughout the process of it attempting to equalize, but it's never equalizing. And our system does not allow for the gas to reach a state of equalization. Now, what they'll claim is that gravity produced this gradient, and this gradient, 14 psi, thinning out as you go up, is stable. You know, but how is this? This is measured in aggregate, right? Like this is not even measured in aggregate. It's statistically derived in aggregate. At the smaller level, you've got a constant pressure changing all the time. Pressure changing throughout the day. There's all.
So what's their explanation for this? Right? Let's say like, what is it? Sea plankton creates 80% or something like that of the oxygen in the air. Okay, so let's just focus on one little oxygen molecule. Okay, it comes up out of the ocean or whatever, right? How does it make it up to like 30,000 feet with gravity involved?
Right. So why? Yeah, it's at its most energetic. Well, they'll say it's at its most energetic state when it's produced, but it's not like what slows down the gas molecule is temperature, is a cooling. So there's going to be less of it. There's going to be less friction for it to bump into, and it's moving away from a heated surface into a cooler area. You know, what's happening is the gas. I would envision the gas molecule that was released by the plankton is slowing down and becoming more malaise, and it's cooling.
Here's what I want to know. I understand that we have a dynamic system and that there are pressure differences. But since it's tied to temperature, it's all kind of the same. We also have temperature differences everywhere, and they're constantly moving around, right? It's a big soup that's getting stirred essentially by the sun, you know, the heating of the day and then the cooling of the night, right? So there's these cycles, and it moves around, and you have wind. We've got all that. Just because we have less oxygen at higher altitudes, does that necessarily mean that the actual density or the potential for the density of the air itself to be any different than it is down low? Having less of one particular gas molecule doesn't necessarily mean that the amount of gas at that altitude is any less dense. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm reminded of a study I read. I really want to go dig it up. I'm sure any of you want to be intrepid Googlers, go find it. It was talking about how if you were to give gas a huge, crazy huge space, volume for it to move in, that the gas starts to behave in ways that we don't expect, that you do get a clumping of higher pressure and lower pressure. It has to do with the mean free paths, with the available space the gas wants to move in for some reason. And I think maybe the speculation is there might be intermolecular forces at play that keeps it together. But they showed a box, and they showed gas that did not fully expand into the box, and it created kind of like what looked like a nebula, to be honest.
That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, like the gas just gave up. I mean, just kind of slowed down and stopped and said, I'm just going to stay here.
I'd like to see that. Is that in a video or something like that?
I don't know about a video. It was in a paper I was reading on this. I'm like, oh, that's kind of weird. That's kind of like, because classical kinetic molecular theory says that the gas molecules will expand and just infinitely expand unless the conditions change. Gas is almost like light or something. It's kind of weird, like propagates. So like it doesn't lose energy on its own. Something has to cause it to lose energy. But given like a freaking huge volume, something happens, something changes. So
That's just
I don't
mind-boggling
understand it.
in itself. How it doesn't lose energy.
Yeah, that's yeah.
It's crazy. What's some of these claims? I haven't looked into. Superfluids. I need to spend some time digging deep into superfluids. But some of the things they say about superfluids, about like if you put it into motion, it will just forever stay in motion.
That's right.
Like what the hell?
That's right. And superfluids defy gravity. They will start climbing up the walls of the container like a fluid will not obey the barometric pressure formula. The liquid, I should say. The liquid does not obey the barometric pressure formula. That's kind of nuts. You put it in a container and it will start climbing up the walls of the container against the force of gravity trying to escape. And so little g, I mean, I have no problem really with little g. It's just a description. It's like one of these billions of other constants that keep showing up again and again in physics. It's almost like when you do accounting work, you're trying to balance out like the debits and the credits. And if you can't quite make it work, can't quite make it balance, you plug the number. You plug it with a number and you make it balance. And that plug becomes a constant. Because you keep trying to balance again and again, and the same number keeps showing up as a plug, and then you give it a name. Because it tends to show up all the time. Every time you do this operation, try to balance the equation out, you got a missing hole. You're like, oh, okay, well, there must be a constant in here. Boom. Yeah, I wouldn't profess to be an expert at all on gas behavior. It's spooky. It's one of these topics that just keeps getting deeper, like almost every topic. Like there's always going to be somebody out there who's going to know a little bit more than you do about it. Guaranteed. I mean, if you think about it, gravity is going to be claimed to compress gas. What does that mean? That you heat up a gas and it wants to expand outward in all directions. Okay, and let's say it's expanding away from the floor because it's not going to go through the floor. So you're going to find the prevalence going up. And the claim is that gravity alone causes a force that yanks on that molecule and pulls it back down. The gas is trying to move away from everything to equalize because these gas molecules are vibrating and shooting off in every direction. They need space. They need space for their energy, the energy to distribute. And gravity is negating that. Gravity's saying, no, F you. You're not allowed to expand. I'm going to hold you down to the earth. And this would cause a friction, a constant compression, and a reheating up of the gas. And then if this has been going on for billions of years, how come Earth hasn't turned into a freaking plasma ball yet? I mean, in order for the Globers to make sense, they kind of need to have an origin story for all of this too. And of course they don't have one. They got all these different ideas and they got their outer space magic. Gravity in its current form, the way it's understood publicly and popularly is just an explanation to support the outer space myth. I mean, why is there an apparent gradient? Well, you know what? The structure of our world allows it to be this way. You've got more space to move the further away from the surface you move. Derp. Yeah, but why do dense things go down? I don't know. Why do less dense things separate from dense things by going up?
What do you think about the two primary directions of just only up and only down. That's the only two primary directions.
Yeah. I think it's interesting. The way I kind of conceived of this is things of different densities arrange themselves in a vertical stack, and things that are of the same density arrange themselves horizontally.
Yep.
And this may just be one of these fundamental things about our world that it is what it is, like the right-hand rule that keeps showing up everywhere.
So I will give my personal opinion, right, about this. But as far as I can tell, and someone is, you can correct me if you think I'm wrong and show me why I'm wrong. I'm happy to hear it. But because we observe these two primary directions, right, up and down, when it comes to matter and if it's allowed to freely move within its particular medium, it's going to do one or the other. And because we only observe this, I think we probably screwed up by saying it's really an experiment to change the density of a medium and watch something go up, like with the salt water and the egg. It's like, okay, now we've confirmed that you can get this reaction by changing the medium. We already know the item within the thicker medium is going to go up if it's less dense, and vice versa. So we observe this. It's a bit like a natural law to me. It has to just be part of the design in the place that we live, and it's very practical and predictable, and we use it. But I don't know if you can really ascribe a cause. It's almost like it's programmed in. It's a law to me. Now, if someone has a difference of opinion or has something to show me that would refute that, then I'm happy to hear it. But to me, when they talk about the laws of gravity, I think they're just talking about the laws of relative density. That's all I can think of.
Yeah. Yeah, and what? To add to that, there's something spooky going on with molecular bonds. I have this nagging suspicion that the presence of bonds between particles is in molecules is somehow contributing to this behavior, this phenomenon, because gas molecules absolutely do not abide by what we understand gravity to be in the popular sense. But suddenly you add bonds, right, in a liquid or in a solid, and now you've got this behavior. I have to go. I have a meeting. I should probably go. I need to sign into it. So I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, you don't have to appeal to gravity. Just air molecules have weight. That's why.
Yeah. So I know you don't like to. Yeah, but that's goes hand in hand with gravity on a globe.
Right, but I'm saying we don't have to argue about the cause of weight. We could just talk about the weight of the molecules, and that's why the pressure of a container is higher at the bottom than the top.
Define weight.
I think.
What do you mean? You know what weight is? It's like how much weight objects have.
Yeah, what is weight?
Weight is the force that pulls something towards the bottom, towards...
Oh, is that how it's defined? Weight is a force that pulls things down.
Right.
Yeah, okay. So weight is now pulling things. It's not gravity?
I'm saying that I think gravity causes weight, but
I don't give a shit what you think, Matthew.
Okay, then goodbye.
Bye. I found that Matthew's only tactic is to tell us about what he thinks. I'm not here to hear about what you opine or think or want to believe. Substantiate your claim with something.
Yeah, he's like a record on repeat when it comes to every single one of these conversations. He said, I've had that exact conversation with him at least a dozen times. And he says the same thing every single time. And he refuses to talk about gravity.
We believe.
He just has the same talking points for the last 5 years straight. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's old and tired. If he brings, sometimes he's jovial and comes in and just wants to talk about things that aren't related to the topic, but he's chill. That's fine. whatever. But if you're going to come in and just start telling us about your opinion or your own subjective position on something without any evidence, I'm not really interested.
Yeah, usually what I challenge him with is to provide an actual experiment that's been done where we have a static system that accounts for all of the variables and has a higher pressure at the bottom than the top of the static system that has or accounted for all of the possible variables that could cause that to happen. And there isn't one that exists.
Right. What they're still doing is they're saying high pressure down low, low pressure up high, see gravity. No. It doesn't work that way.
I still want to know how's the oxygen getting up to the top, how's it getting up to 30,000 feet?
Right.
With the gravity. How's that happen? And what, so it's just like some of them can break through the gravity, can they, and get up there?
Yeah, the gravity wall.
Yeah. It's like
Indio in the house?
Yeah, Indio. Sup, Indio.
What's up? How's my mic?
Mic's pretty good.
Sounds good.
A little quiet.
Hold on.
I have a question. I always see that old man in people's profile pictures in their Flat Earth community. Who is that?
It's a character from Kill Bill.
Yeah, Pai
Mei.
Is he a flat earther or something?
Probably.
No, it's a movie. Ever heard of Kill Bill?
No, I know what Kill Bill is. I just recognize a pattern. That's all. My apologies.
I mean, he's a what is it? What do they call it? Taoist priest or something? Shinto priest. They're not Shinto. Taoist.
How's it going, Seisu?
I mean, China was flat Earth, so yeah, he's probably a flat earther.
What's up?
So how you doing? Have you ever seen the movie Guess Who?
Nope.
It's a good movie. It has Bernie Mac in it.
It'd probably be funny. It's got Bernie Mac.
Rest in peace, though, for real.
Rest in peace. What brings you in positivity?
I like conspiracies.
Okay. Which ones do you like?
Ooh, I know you're live on YouTube. I don't want to get nothing flagged, but I like researching like aliens, UFOlogy, CIA, psychological warfare, all that good stuff.
Okay. Okay. Do you think that the flat Earth is a conspiracy?
I feel like some of it could contribute, like the controlled opposition and stuff, like the Flat Earth Society. That's definitely like a psyop of some kind.
Possibly. The thing about flat Earth is people use that term conspiracy, but I think sometimes they're kind of missing what the word actually means. So to conspire, right, is to have one or at least two individuals, secretly planning to do something, right, without anybody else's knowledge. Now, it doesn't have to be nefarious. It can be like two people conspiring to plan a surprise birthday party, right, for a group of people. So it doesn't have to be bad, although we typically associate it that way because we think, keeping secrets is in general a bad thing to do, especially if it's truth that is important, to hide a truth or something like that. But I don't know if flat falls under that category. Now, people could conspire to devise a plan about a lie, and that would be the globe, because the Earth itself cannot be hidden. It can't be secret. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, for sure. I do. I came here to learn about. So someone once told me that the final Antarctica experiment is created by a shill, and I would like to discuss that experiment.
I don't know if Will Duffy is a shill of any kind. Those are things that are hard to prove. You know what I mean? Like, he could just be some, pastor from a church that has a desire to expose some kind of, in his mind, flat Earth conspiracy, and have some good funding behind him, and be totally above board. Like, I don't know if he's a shill, if he's showing up to infiltrate anything. I have no idea. There's a lot of people that don't like the flat earth, and I wouldn't call them shills.
But yeah, we could call him other things though, like a slimy sophist, like, or something like that, like a greasy businessman that has a track history of ripping people off and a whole stack of lawsuits and things like that are ongoing. And then when he debates the topic, he's extremely fallacious, and he's kind of shitty at debating the topic in general, to be honest. And I think he probably did this to make money, but I can't prove exactly what his motive is. But yeah, he kind of sucks. The final experiment, like, didn't do anything. It brought more people into looking into the topic, if anything. And it shut down some shitty flat Earth arguments that were out there as well. And we were able to get rid of Jaren, and now the globe side has Jaren, which is great.
Yeah,
like, that's just the kick. We've been cleaning up that idiot's mess for years. And
oh my gosh,
yeah, we don't. I mean, we'll still have to do it, but at least he can't say any more dumb things that we have to clean up.
I'm interested about the Earth curve math being wrong. I want to see some some sources about that, because I do believe I've actually heard that before, that the Earth's curve doesn't, like, the mathematics behind that doesn't add up.
Oh yeah, yep, never matches up, and not even close. It's not like a little bit off. It's completely off. Like, if you have, like, most people don't realize how much curvature there actually is over a relatively short distance. Like, I have a 21-mile observation. If we calculate on a globe how much curvature there should be over a 21-mile body of water, it's 293 feet, which is kind of like a 29-story building, like a big skyscraper worth. Okay, and we can zoom in across a 21-mile lake, and we can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. We see zero obstruction. And these kind of results are consistent. Like, with the observation I'm talking about, they did it during the day, and they could see the shoreline on the other side. Then they waited till it got dark, and then they did it again because there's lights on the shoreline, or near the shoreline on the other side, so they could see it even clearer at nighttime. Both times it was clear. And then they shot high-powered lasers across the lake and could hit their targets. So when we go out and we do...
Do you have, like, a video of, like, this experiment? I'm actually really interested in that.
Yeah, I got some... There's a whole video, which I'll post, but I've got some, like, clips and stuff here. So
honestly, I'm not too, like, knowledgeable about stuff like this, because I understand where you guys come from, because I used to research a lot about 9/11 and the physics being broken. And a lot of people would be like, "Oh, this is silly. This is, like, stupid, and this and that." So I understand. Like I've been in here a couple of times. Sometimes I take the joke a little too far, but, like, honestly, there has to be some science.
Yeah. So. Well, this is the thing. I mean, there's certain characteristics that have to be present if the Earth is a globe, and one of them is that the water has to be curving. So even to have gravity, okay, they say that everything's being pulled towards the center of the globe. Okay, and that means that the water would have to be curving at a certain rate. So they tell us the exact size of the globe, and we can calculate exactly how much curvature there would have to be over this distance, and it has to be there if the Earth's a globe. Because you can't have the globe without gravity, and you can't have gravity without the globe. So, if the water's not curving, right, that would debunk gravity, and that would debunk the globe radius at the same time. Kind of goes hand in hand, really.
Hold on, my apologies. I'll be back. My cat's fucking knocking shit over. Hold on.
Yeah, you're right, man.
Yeah, Matt was making the dump gravity gas pressure nonsense. Is that what he was doing?
Yeah, he says that his argument every single time is that if you're in a room, there's always going to be higher pressure at the bottom of the room than at the top of the room. And that proves that gas has weight and is being pulled towards the Earth by gravity.
Oh, okay. So I want to get one of these guys to tell me how come gravity isn't in the phase diagram for liquid, solid, and gas. Because shouldn't it be in there? Shouldn't it be dial up gravity? It would turn a gas into liquid and then into a solid?
Yeah, you would think so.
Have to. So, basically, if we turn down the gravity, all the oceans would turn to steam. But if they turn to steam with less gravity, well, that would be a higher energetic state. So where did that energy, how come losing gravity created more energy? It's actually against, so like, wouldn't that be against thermodynamics? Because gas is in a higher energetic state than a liquid. But then the crushing pressure is what's turning it into the liquid in the first place. That's like thermodynamically backwards.
Hello.
Hope everyone's doing well today.
Doing well, thanks, Bennett. Hope you're doing good.
Have you ever met a communist flat earther?
Not that I'm aware of.
No, I was just curious because I believe like the first people in space. Well, if you believe in space, the first people in space were like communists. I believe like cosmonauts. I think one of them died or something.
There's a cosmonaut that said recently in an interview, I forget exactly when he said it, but he said if anyone says that they've been to space, they're lying to you. Blatantly said it.
You have that kind of reminds me of, there's this one guy that tried to make Buzz Aldrin swear on the Bible that the moon landing was real. But the main interesting fact was when Buzz Aldrin and his son went back inside, they accidentally had their mic on. And then his son was like, should we call the CIA on him? That's funny. It reminds me of that.
You're mixing up, that was Astronauts Gone Wild, and you're mixing it up a little bit. The CIA thing, I think that was Collins. And Buzz Aldrin's a different astronaut who sucker punched Bart Sibrel. Now, here's the funny thing. Bart Sibrel, the guy that made that video, he just did a debate with an astronaut, an Apollo astronaut. It's on a channel called Danny Jones. You should watch it. I'll post it in the chat.
Yeah,
you should just watch it to see how bricked this astronaut is when confronted with like the evidence that they didn't go. He's just like stuck on stupid, stuck on repeat.
That's one thing
it's pretty crazy.
Because I seen an archive. I think it was Buzz Aldrin.
This
you know that
happened
view
like 2 weeks ago. This debate.
Do you remember? Have you ever seen this footage of the moon landing where they're showing like the Earth through a window, but then you could hear like someone on the radio. They're like, "Okay, get ready to say this and that," but then they expose that it was just a reflection.
Yeah, it was a partial Earth, and they stuck a piece of paper up to make it look like a crescent. It's like if you still believe that dudes went to the moon after listening to this guy, God help you.
So what was? Yeah. How did you get down this space is fake rabbit hole?
Okay, hold on 1 second.
No problem. No
No
rush.
means yes, guy. Dude, everything you just posted, if the moon landing was fake, thousands of independent engineers, countries, radio astronomers would have had to fake it consistently for 50 years. That is utter horseshit. Okay? It's nonsense. Anyway, what were you saying? Positive only? Positivity only?
I low-key forgot. I was eating the kiwi, my bad. Hold on, I'm about to watch this video you sent.
It's a debate, so I mean, Bart Sobral, that video you were talking about, this guy, the bald guy on the right, he's the one that made that video, Astronauts Gone Wild, and tried to get astronauts to swear on the Bible.
That's funny because they're Freemasons, so
Yeah,
it's weird that they did that.
okay. Yeah, no means yes. Mockery is not evidence, just like claims are not evidence. Your claim is baseless bullshit. What can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
Wait, what about the people that saw the supposedly they're like the Apollo rocket? Like, is there any footage of like where it went, or did it like arc? I seen that rockets arc; they don't really go up.
I mean, there's a couple Soviet scientists who said there's no way, based upon the trajectory and how fast it was going, it could have reached anywhere. They said it couldn't even reach space. That's on a website called Aulus.com. It's AU. You point out your claims are baseless because they're not based upon any fact. There's no facts in there. You're just saying it.
Do you think the KGB and CIA could have collaborated on like faking space and this whole like space race rivalry?
Yeah, we already know they did. We got the documents.
Oh, you got CIA documents?
They said it when they created NASA. The creation of NASA, the documents. Hold on, let me find them real quick. I think I saved them.
Yeah, to me, the most striking thing is the photographs.
Save them again? Freaking.
I was gonna say I'm looking up the death of this cosmonaut. Hold on, let me see. Vladimir Komarov.
How they felt is irrelevant. The matter is whether the evidence you haven't no means yes. You haven't presented any evidence. If the moon landing, blah 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 blah, you made a conjecture of what should have to happen. You haven't presented any evidence that that's actually true. Okay, now present the evidence that all these things, these conditions would have to happen. Present evidence of it, not just something out of your head, which you imagine to be true.
Yeah, to me, the documentary American Moon, that's the mic drop.
No mic, yeah, I'm sure these guys, no broke mic gang, unite.
I'm about to look. I'm watching it. Should we
Yoder,
watch American Moon?
Okay, so there's documents. Did you know that? Let's just go in reverse. So about a month and a half ago now, Trump issued an executive order making NASA's primary function an intelligence, counterintelligence, and national security. That's their primary function now, not space. That's an executive order that was signed, I don't know, a month and a half ago.
You ever play Call of Duty Zombies? I feel like you would like it because it talks about
Nazi
like
zombies.
Yeah,
love Nazi
actually, that's
zombies,
based off Rostov.
I love Nazi zombies, bro.
Yeah,
I can solo Der Reese. That's the second one. I can get to like level 30 solo, which is freaking crazy madness.
I've also heard that like when you look at
it got too weird. It's not simple enough anymore. I just like shooting zombies. I don't want to freaking. And the power ups are cool, but like It became like a puzzle game. I don't freaking dig that
I
shit.
feel like zombies turned into like an MMO RPG almost.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. It became like a puzzle game. Freaking, you gotta like level up and shit. Like, what the fuck's that? They should have just kept it simple. Where it's just straight up reflex, dude. That's you know what I mean saying? It was just like the beginning, it was just straight up reflex. How fast can you kill zombies? That's it. Anyway, Yoder's not here right now, but Yoder, like, there's a bunch of documentation from NASA's formation that they said that the whole purpose of creating NASA was to create the illusion of technological superiority so no one would oppose the United States.
I think am I roboting?
Not really.
Yeah, a lot of the videos from back then, that looked, I guess, realistic to the population back then, just obvious fakery when viewing them now.
Oh, especially like the old ones, like the Mercury and Gemini. They're literally stop motion animations. It's pathetic.
Yeah, we had a guy in here yesterday that was 50-50 on the moon landings. And after showing him about 5 or 10 clips of claimed real footage, he was 0% after believing the moon landings happened after that. He was pissed. He couldn't believe how ridiculous the footage looked. He was like just gobsmacked.
Yeah, when I first, my oldest son is 24 now, but when he's like, I don't know, he's like 14 or 15, I showed him the takeoff, the Apollo 15 takeoff. I'm like, hey, check this out. I didn't tell him what it was. He had no idea. He'd never seen it before. He didn't grow up watching TV and crap like that. So he's like, man, that's some cheap special effects. I'm like, no, dude, that's the moon takeoff, man. That's the actual footage from taking off from the moon. He couldn't believe it, dude. He hasn't believed in that shit since then. I ruined his childhood. He didn't even get to believe the moon landing for 10 minutes.
That's hilarious. But I showed the same footage to Josh Ingersoll, and he was just defending it like crazy. It was hilarious. He's like, what? Like, what is wrong with it? It looks great.
There's an official story about how they remote controlled it. That the camera was remote controlled from Houston, and that they trained. And yeah, there's an actual document of a guy that I don't remember if he was like giving a conference talk or something like that. And talk about, yeah, we trained to remote control it. And this is like, this talk was done in the 90s, right? So we had to train for the 2-second delay, right? So they synchronized like their filming, right? Because you know how the camera pans up perfectly centered.
Yeah.
Everything's all perfectly centered, and it was so great. We got it perfectly. We trained so hard. It's such a bullshit story.
It's ridiculous. Is that what they say? They say that they're doing with the Mars rover and the Mars little helicopter thing. Is it the same thing?
Yeah,
they're just remote controlling it.
Yeah. The remote controlling it with like, I don't know, was this like a 16-second delay, 16-minute delay or something? One of you space nerds, what's the delay? What's the delay of the speed away from Mars? Come on, NASA fanboys, you should know. This was on the test. Yeah, like Apollo cameramen, like they like Hollywood should go to NASA and train because they're the greatest cameramen that have ever lived. Ever. By far. Like no one's even close. They can take it perfect film shots where everything is centered and it's all perfect without knowing the exposure, with no light meter, with no viewfinder, strapped to their chest with big fat gloves where they can barely push the frickin' button, and they take thousands of perfect photographs. Something like one of the Apollo detectives guys said that it would be something like a photograph like every 15 seconds the entire time they were there. It's like some astronomical amount of photography. And like less than 1/10 of 1% of the photographs are shit. The greatest photographers in the history of, I mean, I don't know what to say. They are on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. I mean, maybe that's why they're there for cinematography.
Yeah.
Well, what's crazy to me is I've had photographer friends that will defend the photographs and believe the story. I'm just like, bro, there's no way you can believe that those are legitimate photographs. Like, not in a studio.
Well, have they used, your friends, do they use film? Have they used film photography?
I think the argument was the shots of the moon to the Earth, and talking about how the different lenses or aperture. I don't remember, but you know how it looks really small sometimes and really big other times.
Yeah. I know that argument that zoom in, zoom out, right? The field of view changes it, but that only matters when the object is close. Okay, that matters. So if you had, like, say, a physical globe, and it was across the room 10 feet, yeah, that would matter. But when the object is far relative to the size of the camera, that doesn't matter, because at all distances it's a pinhole. Zooming in and out isn't gonna, you're not seeing around the sides of it. It's totally different. See, this is what they don't understand. They're used to taking pictures of terrestrial objects. They're not talking about taking a picture of something that's 100,000 miles away, right? Like, their brain doesn't even comprehend that the geometry is completely different. Everything is parallel. There is no, zooming the camera in and out doesn't do anything.
It's kind of like if you were doing a portrait shot of someone on one side of a football field and the basketball was on the ground way on the other side. Like, no matter what zoom you did wouldn't affect that.
Yeah, it's like if you took a picture of a mountain 100 miles away, right? You're like when the globe shots, right? So one will be like where North America takes up the entire globe, and then let's zoomed out, you can see that the Atlantic and Pacific in North America is small. If you took a mountain 100 miles away and took a photograph and zoomed in and out, you wouldn't just see the center of the mountain and not the edges, and then if zoomed out, you see the edges and with the center as well. Like, it doesn't work like that. It's because that mountain's so far away compared to you zooming in and out, right? You move the camera zoom, 4 inches relative to 100 miles. That's infinitesimal. It didn't even move. But if it's across the room, 4 inches matters, right? It's actually, at that scale, it makes a difference. But at the scale of hundreds of thousands of miles, it doesn't mean anything. It hasn't even moved.
So you're saying that they calculated the photos, and all the photos they have means like someone had to be snapping a picture every 15 seconds? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, they took something like 5,000 photographs or something.
That's crazy.
Well, because they only spent like a limited, we know, like, according to them, they spent, I don't know what the total number of hours on the moon is, 8? How do you take 5,000 photographs in fucking 8 hours? And I'm talking about across all the missions, right? So that, like, they only spent like a few hours on the moon. It's not like that they were there for a long time. They just snap. I think on the first one, like 3,000 photographs in like freaking 3 hours or something. 1,000 photographs an hour. Freaking dude, you have freaking blisters on your fingers from pushing a button that much.
Yeah, man. The American Moon documentary for me is like, if anyone who wants to really investigate, I mean, I love it just because you have these world-class photographers innocently being approached with these photos, and they're like, oh wait, yeah, this is multiple light sources.
Yeah, I would suggest if just, anyone just there's a YouTube channel called Apollo Detectives. They have so much on there. Like it's endless, man. Like, I mean, there's so much. These people have like really, really, really done their homework.
Well, and what I think is it's a great soft entry point for people that are pretty entrenched in heliocentrism. It's if you can't get them there, it's going to almost be impossible to get to flat Earth. Even though, I mean, flat Earth is obvious because it's measurable, but I think you're just dealing with a lot of psychological barrier.
Yeah, the moon landing is how I got into this because I don't know, it was probably like about 11 years ago, 12 years ago, back when YouTube, you could find anything. So I was researching 9/11, stuff like pre-flood lore, about the Nephilim and stuff like that. And then I came across the moon landing, and then at that time, the suggestions were flat Earth observations while I was looking at fake moon landing stuff. And then I saw those long distance observations, and that made me really uncomfortable, right? So I transitioned from like, okay, so the moon landings look like they're fake. And then all of a sudden I was hit with this flat Earth stuff, and I was like, whoa, I don't want to go that far, But that's how I got into it.
Yeah, I started there as well. Yep, 9/11 moon landings, and alternate views of history. And then I think, I saw a little clip for Eric DeBay's 200 proofs, and that created the and then the dinosaurs, all of that debate.
Yeah, one time YouTube would take you as far down the rabbit hole you want to go. And now it's highly controlled. It's a bummer.
Yeah, now it's pretty much Discord or Telegram.
Yeah. Censorship on TikTok, I don't think, is still too bad. Now, I don't have TikTok, but as far as I understand, the flat Earth is allowed to reign free over there.
TikTok flat earthers are morons, dude.
I would agree with that. They're not doing us any favors, and that's probably why it's allowed to reign free or roam free over there, because they're not putting out any good content. No good flat Earth proofs of any kind, as far as I can tell. It's mostly, back to you can see obviously that NASA is faking this, that, or the other. Now, I'm not saying that's not useful, but that's just where you cut your teeth. You're going to have to give somebody some substance after that.
Yeah, I think a lot of people want to believe and start going into faith-based speculation, and it's interesting and it gets the clicks and the views, but yeah, more people need to know the basics.
Yeah. And the basics are all that are really required. How was the Earth treated, measured, used? After that, it's kind of over, I mean, I can't believe it's so simple, although things that are true typically are simple. And in this case, it's really just, is there any curvature? No? Okay, well, it's not a ball. And that's it. Simple. You got to pull people out of the weeds, where they've been so hypnotized to think backwards, to think circularly, that it's hard to drag them out of that pattern. But the sunset, it's like, bro, the story about the sunset is just a story,
Yeah. If they could empty everything out of their minds and start from zero, honestly. And it's hard. Maybe 1% of people come in here or less, are willing to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Are they willing, right? Like, some people are just way too dug into their belief system or their paradigm or even their social, I want to say social security, but that's the best way to describe it. In their social arena, their secure state within their herd, that they go, well, even if what you're saying is true, I'm not really willing to entertain it because it's too costly. I can't leave, my social group. I can't be ostracized. I can't be condemned. And it's really uncomfortable to have to change paradigms. I don't want to have to learn all new stuff if everything that I have is essentially useless. So laziness, wins the day. I'll just stay here, comfy enough. What's it going to change? I always say that. Is this going to change whether or not I have to wake up in the morning and go to work? Well, no. But if that's what decides it for you, then fine, go on.
Yeah, I get that. I get that a lot from a family member. Yeah, it's like, what difference does it make? It doesn't matter, and this and that. I'm like, well, truth, matters. And I wouldn't want to live under a false impression of reality.
Right.
But I think for some people, it's like, it's a psychological harness to believe in it because it's so connected to their childhood, and it's too disruptive to change.
Yeah, yesterday there was a guy in here. His name was Marian, and he began to call me toxic, even though he was wasting everybody's time. So I gave him an earful. But his little profile picture is, the Death Star from Star Wars. So there's a lot of people out there that are hardcore Star Wars fans, like to the degree where they're going to conventions and they have the Lego sets, with the Millennium Falcon or whatever on, like they have all the stuff and they're just into it. Like, it's basically idolatry. And so if you come along and you tell them that the idea that their idol is based upon is fraudulent, they're not going to like that very much. They would rather keep that paradigm because it's what they're into and what they ultimately worship, that they're not going to let that go. It's like, okay, you do you then, but don't be mad at me, right? Like, if you're upset, that's your problem. It's not me. You asked, I told you, now you're upset. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I mean, to like all of that stuff, I think you could still be a flat earther and enjoy a space movie, although it's probably not as entertaining. But it's something where, for me, the concept of now we're entering into greater mystery when you come to flat Earth realization, and to me that's even more exciting because wow, it's even more amazing than we could ever imagine.
Right. So the celestials cause a huge problem even for the flat earther, right? Because we can use celestial objects and the earth is flat to navigate, right? And yet you can't use a trigonometric function to figure out the ultimate height of the star. It doesn't work. But it still works to get from one place to another. Now, anyone try to figure that out? right? Where I actually can't know the height of this celestial object if I try to use trigonometry. It doesn't work out. There's not a linear relationship between the actual height and the surface, but the distance to the GP of that particular celestial body is still, for the most part, pretty accurate. So what is the star? Is it physical or is it not? Is it in an apparent location, which it has to be at this point? And you know, you go, okay, well, I don't, so it's not an object that we could probably go and touch, at least not where it would be trigonometrically. You know, why does the moon do all the weird things that the moon does? You know, what truly is an eclipse? It's very bizarre. So now we're stuck back at square one trying to figure this stuff out, and we don't have any access to the celestials. So we're stuck just wondering, you know, twinkle, twinkle.
Yeah, man, it's a big mystery, and we've got to surrender to it, and it's okay to surrender and not know, rather than like, oh, we got to figure it all out.
Yeah, people they have a lot of comfort in thinking that they know the truth about something, and that would be the best answer for somebody to ask, you know, why, you know, how is this going to change my everyday? Well, if you think that you know the truth about where you live, being a ball and everything floating around in space, and that's comforting to you to have those answers, then ultimately you're admitting that you find comfort in having facts or perceived facts. So wouldn't you rather know the actual truth and the thing that you thought was true now being a lie? Would you rather disregard that and find the comfort in knowing that you do live on a flat earth, but you're maybe not going to know every answer? What's wrong with that? You know, you'll be okay.
Yeah, to me, it creates unlimited possibilities that simply require, you know, I guess the way we're set up socially to change at some point, like being able to explore and stuff like that. You know, it may take many generations. I don't know.
Sure.
But yeah, man, I listen here every day. Just I'm usually always driving, and I don't want to like look at my phone and be distracted. But yeah, I listen to you all the time, and all the other main characters in here. And man, it would be so great to have a panel of 7 or 10 of the main folks in here, you know, on a live television show with 7 or 10 astronauts. And you know, to me, that's why I love this channel, is you get that Socratic debate in the back and forth. And just my hope is one day we can finally get this to you know, more people.
Yeah, you were roboting a little bit there, but I heard most of it. Well, yeah, would it be nice to have a panel in an environment where it wasn't going to be gummed up, you know, with you know, the network or whatever? You know, if this was put out there to the mainstream, and you know, the facts were just presented, and the measurements were allowed to be shown and accepted for what they are. I agree with you. I'd like to see that, but to me, it's kind of a pie in the sky dream, because it doesn't seem like anyone's going to give it a true platform, or at least a mainstream platform, to people who know what they're talking about. They'll bring it on all the YouTube yahoos, like, you know, allegedly Dave, the pee drinker, and you know, they'll platform them. They'll even platform guys like oh, doggone it, drawing a blank. Shoot. Anyway.
Yeah, you're 100% right on that one.
Yeah. They'll platform Dave like Weiss, you know. Those types of folks are fine to platform, but you're not going to get somebody who's just going to make a very concise, logical, and evidenceable, presentation. They're not going to do that. Whoever they are, but because I'm watching, whoever is getting platformed is usually the more obscure TikTok type. So the Yahoos, the conspiratards, they're going to get platformed. That does them a favor by going, well, this guy's ideas are all over the place, and if I research this dude, I'm going to find about 500 videos on YouTube refuting the one thing that he continues to present as a model, the AE projection, and we'll just tear that to shreds, and then we'll forget about the flat Earth for the rest of our lives because it's just silly. That's a problem. That AE thing is a real problem, and the people that continue to use it, in my analysis, my estimation, are bad actors. That's my opinion. But we need to get rid of the AE thing. And I thought Duffy had done that. Duffy got rid of the AE thing. Great, stop using it. Why are you still using it?
Yeah, well, they're
for
now
me,
all of those people are just saying, like, they're forced to say it was all done in a studio or something like that now, which is,
what if
to
the
me,
tool's not wrong,
it
but
seems
the way the
ridiculous.
tool is being used is wrong?
Which tool? Or what did you say? Poll or tool? What did you say? I didn't hear you.
TOOL. The AE map. Because obviously it's not ever going to be, because you can't, right? Unless you literally go and scan the whole world and then build a 3D model of it. You're not going to get accurate representation. But for the purposes of navigation and such, which was what it was designed for in the first place. But
it is what it is.
So there's two things, right? Its purpose is being misapplied by many people within these spheres. And then number two, it's completely ignoring the rest of cosmology, because just because you've got the surface, right, doesn't mean you have the rest of it, right? So how the sun operates and how it interacts with the AE map, should we grant that it, verifiable or whatever, right?
Well,
so even if you argue that and you ignored the fact that it's been pulled out of its specific context, you're ignoring the fact that whether you like it or not, whether you understand it or not, we have a contained atmos, right? So therefore, we have to consider that that's going to have at least some impact on how we observe the sun. So it's not so much that people are like touting it incorrectly. Or that touting it in and of itself is incorrect. It's that they're not totally analyzing it properly. Because if you removed yourself from the simplicity, though I grant you there is sense in not claiming something that you can't demonstrate, but if you remove yourself from the simplicity of not acknowledging the dome and the fact that there probably could be more than one dome, and that's going to influence the way you observe the sun when you are on the plane, and you bring that into how you use the AE map, you can come up with a more comprehensive use of the AE map to make it more accurate. That, I think, is the real deal with this thing, rather than simply, the AE map and that's it, or the AE map sucks and we'll throw it out. You have to have some degree of wisdom when you deal with these discussions, especially when you're dealing with things that are categorically out of our reach. So there's only so far we can go with definite knowledge on what we can demonstrate. Now we can logically conclude other things, but we can't show you, right? I can logically conclude that you're a mug or you're not a mug, but I can't definitely show that unless I get the opportunity. If you get the analogy. Anyway, I'm done.
Right. If you use it the way it's intended to be used, it's a globe projection. It's a spherical coordinate system projection, essentially as a variable scale. And the people, the flat earthers that are using it, aren't taking that into account at all. They're misusing it, and then they're saying this is how the sun and the moon work on it. And in that little model that they've made up, which they call the flat earth model, right, you wouldn't be able to have a 24-hour sun. And then they're left having to say, well, it was all done in a studio, How come I don't see any fog coming out of their breath? Blah, blah, blah. And coping, essentially, in my opinion.
Right. I mean, if you ask me for my opinion, because I know you guys like to stick to strict empiricism, but hey, life is not entirely empirical. Now is it? But if you ask me for my opinion, I think the issue is people disregard the scriptures. Because if you just allowed yourself to assume for a moment that the scriptures are actually accurate, then this wouldn't be too hard to contemplate. Because according to scriptures, and not just the canonical ones, but the ones that people have chosen to ignore, I'm talking about Bible, Christian scriptures, just in case it's lost. There's seven firmaments. The sun and the moon are in the third firmament. And between that, you have a layer of water on top of the first. How is that not going to cause some very interesting, what would you call it, apparent effects on the light at the extremities? The extremities, by the way, that we're clearly not designed to live in. That when we go there, we're going outside of the focal range of the stars and stuff like that serve our purposes. I don't think it takes a genius to realize that when you go that far, you're like, well, if you're looking up and expecting it to operate in your favor, you're not thinking straight, because you've gone to the edge of the boundary. That's not your designation. Go back to where you belong, and everything operates correctly. So hopefully that makes sense. I know there's like implications and whatever there, but you should be able to put the pieces together, whether you agree with the totality or not.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I like to speculate about it. You know, I do look into that kind of thing, and I'm just going off empiricism and what the AE map actually is. But I get where you're coming from completely. Yeah. And I was going to share a video with you because I was actually looking into something similar the other day in relation to why in the Bible it says the circle of the earth. And it's kind of in relation to what they call Pangea as well, continental drift and that kind of thing. It's completely speculation, but this is it's a mind-blowing video. Everyone I've shared it with is like, whoa, that's crazy. Makes a lot of sense. It's a guy named Jason Jack. He's a surgeon who's also a flat earther, and he does little season eschatology. He makes a lot of videos about that topic, and mixes that with researching old maps and that kind of thing. He's got some great content. So I'll share the video that I watched the other day in the side chat about continental drift. And this is just a speculation that he has, and he puts it together in relation with old maps and the Bible and all that kind of thing. Once again, purely speculation, but it's extremely interesting.
And he said he had a kooky neighbor that, you know, like, I can't remember the neighbor's name, but he used to talk about that the moon mission was fake. And he's like, what a kook. And he's like, wow, but now as president and having full access to all the classified information, he didn't see anything there that really convinced him it ever happened at all.
Interesting. I'm very curious. I know this is besides the subject, but just yes or no, do you think the 9/11 was a controlled demolition or not?
Yeah, that's another peripheral topic. You don't need flat Earth for that topic. The conspiracy type stuff. There's going to be people there's going to be people who think all kinds of things about it. And it doesn't match. It won't match. You could go down the list of flat earthers and it'll probably match the same swath of anybody. Like if you were to say and just go through a swath of all people, of people in the globe side, or just a general population, and just say, hey, I got some questions about 9/11. That's
no. That's not what I mean. I was just curious if you are.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm telling you that it's irrelevant. It's completely irrelevant to the topic. It'd be the same thing asking me like, hey, do you believe pineapple belongs on pizza? And I could give you the answer, but it would be the same probative value.
No, I just wanted to, because I sense this feeling that you guys are like me, you know.
Yeah, I would say there's probably nobody like you. You're like unique in the world, or one of a kind.
It's true. But I guess I was just curious about your guys' way of thinking. If you came to the same conclusions, how similar we are, basically.
Yeah, you got people on the globe side who also think that it was a conspiracy theory. So you don't need that topic, this topic. Yeah. So it doesn't match. You know, it's one of those things where it won't work. You'd be like, you're like, hey, how many people here speak English or something like that? It wouldn't go anywhere. It just doesn't work. That question, that line of questioning doesn't go anywhere. It's like it's either a bridge to nowhere or an abrupt dead end that you have to turn around and go back the way you came. It's like, I wonder how many flat earthers use Discord or something like that. Like, cat and dog people, complete non sequiturs that don't matter one way or the other. But the only reason why it matters when you start talking about demographics is some odd reason the astronaut corps is 100% Christian conservative. Without exception. Every single one of them. So you talk about, shouldn't there be some sort of mix or balance? Like, shouldn't the astronaut corps somewhat match the general demographics of America? Well, no, not at all. What they do, they call it the right stuff. Christian conservatism, in their worldview, NASA's worldview, is how you become the best of the best, the cream of the crop. That's step one. Are you a Christian conservative? If not, well, you don't have the right stuff to be. Your dreams of becoming an astronaut are over before they even started. Now, that's a good probative question. Why? Why is that the case? See, they like to pretend like, oh, flat earthers are all these bigoted, hypocritical, homophobic, whatever Neanderthals. Really? Have you seen the federal government? Have you seen NASA? And you think we're the bigoted, exclusive people? That's really the only way you want to look at this, is you want to find something that's not like the other. So when you look at a flat earther, they're going to be about equal to the general population in all senses, except they kind of know about heliocentric and geocentric and have looked into it. Most people don't. They don't even care. Jay Leno used to do a thing called jaywalking, where he would walk up and ask random people on the street just questions, just basic questions. In one of them, he did like a heliocentric model questionnaire, like how many planets in the solar system. People said everything but 9, like 20, 8, 3, 40, 60. They asked people, what galaxy is Earth in? People wouldn't have no idea. What's a galaxy? An S-phone galaxy?
I've heard people say like, Mars?
Yeah, the one was the guy that gave him a hint. I'll give you a hint. It's a candy bar. And the dude said Mars. Like a Mars bar. And he's like, well, no. Well, Baby Ruth? Like, he started listing every candy bar but the Milky Way. Yeah, it's like, they had, I could find the video. They had a Jeopardy thing about, like a real estate agent, real estate solar system. And they just brought up really basic questions. Like simple, like questions where like, this planet is known for its big red storm. Or something like that. But it's okay because you can hang out and it's some 70 different moons. People are like, Mars. They go, nope, no one's got a guess. And everyone's like, nah, I got nothing. And then it's like, one of them's like, this planet is icy cold. Make sure you bundle up. And it's funny to say its name. And the dude's like, Earth, or whatever. I don't remember the exact verbiage. But they went through 5. These are supposed to be double jeopardy. Like, people smart as shit. And you couldn't get even basic sort of comedy heliocentric questions right. And like the guy who won a bunch, I can't think of his name right now, like Pat something or whatever, with Jay Jenkins, Pat Jenkins or whatever his name was. He was the one who was hosting it, and he was giggling as they're getting these questions wrong. And at the end, he's like, "I guess astronomy isn't your guys' strong suit," and they all started giggling. I guess not. So that's the demographic you'd be looking for, is how come the general population has no clue that Earth is a third rock from the sun? That there's 8 or 9 planets, depending on how you classify Pluto. They can't even name the planets in order. They can't tell you how many continents there are, how many oceans there are, what the size of Earth is, what the axial tilt is claimed. They don't know what causes a solar eclipse or a lunar eclipse. They don't know what causes moon phases. None of it. They know absolutely nothing about it, but they'll come in here and tell you photographs from space prove the Earth is not a flat. And you ask them, well, sure, well, who took the photo? What year was it? They don't know that either. Like, they're arguing from absolute complete ignorance because they saw a YouTube video that said flat earthers are dumb. That's it. That's the whole story. And they get questions in here about, like, why would they lie? Is
Why would you come in here and just lie about going to space? Why would you do that? Like, do you have parents? Do they love you? Is this the thing that you do every day where you go on to, Discord and just talk shit and make stuff up? And like, what's wrong with you? Ultimately, that's the question. Now it's not a matter of, are you lying? What is wrong with you? That's the question.
Why are you guys upset about me going to space? I don't get it. Why are you attacking me?
Space, and if you did, I want to see your Facebook profile. I want to see everything about you, your first and last name. I want to see your birth certificate. I want to see your certification and licensing to do the thing that you're claiming you have done. I want to see it all. Otherwise, it's bullshit. Claims made without evidence can be dismissed without evidence, and we are allowed to call you a liar because we don't. So I want to see all that shit.
Okay, so if I show you a picture that I was in outer space and I show you a picture of the globe, the Earth is a globe, will you see?
I want all the certification that I just asked for. It's weird. I want the stuff.
I'll give you a picture of the globe.
Okay, so no worries. So I don't care about whatever trolley cartoon that you had AI make for you. Why don't you grow up? Like, is it time to grow up yet? You think maybe?
Well, I mean, don't you want to see the
How old are you?
No.
How old are you?
I'm 35 years old.
You're 30. You're a grown-ass man, and this is what you're doing with your fucking Wednesday. What's wrong with you, dude?
I'm successful. I'm white. Life's good, man. Life's good.
Yeah. So why are you doing this? What's the point?
Well, I mean, I just wanted to share my experience, but you don't need to attack my.
You don't have an experience.
My ideas.
I don't care about your pictures. I want all the certifications that I asked for. Otherwise, you are indeed a liar. Pictures don't count for shit in here.
Okay. Well, that's the problem with flat earthers is that you're not being honest. If you don't want, if you
so
think pictures are fake,
we want the
there's no reason for it to be at this point.
We want the actual evidence, and all you're going to provide is AI pictures. Yeah, that's the problem with flat earthers.
Okay, so let's make it very clear. You want to accept my pictures.
The problem with flat earthers is that they won't accept your lies. You're right. That's the real problem here.
Yeah, I want to see your pictures. Can you post them?
Yeah.
But, I mean, seriously, you're 35 years old. I'm embarrassed for you, man. I that's embarrassing.
Jeez.
Honey, I'm so hurt on what you think about me. I'm gonna lose sleep on that one.
35, you should, a proper lived life. You would die before that.
right?
Bro, what the hell are you on?
I like all these like psychological attacks you guys are trying. Like these are like very interesting strategies. It's like
these are not strategies or attacks, bro. This is not attacks or strategies. Relax. These are not attacks or strategies. I am pointing at now.
You guys have been in here saying I'm a 35-year-old loser and
is really going to spend his day on Discord pulling this shit. Dude, you should be embarrassed. I'm actually trying to help you. Like, rethink your life. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I shouldn't be a complete douche on Discord on a Wednesday.
Yeah, are you done, bro, or what? That's it? Just
maybe we should just mute him until he posts his evidence of his space flight where he went higher than the ISS.
Yes, I want to see you with your iPhone camera.
He must have been on Artemis.
Taking a selfie with the Earth in the background. Yeah, let me braid.
Are you going to do that trick where you hold up a toilet seat and put up a picture of a globe on your computer screen?
I've seen that before. That's
yeah, so that one was great. That would take too much creativity for Passport Bro, though, I think.
Hold on, I gotta go.
Yeah, you're good. Take your
bro means someone that goes around and has sex with women from different countries.
Hey, you okay there? Site.
I'm asking.
You're asking what? We can't. You just sounds like mumbling. Can you say it again?
I'm asking, doesn't Passport Bro mean someone that goes around to different countries to sleep with women? Yeah, pretty much.
I don't know. Passport Bro is a moron, so, you know, I'm not going to investigate any further.
I mean, that sounds like a really cool thing to do, so that's why I was asking.
People can pretend to be anybody on the internet.
Yeah, I've been a Passport Bro for about 6 years already.
Yeah, we're not interested. Yeah. You're going to post your evidence, or you're going to stay on mute?
Yeah, that sounds really good. Women, you know, they're like too decadent. So like.
Okay, well, I don't really care what people claim to be on the internet, right? Anybody can be anything on the internet. So anyway, I assume you are a believer in the globe, right?
Does anyone here have proofs, or you're just talking shit for hours? I don't understand this.
You must be new here.
What proofs would you like?
all I see is people talking off topic. I came here to hear about something on topic.
Bro, what proofs would you like? Are you just going to complain? Like, now you're complaining, and I don't want to hear that out of you, right? So what would you like?
I just said I entered this channel, and I'm waiting to hear some discussion about the flat or globe Earth, but you guys are going off topic, so can you please...
I'd like to know which one it is.
No worries. No worries. The Earth is measurably flat. Everybody, excuse me, I'm talking.
Yeah.
Weird. So, the Earth is measurably flat by everyone on the surface of the Earth, including all major industries, government agencies, surveying companies, and navigation methods. There is no curvature on the Earth measurable anywhere at all.
I would. Okay, I agree with this. Does anyone have anything to say? I'm really interested. I mean, so many people in this channel, and nobody speaks. Nobody has an opinion.
Eli, we're here. Not necessarily in politics, but we're either here or in the English Hub or on our home server 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and we've been doing this for almost a decade. Okay?
Me too.
You're not sitting around not talking about this topic. So, maybe you're you're throwing out a bunch of stuff that just isn't supported by...
I'm really not trying to offend anyone.
Be cool then, man. Be cool.
Yeah.
So anyway,
my goal is just I just want to have a flowing conversation. That's it.
Awesome. So do we. That's what we want too. So you said you don't believe that the Earth is a sphere. Is that correct?
Can you repeat it?
Did you say, do you believe the Earth is a sphere, or do you believe that the Earth is flat?
First of all, I think believing in something is very bad. So I don't believe in anything in my life. I only
know things,
and I don't know. There is nothing in my life that I believe in.
Oh, I think if you gave yourself a good hard look, you would find out that there's many things you believe in.
No.
Okay.
Then
we're starting from an awkward point then, because that's just
you're just claiming something about me without knowing me. That's funny.
I'm just saying it's the human condition. We believe that we believe that the bridge is going to hold before we drive across it. Right?
No,
we believe that if we drink this water from our tap, it's not going to poison us. We believe a lot of things. Yeah.
You want me to answer? Okay,
I was still talking,
you
but
believe
that's
something.
cool.
Okay, so you believe in certain things, but I make my calculations. I assume things, and then I have a measurement, and I know it. I know if the bridge is going to
Okay.
collapse or it's going to hold. I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
Okay. So,
I
Eli,
don't
what have you done to prove the surface of the Earth?
Well, first of all, my evidence that the Earth is not a globe is the fact that there are like so many evidence around, and you can just put them together one by one and see how all the theory of a globe is collapsing. It's so easy to do that.
Specifically for the flat Earth, not counter the globe and how much you can rip that
specifically
apart.
for the flat Earth. Then let me tell you how I know. Let me tell you how I know.
Excuse me. You seem to have come in rather hostile. I've taken a little bit of a back seat, but now I've jumped in. You're not going to talk through me. I'm asking you specific. Thanks. You asked specifically with regards to the flat Earth, sir. So how can you prove the surface of the Earth is flat? What have you done specifically?
I don't need to prove something that it is obvious. Do I need to prove that a cup is something that you fill liquids with? No, it's already proven. I don't need to prove it. You need to prove your point.
My point, sir, is the surface of the Earth is measured flat. I know the Earth is flat because it's measured that way.
Okay, and why?
You seem to be having an argument with an idea, the ball idea. I'll agree. The ball falls apart very easily as soon as you start pulling at that thread, sir. I'll agree to that. I don't think you've come in the right manner. Maybe take a back seat, take a breath. We can be friends.
Maybe I sound aggressive, but I'm really not.
No, it's fine. You've come into a room that wasn't talking about the subject that should be talking about, but there are many moderators around trying to gain control of a room and people that are in it, sir. I appreciate you coming in and bringing it back to the topic, but like I said, we can all be friends. So how long have you been investigating the subject of the flat Earth?
About 15 years.
About 15 years. And how did you come across it?
Bible.
The Bible?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, just want to make sure I heard you correctly. I've got some background noise. So I can understand that. The Bible is what I would say to be a flat Earth book and doesn't point to a heliocentric cosmology. I presume you went out to investigate it from that point onwards, yes?
Certainly, I haven't investigated the fact that, I haven't done any measurements, if that's what you mean.
Have you done anything like an observation? Like, it's quite common for flat Earth to say, I see too far. That's how I got into the flat Earth, by long distance observations. Have you seen or done any of these things?
They have no, how do you say it? They have no real impact on the subject, because if you think about it, if your evidence doesn't need to prove any of these things, and your evidence is something that comes out of logic, then really all the other things are pointless.
Our evidence backs up your observation, though, doesn't it? You say the world looks flat to you, right? And I'm saying, yes, it does to me. Also with the technology. But with the technology, like the high-powered zoom camera, we should see a sphere, but we don't. So with increasing technology, the Earth is still observed to be flat.
Okay.
This is what we would call compounding evidence, right? The way that we observe and sense our reality is as it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we confirm that by longer distance observations that most definitely shouldn't work on a sphere, and then by obviously measuring the surface of the water to clarify that that surface is not curving, which it would need to do if the Earth was a sphere. So through observation and direct measurement of the surface of the Earth, we can conclude that the Earth is most definitely flat. That's a knowledge claim. I know the Earth is flat because that's the way it's measured.
So you have just a different point of view than mine. We agree on the same things, but I just believe in it from a point of logic, and you believe it from a point of evidence. Do you understand the difference?
No need for belief now, right?
I'm not believing it. No. I never said I'm believing in anything.
No, me. Stop being so defensive.
I'm not saying
Hold on a second. Can I just interject for a moment? I'm sorry, Jedi. Eli, you just said you believe in it from this standpoint, and I believe in it from this standpoint. You said the words believe when earlier you said you only assume or know things. You just said believe, man.
I just say that so he will understand what I mean. I mean that he is convinced that he is correct because he has his proofs. I'm convinced that I'm correct because I have my proofs. But both of us can reach the same reasoning by even while giving different type of proofs.
Yeah, well, I'm just pointing out, and I hate to be hyper-pedantic, but you brought this up earlier. You use the word believe. If you use the word believe, then I'm going to jump on that.
So let me fix myself. I have evidence that by them I know that the Earth is flat. I know. I know it. I know it.
Yeah. Okay.
What evidence is that?
The Bible.
Okay. So when going to tell people that the Earth is flat, you tell them the Earth is flat, and you know this to be true, and then you give them the Bible. No confirming evidence that the Bible is true, just a book.
The Bible has to be true by logic. You have to assume that if there is a God, if we're pretending that there is a God, then he must, basically, by the rules of the logic that he created, he must contact the human race. Why is that? Because if he wouldn't contact us, we wouldn't have...
Dude, which version of the Bible are you talking about?
I'm talking about the oldest one, the Old Testament.
The Old Testament, the most unverifiable testament, the most
unverifiable.
Dude. Yeah, the most verified. We still read the language today. That would be the New Testament Greek.
I'd say that you need to recheck history and check which one was more authentic.
I've rechecked history. It's most definitely Greek, which is the most verifiable because we still use the language today.
Let me ask you a simple question. Can I ask you a simple question?
In the Old Testament, sir, would have been Paleo-Hebrew.
Can I ask you a simple question?
Oh my God, please, thank you. Paleo-Hebrew died out about 500 years before Christ arrived. The language that we got today that's in the Dead Sea Scrolls, that's 800 years old, dude. So 800 years afterwards, that language was written.
Okay, so are you happy now?
Definition, dude, why are you not listening?
No, because you don't let me talk. You're just speaking.
Talking.
Wait a second. Wait a second.
No.
If everything you're saying has no evidence,
I won't wait. I'm still fucking talking.
Okay, talk.
Okay, thanks. And all I'm trying to point out to you is, if you're going to say it's a book that tells you, I'm just going to point out to you through history, if you checked, that book's been manipulated. Now, I'm not saying that I also don't, why are you talking? I also am not saying that I do not believe in that book, but I understand that it's manipulated. There are different texts, Septuagint, Masoretic. The one that you said was most verifiable, just by obvious definition and understanding the languages, isn't.
I love people like you.
I love people like you. Is books say things? You would confirm what book says if book says Earth is flat by measuring the Earth to be flat to confirm what book says, right? Well, you might as well just be passing the watchtower around at this point.
Are you done? Are you done?
Yeah. For now.
Okay. Let me speak some. First of all, the Old Testament is the only book in the whole world, and the first book in the whole world. I mean, it's the first book in the whole world that came and said this was given by God. There are proof inside it proofs inside it that no human being could have known at that time to be able to write such a book. Secondly, the New Testament is something that came a long time after that, okay?
Just not getting this, are you?
Wait. The New Testament,
you're not getting it.
The New Testament or the Quran,
it doesn't matter. You're not getting the point.
Okay. It came after it. Now,
so it's going to continue not getting the point.
Do you want to let me speak? I let you speak.
But you're not getting the point.
Yeah, you're not getting it. But I let you finish. But I did let you finish,
you're not
even though
getting
you
the
did make
fucking
no
point,
sense.
Dude, and I'm trying to stop you because you're literally not addressing what I said.
Don't stop me like I didn't stop you. You let me finish. That's respect.
Bye bye.
So basically, the Old Testament is the oldest book in the world. And you have to understand that God created us humans. He created everything. Now, if he created everything, he has to give us some sort of rules, some sort of things to go by. For example, you will never see a game, you will never download a game that has no tutorial, that has nothing that explaining to you how to play. It makes no sense. Every game that you download has rules, a set of rules that you get from the creator. Same as our planet. We have received this life. Yes, I mean Earth, whatever. We came.
Sorry, your mask fell off, dude. What version of the Old Testament do you refer to?
If I mistakenly said planet, so you think I really don't believe the Earth is flat.
What version of the Old Testament are you relating to?
What version of the Old Testament? What do you mean? What version? There's one version.
No.
This is what we're trying to tell you.
Septuagint, like.
Let me teach you something. I'm Jewish. I can teach you more on the Old Testament about
so you will understand then.
I can teach you more. Wait. I can teach you on the Old Testament more than you can ever imagine. I learned the Old Testament. Listen to me. You tell me that I'm not Jewish? Yeah, I'm not Jewish. Yes.
What about the Talmud?
You want me to show you my circumcised dick and you suck it? That's what you want?
Wow. Many people have got circumcised penises that aren't Jewish.
Fucking idiot, yes. Many people circumcise their kids. Yes, let's go to Afghanistan, see how many people are circumcised. Let's see. Let's go to America and see how many people are circumcised, you fucking idiot.
Talmud, bro.
He just wants to look at dicks all day.
Talmud and Gemara is not from the Torah.
There it is. There it is.
What?
Talmud. As soon as you say that, I know that you're deceptive. Go away.
Yeah, it's not the Bible.
He's not only deceptive, he's a fucking
Sorry, that was kind of fun.
I believe he was about to say the Talmud is not from the Old Testament. Just to,
Let's just see. Does anybody mind if I unmute him? I wanted to get some clarification from Eli.
Yeah, go on, dude.
All right, Eli. Do you hold to the Talmud?
No.
Okay. Look, let's reset here real quick so there's not chaos. We are, listen, if the Bible is sufficient for you to know that the earth is flat, by all means, you do what you got to do. I think sometimes in this particular channel, we try to help people if they're going to talk about the flat earth or try to give people the information, starting from the standpoint of the Bible is not a good idea. Because if somebody says, well, I just don't believe the Bible, then what else are you going to talk about? You have to talk about the physical reality that people live in. So the earth itself is going to be the evidence that the earth is indeed flat. So if you like the Bible, that's fine. We're just letting you know it's not going to help you necessarily out there in the wild. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I understand what you're saying, but you have to understand my point of view. My point of view says that if there's a creator, he must give rules. These rules must be somewhere. And I claim these rules are the Old Testament. If you say that there are no rules, you're basically saying that God is a fanatic. You're saying he created the world and he told us, go fuck yourself and understand everything by your fucking self. But
that's not what we're saying.
We know that to not be true. We know that to not be true because he told us how to live.
Okay. That's not what we're saying. Please don't carry on preaching, though.
There is no requirement. I should let you know. There are many gods, you might say, on earth. Like, let's take, for instance, lords, masters, whatever, bosses, right? If you work for somebody, they, a lot of times, are not required until law sort of forces their hand to disclose certain things to you, right? So there are plenty of masters or lords out there that will choose not to give full disclosure to you about your circumstances working for them or whatever. So God is not necessarily required to disclose anything to you.
I have my own logic that says the way you open a game and you have your game rules, the way you go to a class and you have your class rules, the way you go to any place and it has its own rules, a country has their own rules, a city has city rules, police has rules, everyone has rules. Rules came from something. It all came down to us from somewhere. And I do believe that I already said my point, so I don't need repeating it.
Well, I'm being a little bit of a devil's advocate here. I'm telling you that God is not required to disclose anything to you.
I know. It is not required to you. Because you don't understand.
So you're going to jump into the subjective. You're going to jump into the subjective. This is your personal belief. I don't have to accept it. This is your rhetoric.
No, I don't believe it. It's logically makes sense to me, so I know it.
Seth, there you just said it makes sense to me, that from your subjective position, this makes sense to you. It's not necessarily universally applicable or true.
I think the fact that there is a God is something that is not subjective to me, it's objective.
Now you're talking about something else. You changed topics. That's a little bit of a non sequitur.
No, so, if you ask me.
Yes. No, we're talking about whether or not God is required to give you disclosure about the creation that he made. And he's not.
Wait. Can you repeat what you said? Because I think I got confused a bit.
There is no reason we should assume or believe that God is required to tell us about the nature of his creation in regards to shape, size, whatever of the earth.
You're basically saying that we don't need God to prove the earth is flat.
No, I didn't say that either. I'm saying he is not required to disclose it to you. And just because it says it in the Bible is not evidence that the earth is flat or round.
I'm really lost because you're saying that in the Bible there are no evidence?
I didn't say that. This is weird. I say things, you don't hear them. So I'm saying there is no requirement of God to disclose to you the nature of his creation, in this case, the earth.
Of course there is.
What compels God? Excuse me, I'm going to ask you now about that. This is sequitur. So, what requires God to disclose to you the nature of his creation? What requires him to do that?
The fact that he created you?
How does him creating me require him to do something?
Well, let me give you an example. When you're having intimate things with your wife and you're having a baby, don't you think you need to answer that baby's questions when he grows? When he is asking you, Dad, why do you think this? So you're saying, I'm not required to do anything for him. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, no, listen, that happens every day, all day in this. In fact, the dads just abandon their kids. So, I mean, there's no requirement.
It doesn't mean the fact that someone's doing that doesn't mean that's the ideal. That's not the ideal situation.
The ideal. You're living by ideals now that you've created for yourself. This is still subjective.
I haven't created the ideal. The ideal is objective. And let me ask you a question. Nobody in the world would agree with you that starving your kid is something good. And you just said I'm not required to do anything for him.
No, it's an emotional appeal. Doesn't Job?
I didn't say anything about starving children, bro. I didn't say anything about starving children. You brought that up.
I'm giving you an example. And you're backing up.
It's weird.
So no,
you said the father is not required to do anything for his child. You just said that he's not required.
What he said.
That is. It's basically what you said.
Has God given you all power and knowledge like God has got? Do you have the same knowledge that God has?
Why would he do that?
I'm asking you a question. Have you got the same knowledge that God has got, your father?
No.
Right, but he's your father.
Yes.
Okay, but you haven't got the knowledge of the father.
Wait, I'm not smarter than my real life father. What do you mean?
Good, well done, slow down. So bringing up this, analogy of parents and the father having to tell exactly what the father knows to the child. Well, that's not a direct comparison.
I didn't say exactly. I did not say exactly.
Why? He's not. He doesn't have to, and obviously by demonstration, hasn't given you.
You have to do something for him. You have to do something for him.
It baffles me, sir. Why do you feel the need to talk through me? I think it's because you're defensive and embarrassed. How Sezu and I are demonstrating that your point is just falling apart as soon as we start tugging on that string. You've got to start talking, haven't you, to avoid your embarrassment,
this guy just likes to talk over me. He just enjoys to scream on the microphone.
Please, seriously, go with him.
Yeah, so here's the thing, man. Even within the Bible itself, God does not make the claim that he is required to give you any of this knowledge.
Nobody said he makes the claim. You need to think logically.
Where does he make it?
Wait. Activate
not from your subjective position. Not from your subjective position.
I want to explain my position.
Your position is a subjective one, according to your logic, which you confess to.
Let me prove that it's not subjective. Okay, so you have to. Let me ask you a simple question. Do you believe in God?
Yeah.
Okay, so what is the reason you believe in God?
Oh, God.
What is the reason?
Give me the most straight, simple answer. What is the main reason you think that there's need to be a God?
Well, creation itself is my greatest evidence and reason to believe in a God.
Okay, now let me ask you a more simple question. We know that this God is very sophisticated by his creation. Yes?
Yeah, true.
Yes. The firmament shows his handiwork and stuff. So, in my opinion, when you create something so magnificent, you want other people to enjoy. Other people, we're not the same as him, but like he created us so we can enjoy this system. Now, if we don't know anything about it, how can we enjoy it? I mean, if let's say he put the first few people, I don't know how he did it, but he put people on this place, and he didn't tell them anything about anything. Then to me, it makes no sense, because it's like, how do you expect them anything?
Okay, great. Now you're moving off the spot. So what I've heard from you so far is my opinion is, and then a burden of proof reversal or an incredulity statement, sort of, that why would he do this, that, or the other? By the way, God did go ahead and put his children, according to Genesis, in the Garden of Eden, and essentially said, work the garden. He didn't give them any specific instruction as far as we can tell from the text. So he essentially said, figure it out. He gave man a mind to figure it out. Yeah, he did. And he still does. He's giving us an opportunity to learn as we live on the earth itself. So he wasn't required to disclose too much. He actually wanted us to learn, to exercise our own intellect, which he gave us, to figure this place out, to learn about it. These are things that God gave us. He didn't disclose a whole lot. He certainly did not disclose the entire size of the earth or how the heavens work. There's a lot of things he didn't disclose. He gave us the opportunity to learn, to measure, to do what we can, to figure it out, to make it useful for ourselves. But he wasn't required to do any of these things.
All right. In Genesis, we have this thing where he's describing the whole creation of the world. Why is that? Why isn't he letting us figure out the creation?
Your job is to tell me where God is required to disclose certain things to you, and you haven't done that yet.
I just explained to you that it doesn't have to be written anywhere. The fact is logically out there.
God could create anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
Good. So how do you determine what he's created?
I did not understand the last sentence, sorry.
How do you determine what God has created?
Everything.
God's sake.
What do you mean?
How did you figure it out?
With regards to the earth, God could create the earth to be anything. How do you determine what God has created the earth to be?
By the way he describes it in Genesis. He says that there is a firmament.
Okay.
He says that there are stars, there are lights surrounding within the firmament, and if you look at the world and you see that the evidence that you have online and proven by text, you can clearly see that, you can clearly understand that the earth is flat.
How? But you've just pointed out to things in the sky, and you pointed out to a container. You can have containers around anything.
Yes.
You can have containers around anything. So specifically, I'm doing very well.
I don't understand your question. I'm sorry.
Well, so far you haven't pointed at anything in the Bible that says the earth is flat. You've pointed at things like the firmament, stars within it, not the earth.
Okay, let me 1 second. I had a couple of quotes. I had a couple of quotes from the Bible, but I'm not on my main computer and I don't have all the things
just
saved
a moment.
Here.
I'm going to have to stop you really quick. This is a flat Earth Discord, not necessarily a Christian or biblical chat. So somebody else just chimed in and said they had a question. Was that you, Pete?
Yeah, it was me.
It's not anything. So you've been warned. These are a bunch of retards trying to make a point.
True believer kind of thing, or are you guys doing like a hypothetical intellectual exercise? I'm not like trying to be mean by saying that. Yeah.
If you have a question that's related to the topic, then by all means go ahead. If it's bullshit,
then
no.
That's contextually related to the argument, I think. But
yeah, these guys don't understand science.
You're just going to be muted.
That's how it's going to go. Explain yourself. So.
Yes, and we got like Naked Yoda over here who apparently just wants to be muted. So there you go. Now, Pete, it's going to be on topic, or
yeah, that's all I was wondering. Like, I'm willing to listen to the conversation both ways, but like, is this like it's like an intellectual exercise? Or you guys fully believe in flat Earth? Because it would be more interesting if it's the latter, to be honest. So,
what do you mean fully believe, bro? The Earth is measurably flat. It's objective. What are you talking about? Belief?
Can I make like an argument actually? So like
your argument should start something like this: the Earth is not measurably flat because here are my curvature measures. So do you have that?
Yeah, let me ask you like a question. No, I'm like a camera guy.
Pete. Yeah, focus. I don't need your debate boy tactics. Pete.
Bro, let me be really quickly then. Okay, let me be really quick about it.
Pete, just give me the Earth curve measurements, please. Earth curve measurements.
You're gonna.
All right. Well, if you don't care, if you just want to do debate boy tactics in here, we're not interested. We want Earth curve measurements. You guys can go into all the other channels and you can have all these subjective, rhetorical debates that you want, about gun control and all this other nonsense. Here, we're talking about empiricism, and we're talking about measurements of the surface of the Earth to see whether or not it is flat or spherical in nature, or any other shape that you think it might be. Give us the measurements. That's what we're discussing. Your low-minded intellectual nonsense will not play here. Okay, so do you have any Earth curve measurements?
Look. Any kind of measurements, any kind of proof I've ever seen from flat Earth depends on...
Right, so you're talking about us now. I want to see if you have any evidence that is measurable or empirical, observable, testable, repeatable, falsifiable. Do you have anything like that in regards to a globe? And if not, then take a hike or just listen.
Yes, I do.
Okay, great. Where's the measurements? I want to see them. Post them in the side chat. Let's see.
Any kind of flat.
Something empirical. I want something empirical.
But it is empirical what I was going to say, but you love to hear it talk so...
No, not saying. Showing. Do you understand the difference? You understand the difference? It's showing, not saying. So can you show it in the side chat, this empirical evidence of Earth curve? Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it, when you can't play these stupid debate boy games? It's rough when you can't just kind of retreat back into the nonsense. The pseudo-philosophy. The pseudo-philosophy doesn't work here, friend. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I'm good. I was like legitimately interested, bro, but you love to hear yourself.
No, you're not. I can tell. I can already tell. When you start out the conversation with, well, most flat earthers show me this, now you've all of a sudden created some kind of stereotype fallacy, you know what I'm saying? And it's kind of ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. When you start out attacking flat earthers and not the actual evidence, that's how I know you're not serious. That's how I know your pseudo-intellectualism has failed you. Anybody else want to entertain this guy? I mean, I don't want to, but maybe he has something really profound to tell us about the Earth curve that I'm sure we won't be getting any evidence of. Anybody want to try out Pete? Looking like a no. Okay. Sorry to interrupt you, Eli and Jedi, if you guys want to continue on what you were discussing. I thought we had somebody who was a real player, but I guess not.
We were also off topic, you know.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to bring it back to the topic. Ultimately, while we're on topic, yes, indeed, the Bible does describe the earth as flat, stationary, and enclosed. No one's going to argue against that unless there's a handful of Christians out there that have been hoodwinked by their own pastors, I might add, that it indeed does not describe the earth as flat, stationary, and enclosed, and that's really concerning to me. But anyways, it's not going to be anything that you're going to help somebody else out with if you only believe the Bible and they don't believe the Bible.
Yes. Well, what I mean, my theory works if you already believe in God.
Right.
Then
so what are you going to do if they don't?
So if they don't, then I'll just try to first convince them that there's a God.
Okay. Now, there are people out there that believe that there is a God, and that, in fact, they would call themselves Christians, and they believe that the earth is a sphere. So what are you going to do with them?
Well, first of all, I'll need to bring my tools to get rid of all of this brainwash. A lot of towels, and it will maybe I can, maybe I can't. You know, I'm not an angel, but I'll try.
A lot of towels. What do you mean? Are you going to waterboard him? What are you talking
towels,
about?
Because he's brainwashed.
Fair enough. I've tried this, by the way. When people are dug in to their preconceived notions or their indoctrination, basically there isn't an amount of arguing that will talk them off their spot if they're not willing to move. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. I have to tell you something about this so interesting. Please let me just, I have to. There is, in my country, there is a YouTube channel of atheist people, and every week on Sunday they open a live and they let people call their phone line and they will debate them on the spot whether like God is real or not, and they just mock off all the believers, because if we're being real, there's really not a lot of people who knows how to deliver a point and how to speak well and how to look oriented and stuff, and to me, yes, I know the type of people that you're saying, because to me, these people, even if you put the evidence in their face, they will try to deny it with their whole heart. It's like insane.
Yeah, I know. So if we're talking about people, like I know people that are of the quote unquote Christian faith, and they believe that they live on a spinning water ball in a vacuum. They believe in the heliocentric globe model, right? Whatever that is. And I haven't seen one yet. But I can use the Bible, I can use logic, and I can use just good old-fashioned reasoning, and they will not move. So, getting somebody to just grasp reality is actually very difficult, because most people in this day and age are under many strong delusions, and it seems like no amount of rhetoric will change that unless the people are actually humble enough to receive a differing point of view and consider it with seriousness, right? So if they don't, they almost have to come to you with kind of an open mind, and usually you can tell pretty quick whether or not they have an open. They may even spout back to you the rhetoric that they've learned for most of their life: ships disappearing bottom up. What about the frickin' moon? I'm so sick of hearing about the moon and sunsets, I'll tell you that much. But they're just going to repeat the rhetoric. But the only reason that they're doing that is because it's almost an automatic response, as if they've been programmed to do this. But if you can get over the hump and they start to consider what you're actually saying, in fact, if they actually look out their window and they go, oh shit, you know what, that's right, I don't feel myself moving. And I always deal with this vertical horizontal relationship everywhere I go. And it certainly appears to be flat, especially if I live on the plains somewhere. These people might have something. They may not be as crazy as I thought they were at first. That's the best we can hope for. Almost the best we can hope for. But that's very rare. Now, for you to come in and say the Bible does it for me, that's fine. Okay? That's your prerogative. I'm just telling you, if for whatever reason you wanted to bring this topic up and not convince anybody, but to give them information, if all you have is the Bible, they're probably going to say, well, yeah, I don't really believe what the Bible says. And that's usually, Christians will say the same thing. No, it's allegory. No, it's poetry. This is all figures of speech. And so they would rather go with what men have told them rather than what the Word of God tells them. That's a problem, but ultimately it can't be my problem. I can't change the way that they think.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
But that's why I also said that I think, I'm not sure, but I think I can prove the Earth is fact. I mean, is flat by facts that are not from the Bible.
You don't think you can, or you can? I missed that part.
I think I can.
Okay. Well, what would you say?
I would say that the whole. I mean, just to me, there's one thing is crazy, and it's something that's proven. For example, the Nazi guy, the scientist of NASA, the one who was in charge of the first ballistic missiles or something, on his tombstone, there's a sentence from the Bible. Now, he didn't just put a random sentence. It's the sentence. He put the sentence. And to me, it's like there's no coincidence in such a case. You cannot tell me that's coincidence. It's crazy. It's too crazy to be a coincidence. To be random. It just randomly put it on his tombstone. That's crazy.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's Werner von Braun, and he put Psalm 19:1, I believe it is. Yeah. Yes. Listen, at best, people are going to listen when people are dug into their biases. They can go ahead and excuse that away with a coincidence, or he just might really like that because he was a guy that was into the space program. He might like that Bible verse. So it really doesn't. It's not going to help you prove to someone that the Earth is a flat, stationary, enclosed realm.
Yeah, but that's just one of them.
Okay, what else?
What else? If you go take a look, for example, at the first moon landing, there's a scene where the aircraft is leaving the moon and the camera is rotating, and to my knowledge there was no rotating moving cameras, operating cameras from Wi-Fi or something like this in that time, so it makes no sense for something like this to be able to happen. That's one. Secondly, if you look at the press conference right after they got back to Earth, that's the craziest press conference ever. And if you put any expert of body signs and body language, he will immediately tell you that these guys never went to the moon, and they're so uncomfortable with all of the questions. They're trying to back up each other if one of them is answering something that may be incorrect with science and stuff like that, and they're giving elbows to each other, and it looks so deceiving. That's another thing.
Eli, look, fair enough. Let's say that you have some evidence that there may have been some kind of tomfoolery, going on with the space program and the moon landing. All you could do in that scenario is cast doubt on whether or not the moon landings occurred. You're still not proving that the Earth is flat.
I mean, I think to me, the fact that on Apollo 11 the camera went up shows it's a complete fact that they were in a studio. So for me, it's a fact that they never went there.
I understand that, but you're just can't listen to what I'm saying. You can cast doubt that the moon landings did not happen, but you have not proven that the Earth is flat.
Oh, yes, I agree with you. No, but the theory goes like this. It goes like this. If the moon landing was fake, then NASA is fake. If NASA is fake, then they're the ones who's showing you the globe. If they're the ones who's showing you the globe and everything they're doing is fake, then the globe must be an illusion or something, because you don't really observe it with your eyes and you don't really feel yourself moving by their theories. So you do 1 + 1 + 15 and you get to the...
Listen, yeah, you'd have to go a long way around to get to that point. Now, I could make the argument that I'll even agree with you. Let's say that NASA, which I think they've already sort of admitted this, because now they're an espionage agency or whatever. So they may be an agency or an administration that is completely fraudulent and is only trying to give us propaganda about space, the Earth as a globe, and this ever-expanding universe and all the stars and galaxies and stuff or whatever. They could be faking all of that, and yet the Earth could still be a globe. They're just trying to tell you that they have great military strength and great technology, and they're able to do all these things out in the vacuum of outer space. That still does not prove that the Earth is flat.
I need to think about this a little bit. How do I connect all the points?
The way that you connect all the points is that you just go ahead and measure the Earth, the surface of it, to see if it's curving like a sphere at the rate that it's supposed to be curving. And if it does not do that, in fact, if it is measurably flat, that's all you really have to do.
Yes, but what do you mean by that?
Well, you measure across the surface to see if there's drop over distance. Let's just assume for a moment that we do live on a sphere, and wherever I'm standing would be a tangent point. Well, I would go ahead and take a laser or some kind of device to measure a long distance across the surface and see how much the Earth is curving downward from the tangent point where I'm standing. If it does that at a certain rate, well, shit, we got ourselves a globe. If I do that and there is no deviation, especially consistent with the size of sphere that they gave us, then I can prove definitively that the Earth is not a sphere. And it's not a tangent point. I'm just measuring across the surface, horizontally, parallel with the surface.
But by your logic, I will need to take each guy and go with him to some place and put a laser and show him.
Yeah, you might be able to do that. Meanwhile, the people have already done that. Now, listen, I know things kind of get hazy because we are in here talking about the pictures and the photo, the videos that we're supposedly getting from NASA, and we're saying, well, those are okay. And someone could come along and say, well, I've got pictures and videos of people with laser tests, and those are all fake. So the thing that you have to do is figure out how to do this practically with somebody else, or at least show them their own experience that you can measure across the surface from point to point where there should be obstruction of a globe and there isn't, and you can have definitive evidence of your own firsthand that the Earth is indeed flat. These are things that people can do. You can do it with something as cheap as a $10 Walmart mirror, okay? But in the meantime, there's a lot of other things from people's everyday natural experience on the Earth that is proving that the Earth is flat. My favorite one is the one that, up and down and horizontal are the same for everybody. They will claim to you that the guy way over there, his down is not the same as your down. In fact, they're not parallel. They're converging towards the center, but that's a claim. Also, all of our distances from point to point are horizontal. The azimuth, the Earth, the headings in north, south, east, and west, those are all flat and horizontal. I can also show people the surveys of the Earth that they take, which are all flat and horizontal. I can ask surveyors, do you measure curve or do you measure flat? And they say they measure flat. There's a lot of ways to prove this. But, if you want to have your own firsthand experience, then by all means, I think everyone should do this. This is why Jedi asked you earlier, do you have any of your own observations? It's really important. You need to know this for yourself. You need to have looked at the Earth over a large distance to see if that sucker's curving in between. So you don't have to have a laser, but there are ways to prove it.
So I have looked. I have definitely went really to places that I can look. I promise you I did, but I haven't never measured it.
Well, that's fair. I mean, these are things that people do for themselves, to create a catalog or just some type of evidence. Like I know that Jedi's seen Calais from Dover. I mean, I think he's had several observations. So, these are things that people can do practically. You can just tell them, hey, go to Dover and see if you can see France. And they'll be like, well, shit, I guess I can. What happened to the Earth curve? I mean, some of this stuff is really simple.
That's what's funny. If it's so simple, why is it so hard to convince people?
Because they are buried within a strong delusion, my friend. They have been programmed, and you have to give the devil his due. I tell people this all the time. Don't take credit from people who deceive you. If they found a way to fraudulently, get you to believe something that is beyond what you already experience without hardly any evidence other than pictures or some hearsay, then either we're stupid or he's cunning, or it's a little bit of both, right? So people are very deluded. They're very deceived. They're very well programmed. They didn't do all those experiments on the strangers that they picked up off the street for nothing. They know how to program human beings. It's kind of freaky.
Mm-hmm.
Should we take down the government?
Good luck. People are terrified of the government. They're shaking in their boots. The government has gotten them to do all kinds of things without hardly any force at all. They only have to make an example out of a handful. They use a little bit of force here, a little bit of propaganda over here, a little emotional manipulation over here. And then people will do basically whatever they want them to just by the power of suggestion or, propaganda, fear.
So all we can do is just talk about it?
Oh, no, there's more that people can do. I just think that the masses overall are unwilling. They're scared to do anything.
Is it because they don't believe in the flat earth theory?
No, it's just because they're terrified of punishment. They're pretty good slaves. Are you a pretty good slave? Are you terrified of punishment by the government if you don't fall in line?
I'm a pretty good slave. I do all right.
See? So they don't have to do much.
Crazy.
Nah, I'm a terrible slave. But yeah, I hear you, brother. People are scared.
I think right now the thing that people are most afraid of is not having money. I think if they're very worried about not having money, they will work harder and harder and harder. And the government will make their money worth less and less and less and increase the price on pretty much everything. They'll create all kinds of false flag narratives as to why all of a sudden the gas is more expensive. And people just kind of grumble, but they don't do shit about it. And they go back to the pump and they fill up their truck because they got to get to work tomorrow. to make more money, which ultimately will be stolen from them from all of these corporations. I think they're geniuses. I think they're brilliant. They've done a fantastic job with this fear campaign. Now, the evidence that this is true, that just a little bit of suggestion goes a long ways. Well, I shouldn't say just a little bit of suggestion. They've put a good amount of effort into this globe campaign. It's been 500 years that they've been trying to install this, and now I think their patience has paid off. People experience a flat and stationary enclosed Earth every day of their life, and they are fully convinced of the opposite to be true.
That is pretty funny.
Yeah, it's kind of a funny boo-hoo type of thing. Not so much funny ha-ha. But, it is what it is. The government itself measures and treats the Earth as flat and stationary, and they publish it, right? So if they're publishing it, but they're telling you something else with all the rest of the propaganda, how do you know which one is correct? Well, you're going to have to measure the Earth. There's no way around it.
Figure it out, eh?
First-hand knowledge is one of the most valuable things.
So how deep does the flat Earth theory go?
What do you mean?
Do you guys not believe anything NASA says?
No, I believe them when they tell us that gas pressure requires a container.
I believe something's necessary.
Wait, does gas pressure require a container?
No.
Yes, it does. It's required because of the nature of, the laws of nature, right? So entropy. High pressure seeks out low pressure. High energy goes towards the low energy to create equilibrium. So anytime that you have a high pressure system adjacent to a low pressure system, the high pressure or the high energy will move towards the low pressure to equalize. Now, if the Earth is a pressurized system and it is adjacent to an extremely low pressure system called the vacuum of outer space, then all that high pressure is going to move towards the low pressure to create equilibrium. In this case, equilibrium would be 10 to the negative 17 torr, and that would be on the very surface of the Earth, meaning there would be no oceans, basically no life on the surface of the Earth, because gas pressure would never be achieved, and there would be no liquid states.
So is NASA saying the opposite?
No, they say that gas pressure requires a container. They even give us the definition for gas pressure. The problem is that out of the other side of their mouth, they're saying that they're leaving a high pressure system and going to an extremely low pressure system with no physical barrier in between and no mechanical reason as to why this is occurring.
Are you saying we live in a container?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Pressurized container, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's a dynamic system. There are zones of high pressure and low pressure that continue to move around the surface of the Earth, mostly because we have, a heat source, and that heat source does two things. It heats up the Earth, and it also cools the Earth. People don't realize that during the processes of like evaporation, which I think is one of the coldest, if not the coldest process known to man, or at least it creates the coldest conditions. The sun is doing both of those things. So you'll have these zones that continuously move of cold and hot air, and it's just kind of like a spoon that keeps stirring up, and that's why you'll have all these weather systems and stuff. But you can't achieve this in an open system.
You can't achieve that in like an open system. It has to be an enclosed system. That's how you get all that electromagnetic activity, lightning, rain. That's the only thing that makes sense.
Yep.
You're right. You're actually right. They expect you not to think critically.
I would say that they are pretty they're pretty right on with their assumptions that people won't look any closer. For some reason, when we're young and we're told things, we don't question it too much because we're young and stupid, and we know that either the teacher or mom and dad or whoever knows better than we do, and they've all figured it out, so we don't have to ask because they've got it all sorted. Meanwhile, your everyday experience a lot of times will betray whatever it is they told you. Not always, but a good amount of the time.
So that's the whole sphere lie. It's not a sphere. It's more like an enclosed flat plane.
That's what it appears to be.
Yeah, it's an enclosed flat plane. But it can appear as a sphere because it has some type of dome around it. Interesting. Very interesting.
Well, the heavens present themselves in a way that they could be modeled as a sphere. So they turn the sky and its conception of a sphere into the Earth sphere. Not a bad way to do it.
So in this case, the stars would be enclosed in the system as well.
That's a more difficult question. I'm not sure I can answer that. I certainly do not know what the stars are or what they're comprised of. I mean, we have lights in the sky that have different shapes, sizes, and behaviors, right? But what they are and where exactly they are, I have no idea. They're very interesting. Let's put it that way.
Bro, what if we're in some type of experiment, bro?
Experiment in regards to what?
I don't know, because like I'm talking about enclosed systems, like why would we be in an enclosed system?
Well, it's just the environment that was. Let's put it this way: whoever created this place, they created it this way on purpose.
So you think it was an entity? An entity created this place?
Yeah, I believe that a singular intelligence created this realm.
It only makes sense.
Why does it have to be a singular intelligence?
It makes sense to me, right? Now, it could be something different, but, then we're going to have to talk about evidence for that. But that's a different topic, not necessarily the topic of this room.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, no, I generally just kind of bridging the gap between the two servers. So you're are you a flat earther or?
I believe in reality, so I believe in the globe model of things. You know, it's just I have questions about the flat Earth stuff, right? So like only flat earthers would know because it's their I would say field of expertise, right?
Yeah, we definitely studied the Earth quite a bit.
Yeah. So like yesterday, someone said of flat Earth community type. I don't know if you know them. I'm pretty sure not, but it is what it is. They were saying that the Earth was the center of the universe. Do you agree with him in that statement?
I couldn't tell you that, to be honest, for my own personal standing. It could be, but I wouldn't know how to make a sentence behind that.
All right. And here's another question that I never had answered yesterday during my live, because it was kind of like the second half of it, but we never got around to that part. Like, how does an eclipse work? If the Earth was flat, how would eclipses occur if they're both orbiting around our little disk of a planet?
Yeah, no. That's a good question. Does anybody on the panel have an answer for how do eclipse work?
Anyone else in the comment section, between you and the live, if you have some knowledge that I'm seeking, because I'm just trying to get things straight, because flat earthers tell me these things, but they never agree with one another on like, okay, I agree with so and so that this happens on flat Earth because it's flat.
Yeah, no, a lot of the things like in the sky, right? We're not sure of, right? So like, how far away the sun and moon are, how the sun and moon, work, right? Over, are the plane, right? Where do they go, etc. Like, not sure about those things, and to make.
Let me bring up the next guest real quick. Maybe they're the answers we need. Maybe they're not. I don't know.
Well, I can chime in here if you don't mind.
All right, Scott, welcome to the panel. How are you doing today?
Hold on, one sec. Can we get my buddy to chime in?
Yeah.
Yeah, Scott's talking.
Yeah, go for it, Yoder.
Yeah, hi. So the eclipse question is something that's quite perplexing because one of the things I looked into when I was new was eclipses. And I ran into disagreement among globe proponents on how eclipses work under the globe, which I found kind of shocking. You might know what I'm referencing.
I'm just following along right now. So
okay.
I wait for you to explain more.
Okay, so there are two general kinds of eclipses, right? You have the solar eclipse and the lunar eclipse. There are problems with both of these on the globe, I found out. The problem with
solar... I'm going to bring up our next guest. I just requested up. But he's been here before, though. Welcome, Charlie.
What's happening?
Charlie?
I don't know. He's got a panel. Were you done explaining yourself, Yoder? Sorry.
Yeah, I was in the middle of discussing issues with eclipses from a globe's perspective.
Yeah, go on with the issues. I just want to welcome in Charlie real fast.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. I apologize. This is kind of new for me. We're using Neil's phone as an intermediary, so it's we're having to bridge all kinds of platforms.
Hi, Charlie. Shut up, you fucking retards.
All right, hold on. Let me mute that guy. All right, thanks.
I have a question for the flat earthers.
Let me mute that guy too.
Yeah.
Hold on.
We're in the middle of a chat here. Yeah, so Bork, can you please go on mute? So the issue with eclipses on a globe, when it comes to solar eclipses, is if you see a sunrise or sunset solar eclipse, you have to understand that this is happening during what's called the peak new moon phase of the moon. That's right. Anytime there's a solar eclipse, it only happens during the peak new moon phase of the lunar cycle. So this means that you cannot see any of the moon's surface illuminated by the sun. The problem with this is if you have the globe, and the moon and the sun in what's called syzygy. They're in perfect alignment. A person who's observing this eclipse on the Earth is going to be watching either a sunrise or sunset on the horizon. And if you were to try and draw the syzygy alignment between the Earth, moon, and sun for sunrises and sunset eclipses, you're not going to have perfect syzygy with the solar system. The geometry breaks down. Then if we head over to the lunar eclipse side of things, lunar eclipses are when the Earth is said to get in between the moon on one side and the sun on the other. These only happen during the full moon phase of the lunar cycle. The problem with this is there's what's called a selenelian lunar eclipse. This occurs when generally during moonrise and moonset, the moon and the sun are both above the horizon, above the observer's head. However, the moon is fully eclipsed, as if the Earth is in the way, but it clearly, obviously isn't. What's even more destructive is that you can watch the apparent shadow of something sweep across the moon from the top down, even though the sun is coming from the horizon up or going down on the horizon. So the direction is backwards, the shadow is backwards, and there's obviously nothing in between the sun and the moon to cause the eclipse. So these are general issues, questions we have. In fact, NASA calls this the impossible eclipse because the geometry, just like the sunrise and sunset solar eclipse, the geometry is impossible with the heliocentric globe model. So people come in here asking about eclipses on a flat Earth. Nobody really understands eclipses in the heliocentric globe model. So for us to come up with a model is doubly impossible and also not necessary.
Why isn't there any papers published in like the Grand Halls of Science Knowledge of any experiment conducted saying we use a flat Earth model?
Well, there are papers actually that say exactly that. I'll tell you where you can find these papers. It's on NASA's website. Dr. Fred Espenak led NASA's research team on eclipses, and he cataloged eclipse phases, and he built a model to project eclipse predictions out into the future. And you know what he said in his book and his publications, his papers? He used the Chaldean Saros cycle of eclipses to create the model. The Chaldeans were a civilization 3,000 to 5,000 years ago, and they were flat earthers.
Okay, hold up. Let me bring in this next guest and let them say something about it. Then I got a question for you after. Welcome, Staxon. How you doing today?
Good. How's it going, bud?
I'm doing fine. Let me guys. Are you on the flat Earth side of things, or are you on the globe Earth side of things?
No, I'm on the globe side.
All right. Yeah. How long have you been listening in on our conversation so far?
About 7-8 minutes. But what caught my attention was your model picture that you have on your background. Is that what what you assume a flat Earth model would look like, or something like that?
For me, it's just a guess because I believe in the globe as well. So this is just me asking flat earthers explain where it is in the universe. Then I ask about eclipses, and then they're giving me their 2 cents about eclipses, but not really how it works on a flat Earth.
Okay, well,
the definition of different types of eclipses so far, but nothing concrete. Like, okay, this is how it works on a flat Earth, the eclipse.
Well, to debunk that model right there, and any flat Earth model where the moon is floating above a flat surface can easily be debunked by just mentioning the fact that only one side of the moon is visible. No other side of the moon has been seen from Earth. The only other visual of the moon is when it's seen from Australia, and all they see is a lower portion of the same side because of the tidal lock. So if the moon actually floats
you guys are broke.
like that,
I guess this is TikTok brain in action, huh?
What was that?
Oh, I said, I guess this is TikTok brain in action, huh?
Old House, we have to be very organized about this. We're like going through Neil's phone out to TikTok.
Yeah, I get it. The picture is. Just let me address your guys's, because you said it too, first guy. You somehow think that flat Earth equates to disk in space. That's how you referred to it. And now this other guy on TikTok also seems to think that flat Earth equates to disk in space. You completely blanked on the whole discussion about the eclipses, which you brought up.
They have a picture prompt that's like, it's kind of pretty fallacious.
No, I get it. But they're both hung up on disk in space.
What's an accurate flat Earth model that you can share with me so I can use that from now on?
No, what did you? No, dude. Well, just go outside. If you can put, just go outside. No, what did you get from the whole eclipse? Yeah, what did you get from the whole eclipse discussion?
Well, I mean, the eclipse discussion, you're saying go outside. We don't have an eclipse every day.
Chocolate.
But
oh my goodness.
But every day somebody in the world would see the moon.
I need milk for these.
And the moon moves around. And
no, I was talking to the other guy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
And you're wrong about... You're right about all of humanity only seeing, quote unquote, one face of the moon. I don't know how that helps the idea that the Earth is a ball in space.
Like, you look at the it's like this. I'll put this out there. The ISS has some live
You guys are all over the place.
Sometimes they play with water, right? And what happens to that water when they release it from its little container? What shape does it turn into?
Wait, that's your evidence of a...
Are you talking about on the vomit comets, like little blobs?
To zero gravity.
Yeah. ISS has air pressure.
Hey, can I ask a question too?
Do the same thing in a vacuum, and it doesn't have any shape.
Wait, you guys seem to be getting like really, really aggressive. Can I ask like a question?
No.
Yeah, like I'm a glober, bro.
Pete, no.
Because flat Earth by itself is just a belief, and no facts about it has been proven throughout all of human existence of science research of anything. So a general observation of your basic surroundings and stuff, and that's pretty much it. Nothing on a bigger scale than that.
Cool.
You really blanked on the original discussion. I don't know how you can make these grand proclamations every 10 seconds. You're like, hey, welcome, Charlie. Hey, Gus. So, Gus, I mean, you're... What?
Well, let's stick to the topic now. Then let's stick to a topic. And what would you like to discuss, the Recon? What would you like to learn from us flat earthers?
And saying how would an eclipse occur on a flat Earth? If you guys already said that the sun sets and rises. So that's already put out there from other flat Earth beliefs that it just goes away further and then eventually dissipates somewhere in the horizon. And other flat earthers say they do.
Dude, now you've got eclipses and sunsets crossed. I mean, you guys are lost.
No, you guys brought up the sunsets and sunrises in your explanations about the eclipses earlier. So I'm just using what you told me.
It was part of the explanation.
Using that part right back at you. You believe in that, so you believe it goes down. Where does it go when it goes down?
He was bringing up issues of eclipses within the globe model.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean there's a flat Earth model where eclipses work, is there?
Well, I don't think that there's a globe Earth model where eclipses work either.
And I don't think there's a flat Earth model because flat Earthers can't agree on a single model to use as their flat Earth. Like this is our model. This is how we base all of our research on flat Earth stuff on this very model right here.
Brother, what flat Earth model has anybody here presented you with?
Nothing. Just go outside. That's it.
So reality is what we're basing everything on. So you want to use a straw man model that somebody else gave you, and you're going to use that in here? Why?
What do you mean straw man model? Like the globe? The model that has been researched and proven time and time again for the last 2,600 years?
Okay, can you post it? Can you show me where I can find this globe Earth model, please?
You do anything, like your local library. You go there, look at there's books about it, and like the
No, I want the model. I want the model. I don't want to hear stories about something. I want to see the model. Where is it?
Well, it's like flat Earth just tell me. And I'll tell you this, just to be a little right back at the flat Earth community. Look it up. It's not that hard.
Hold on a second. So
they have models.
I'm not actually giving you a model. I'm not proposing a model. You are, but you don't have one to show me. See the difference?
Like, what makes the Earth so special to be flat, but all the other shapes of the planets are spherical?
Now you're jumping to a different topic. That's totally non sequitur. We're talking about models, I thought.
And I'm the host of this live, so I can talk about whatever I want. I feel like that should be my right. It shouldn't be.
Oh, yeah, well, you're in my Discord server, so I'm going to ask you if you say that there's a globe Earth model. I want to see it.
Now your server that I'm not a part of? God damn.
All right. I'll come in. So let's stick to one topic. But if you want to go to that topic and not address the other one, that's fine. But just say that you're going away from it.
And I said, like, want a globe model, go to the NASA website. That's for one. Or just go to Google Earth.
But what does that mean? What does that mean, though? Like, you go to Google Earth, right?
It shows you a globe of the globe Earth, and it'll show you a flat plane.
Okay, no worries. So we have a globe Earth model as far as Google Earth is concerned. Now, when I do an elevation profile on Google Earth, it shows me that the Earth is flat. Why is that?
Can you repeat that again?
When I do an elevation profile on Google Earth, why is it showing me a flat Earth instead of a globe?
It's what you put in it. It's like a calculator. It gives out what you put in it. If you want this, you'll show you that. That's exactly what you put into it. So.
Right. So if I measure between distances,
it'd be all good for you then. That's how you gotta work too. Like, get out what you put in it.
Okay, so if I put in, I want to know what the elevation profile is between these 2 points, and it shows me a flat profile, elevation profile, above sea level or below sea level. It's showing me a flat Earth, but you say this is a globe model? Why is the globe model flat?
But why is the globe model the one accepted compared to the flat Earth model? That's my
we're not talking about acceptance. I'm asking you a question about why it's showing me the Earth being flat, measurably so.
I told you to come on TikTok so we can have this, kind of face-to-face-ish, but like.
Okay, well, like I'm on the TikTok, so like, what are you trying to show? Like, what are you?
Yeah, you're on the TikTok. That's you, but like, the other guy's not.
Yeah, but
that's not the other guy.
But what would him being on the TikTok be beneficial than to him not being?
Well, I can hear him a little bit better because I can hear you clear as day, Neil, but it's kind of muffled when he talks. To be honest, that's one. Just like the first one that comes to my head.
So it had nothing to do with the actual conversation.
No, just like hear it better and stuff. It's like hear it more properly. I can hear you clear, like I said, but him, he's got muffled a little bit. But I guess because on a Discord thing, it's like through Discord, through you, and then to TikTok, and it's like, geez. So I don't know.
Okay, so it wasn't the minutia in the conversation. All right, I guess so.
Yeah, that's how the conversation. I wonder. I keep going.
So like with this model, right? Like you're saying that it's a model, but when we put in the elevation angles, it shows a flat plane, and then you're just saying that the model
show me
is.
The model, then show me the model, please. For the love of God, that's all
I'm asking you.
Back months ago, last year. God.
Yeah, no, I'm asking you for your model, and you haven't provided me with one either. So I guess we're on the same footing since there's no globe Earth model.
I'm asking you for models and stuff. It's all lines.
Yeah, we don't have one. We literally we don't have a model. We don't have a model. Well, we don't have like an actual one we can like insert points like sun this distance, sun do this, moon do this. Like no, we don't have that because like it's pretty fallacious in my opinion to state how far away the sun is, what the sun is, if we don't even know what
miles away from Earth. That's where the farthest sun is. 93.
Okay.
Probably point something.
Then that's
miles away from Earth.
That's your claim. I'm saying
the moon
that
is like probably like 250,000 miles away from the surface of the Earth.
Sure, no problem. Yeah. That's just your claim, right? I'm gonna say that that's wrong. I'm gonna say that that's wrong. I disagree, and now it's up to you to prove that.
You can't just say no. You don't know, and just like walk around.
Sure, we can. We did. We did.
Okay, I'm gonna say no.
Hold on, Neil, just a second. We can say that. We can say that, and I'll tell you why. Because you don't have any evidence for the claim, so we can dismiss the claim because you have no evidence or measurements of it.
Okay, I'll bring up the next guest real quick. because they just requested it up in the box.
Sure. And after we'll go over those evidences.
Yeah, welcome, Fluffy. How you doing today?
I'm doing good, man. You?
I'm doing well. You know, are you on the flat Earth side or on the globe Earth side?
I'm on the globe side, but I'm open to the interpretation of the flat Earth.
All right, welcome to the live.
Welcome, Fluffy.
All right, back to the conversation, Neil.
Cool. So, so your claim is the sun is 93 million miles, or 96, whatever it is, and 93, and I'm asking you to validate that claim with evidence.
You can look at any research study done and published by any of the scientific groups that did the distance for that, to know how far the sun is from us.
Sure, no problem.
And how little sunlight we get in the grand scheme of the sun shining. It's a small percentage, but that's enough to sustain a lot of life on this planet at the same time.
Yeah. I understand. I understand the point of the sun, right? But could you give us the actual minutia instead of just saying scientists did it, or if you know it? I'm not sure. Do you know what the scientists did, or are you just saying you go look it up yourself?
Yeah, a lot of math. They did a lot of effing math.
Well, do you know any of what they did?
Not off the top of my head for that, because it made my head hurt, to be honest. But,
Well, I mean, that would be a pretty important...
I read the reports, I read the articles, and I accepted the scientists, because it was a few scientists that, because what you do, you see evidence, you want more evidence, right? So I kept on looking for evidence until I was satisfied. At least 5 different scientist groups, away. Then I was like, okay, I believe this is the actual distance. I thought it was this, but my bad, it's this.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but I think there's a flaw in your research, right? So you're saying you've gotten the evidence, right? And then you're like, I want more evidence. So you saw 5 different scientists release some papers, and that they all
5 different articles,
and all 5 scientists agreed that on the same thing, that's 93 million miles away. Okay, so you should be happy at that. You're like, oh, they agree. You're like, okay, but why do they agree? Right, that should be your next question.
And that's in the article.
Okay, but you should. But I know, but you should.
Different experiments led to the same outcomes.
Yeah, but you should know.
Different experiments lead to the same outcome. It's generally consensus that it is this.
I know, but you're just saying they did different experiments, right? I want to know specifically. No, we're not talking about flat. We're talking about your claim of the sun 93 million miles away, right?
Evidence again.
No, I just want the actual evidence. I don't want you to say they did an experiment. I'm like, okay, what is the experiment that they did, and can you give it to me so we can go over it, intellectually?
Like I said, not off the top of my head, because I don't just read and remember every little thing I read. But at least I read it, so I have a general gist about it, that this is factual.
Well,
and the sun is 93 million miles away from the Earth.
Well, you're doing a bad job at explaining it.
And Mercury and Mars. The sun's a little bit closer on those planets.
Yeah, but you're doing a bad job at explaining it to somebody who wants to know the evidence. I'm a flat earther, right? I want the evidence that's the globe, right? And if you give me the evidence that it's a globe, I will go to the globe side. But you're not giving me the actual experiment. You're just saying they did an experiment and that's good enough for me. You can go look it up. No, I want to look it up. I want you to have the information right now so we can look at it.
How is that different from when I talk to flat earthers asking for evidence from flat earthers, and eventually they tell me to look it up, do your research?
I'm not those flat earthers, bro. I'm not those flat earthers. If you ask for evidence, if you asked me for evidence on the claim, I would be happy to go through it with you on the spot immediately, giving you articles, facts, Google, whatever you want, right? But what you're saying is you can't do that. You're just saying, I have an explanation, but I don't want to give it to you because I read it, I don't remember. So,
Like this, Artemis 2 recently took flight, and they recently sent photos back.
Non sequitur.
And I know now, without a shadow of a doubt, that the Earth is still a globe.
No, but that's non sequitur to the 96 million or 93 million miles away claim that you've made, and that we're trying to go over so you can prove, right? So instead of you proving it, you just went to another topic instead of actually going down the rabbit hole of the measurements, of the calculations, right? So that's what our flat earth side in the 24/7 Discord, right? We actually go over those claims.
24/7.
Yeah, we don't just like brush over them and switch topics and be like, oh, Artemis, oh, this. We actually look at the claims and dissect them with a fine-tooth comb, right, to go over them and find like the inaccuracies.
How fine the tooth? Besides just going outside and making a general observation, the surrounding area is flat, so the Earth must be flat. Besides that, what fine-tooth comb do you use?
Well, we're asking you for the information about how they measure 93 million miles away the sun, and you're not giving anything. You're literally giving nothing.
Hold up, Neil.
I can jump in on that.
Fluffy, you could jump in if you.
Yeah, well, I've just looked at that, and they can use geometry to measure it.
Okay, yeah, I'm down for your information, your knowledge. So if you want to teach me, I'm all ears.
Well, you were just saying look it up, so I have looked it up.
Cool. And what do they do exactly?
So as I see it, I'm not going to read the whole thing because it is quite lengthy. But it's essentially using geometry and observing the moon's phases to understand it, because as we know, math works because it works. We can all agree on that, can't we? Math works.
Yeah.
Math works because it works.
Yeah, well, it does.
In which context? Yeah, sure, I agree, but in what context exactly? There's multiple different contexts you can use math in, right?
1 + 1 is 2. We know it works because when we do it, it works.
Sure, I can say 1 + 1 is 2, right? So we'll go with that, and I'll let you continue your conversation.
Okay, but let's say 40 feet plus 10 feet is what?
50 feet.
There you go. And for me, that's 50 feet as well. That's why I say we know it works.
Sure, I 100% agree with you, but wouldn't somebody have to physically measure that in reality in order, if they were like, say, building or wanted to measure something, someone would have to go on foot and like get whatever they use, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, all right, continue. Yeah.
So, so I want to say that this is the first way they used to measure it, which was 280 BC. So they can give rough positioning without, and this is just mathematics rather than scientific technology or anything further away. Where are we? Essentially, the first figure they got was a gross estimate because they couldn't accurately predict, or they did it at 87 degrees as opposed to what it actually is, which is 89.85 degrees. How do we find distance to the sun? There it is.
Yeah, no, take your time. I mean, I'm learning it too, also. So
this is the sun measure. Here we go. So yeah, 93 million miles. Okay, so the answer is they use several different things to work it out. Currently, anyway. Through a combination of geometric triangulation or parallax, measuring the transit of Venus across the Sun, and modern radar, which bounces signals off planet to calculate distance within our solar system.
Wait, they're bouncing off a signal? Who?
Yeah. NASA and other people who do the...
So with what tool are they bouncing a signal off the sun?
No, they can tell how far different things are away because they bounce signals off planets to where is it? So they know how far Venus is away, for example, because they can bounce a radar off it, but then they can also work out how far away that is from the sun on geometric triangulation.
Huh. That's interesting. I didn't know they can send signals 96 million or 93 million miles away.
You have to account for the atmosphere.
Bouncing it off things like Venus and.
Oh god. All you have to do is figure out the atmospheric distortion and integrate it.
Okay, yeah. So they bounce something off, and I just want to know what the globe, like what Google is saying that they do. So if you can finish your sentence, that'd be great.
Yeah, what Google, like what the piece of machinery is they using?
Yeah.
I will have a look.
Because that's cool. I mean, I want to buy one of those. That'd be cool. I don't know.
There's atmospheric radiation codes, transfer codes are on Wikipedia that even show you how to work through Earth's atmospheric layers and keep a coherent signal. Everybody uses them. They're protocols. So much for saying you can't like see through things far away.
Yeah, no, I'm learning about these apparatuses right now as we speak. I'm sure a lot of people in the chat know about these already, but
this is ancient and proven, and then there's way more complicated ways to do it further now, with things like the Rome telescope, etc., way out in space. Use algorithms to decode the atmospheric conjunctions and refraction ratios. Any of you actually ever look into why it would be flattened when it shouldn't? Anybody ever came up with a clever answer for why it's flat? All right, nobody.
So I'm not sure
that really are going to write the future because they just are better at analyzing the reality of it.
No, the answer to that question is no. Flat Earthers don't use models, and they have no origin story for the flat Earth.
How convenient.
You guys really do like comic books. Yeah, when you're asking for why it's flat, Newt, you're looking at it. You're the one claiming this.
I need an answer. I don't need you trying to critique my inquiry.
It's a bad question.
Person does that? There's no bad questions.
It's a bad question.
A lack of answers always.
Well, you're asking for someone to have an omniscient point of view. Why the Earth is the way it is.
On it, and you can be honest. It's a yes or no. Did you ever even work on it?
No, I don't work on things that are unknown.
Well, when a person claims something is as big as like a flattened Earth, but they never want to investigate why, that tells me something about it.
Yeah, just because the Earth is flat doesn't mean we have an origin story for the existence of Earth. Sorry.
The beauty
you guys
is
are greedy.
That are
you guys are greedy little ghouls.
Well, you're acting as if you have something to offer. Why would I? No, you don't.
Yeah, you're agnostic about whether or not we
you're the one asking questions of me that require omniscience.
Comes out the other side of a void, since you claim that's what's at the center of your beliefs. I want to see what comes out of the void, bro.
Oh, now you're going to melt down.
I'm going to laugh with my joke I just told you.
I'd love to.
You don't sound like you're laughing.
I am.
Very non-conceptual question that could be really interesting.
Yeah, I'll definitely put you in one of the.
There's even logic.
I do a bunch of like astrophotography, and I have to compensate with like a little motor for like the tilt of the Earth to be able to get things sharp. And I really wonder how you justify that if that rotation isn't there.
We have total audio chaos at the moment.
That would be your boy Neil.
Yeah, I get it.
The beauty of voids is there's logic that surrounds void logic. You could even decipher what's on others. There's logic in physics for voids. People want to pretend like there's something there, but it's not. You just got to feel around the edge, and then you can figure out the topology. Just got to give it enough time.
I'd love to restate my question if I can.
We're waiting.
Go for it, Pete.
So, I do a bunch of astrophotography. I'll keep it short. I've done a lot of pictures of the Milky Way. One of the things I have to do to get these like 5-hour-long exposures is put it on a little motor, compensate for like the rotation of the Earth, you know? And I really wonder how you just...
Yeah, dude, you're compensating for the rotation of the stars. That's what your camera's doing.
No, because I'm not going.
Yeah, Pete, you lock onto the star, and then you compensate for its motion.
Okay, then like
Goodness gracious,
how does it work that the stars are like rotating in a circular pattern, which I've taken many pictures.
Well, how does it work that the Earth is rotating in a circular pattern? I mean, dude.
I mean, if you can't answer the question, you have to ridicule your like.
Well, once again, you're asking you're asking for an omniscient point of view. How are the stars moving?
Just say you don't know. You don't have to know everything. Just
isn't that what I'm doing? No one knows.
No, you're attacking me for being like you expect me to be omniscient. Just talk about yourself, bro. Say, hey,
no, dude, you're asking a question into the void. You just got to feel around.
You don't know, bro. Like, absolutely don't know, clearly. Like, no other model that you guys have proposed, like,
and you know, bro. I get it.
No. The question again and again you ask. I don't know, bro. I'm here for interest. I think it's super interesting.
Yeah, mysteries abound.
But, like, that is something I'm saying is, hey, I've demonstrably done this in my real life. How would you explain that if it's not a globe? That's the question I'm asking. Do you have an answer?
We literally just said we don't know.
Okay, so the answer is no, you don't. Okay, cool.
Anyone that would have an answer, it would be blowing smoke up your ass.
Yeah. So I think the admittance is that. So that's why you keep attacking the other person, because you're like, hey, I don't have an explanation.
So why can you still? Why
do you don't believe yours? Right? Is that it?
Yeah, you're brainwashed. I get it.
This is why you're brainwashed. Other people and like commonly accepted knowledge, we have none.
Dude,
of your own.
Your problem is that you're brainwashed. When you set your camera to compensate. Listen,
personal attacks for
no, dude. I'm explaining to you. I'm explaining where your point of view is coming from.
Go ahead.
You just a babble mouth. You automatically. When you're adjusting your camera to adjust for the star's rotation over your 5-hour exposures,
go ahead. Yeah.
You're already assuming that's because the Earth is spinning. That's your problem, not mine.
Yeah, but that's what I'm asking. Do you have an?
You and I see the same. You and I see the same world around us.
That's okay, but I'm asking for an alternative explanation. Do you have one?
Well, the stars are moving.
Okay, so your model is, hey, we have a flat static.
What you and I both see. What you and I both see are the stars moving. You're the one with the story.
Kind of semantics, but like that's what I'm asking. I have an explanation that works for me. That seems
what's your explanation? That the Earth is spinning. Do you have any evidence?
You have this alternative belief system.
Yeah, but you have a circular reasoning. All you have is circular reasoning, dude.
Okay, then break the circle. Explain it to me.
That's up to you.
Okay.
You're digging in. Listen, you're digging in. I've got an explanation. You've got a force field up. That's not up to me.
I'm consistently asking you for like, hey, do you have an alternative?
Well, you're going to have to accept that not all. Wouldn't it be a coincidence that humans have been evolving 300 trillion years in your worldview? And now we're living in the day and age where everything was figured out. All mysteries are gone. Shake yourself.
What?
Okay.
So you're doing reductionism and subtraction.
Global community, this building up of knowledge, this rigorous testing, like that's all just false. Okay.
Yeah, indoctrination.
For what purpose?
It's a true indoctrination.
For that.
Correct.
why men would spend all this time and money. You have no answer.
Now you're appealing to your own personal incredulity. No
I would wait for an answer from you, but I know you have none. I have one though, very extensive one, and it includes people like you.
Have you ever asked a liar why they lied?
Yeah, just to see what stupid shit they'll say all the time.
Okay, then why are you asking me what stupid shit they would say?
Because I want to see what the fuck happens, obviously.
Well, that's what happens.
I have a question, bro. I have a question.
Yeah.
This idea of this like a rigorous conspiracy, right? There's like millions of people onto it. Scientists are lying, pilots are lying, flight paths are wrong, all this stuff, right?
No, pilots are treating the Earth as stationary. Listen, pilots are treating the Earth as stationary when they fly.
I'm about to ask my question.
They use laser gyroscopes for this reason. Yeah.
You guys are just gish
They compensate with triangulation. That's why GPS works. Like it's.
Right, can we stick to one topic, bro? Where you're throwing everything at the wall and then expecting us to defend it all. So pick one.
Yeah, fair. Again, I'm picking my astrophotography. That's my specialization. Whereas I still haven't really heard any attacking of my knowledge, attacking of our view.
Do you accept? Do you accept? Because when you first introduced your astral photography and your tripod and how you had to set a motor up to keep up with the star, do you now accept that you've just assumed that's because the Earth is spinning?
Yeah, and I'm asking you.
Okay, then get off your high horse.
I'm asking you for alternative explanations, bro. I'm super interested.
The alternate explanation is the stars are in motion.
I'm very aware that I'm very lacking in a whole bunch of knowledge in my life, bro. That's why I'm asking the specialists. That's what you guys do, right?
But did you hear my answer?
That like the stars were moving. I think we can both.
Yeah, is that not what you and I both witness every night?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, there you go. You explained it yourself.
Yeah, but they literally do the Milky Way. If I'm following it, I've made these let me explain, bro. I've made these like stabilized images, and the Milky Way literally dips underneath the horizon. So I'm asking, like, hey, what's your model for that happening in a 3D space on a flat plane? Like, where's the edge? It has to dip underneath somewhere. Like, I'm asking, bro.
So you want a model of the entirety of the world that we live in, our existence?
I'm not asking that. Like, I'm asking, like, hey, how does that make sense? I'm not asking for a whole unified model. I'm not asking you to explain everything. I'm saying, like, hey, this is something I do in real life that I've seen. That I can demonstrably show in a whole archive of images I have.
They'll exist to the end of time. Like on their debt, like at the very end of the
universe. Yeah, but Newt, that's not helping. Like, I'm actually trying to have a conversation here, not mutually.
Is it occurring? And how long have you been trying? So why don't you try something else?
I'm trying, bro. Like,
you could try not to try because you realize the futility in it.
Yeah, I know, but I think it's very interesting. Like, hey,
when nothing comes out, I poke the sanity for fruits. I don't know what you're doing besides babbling.
I can even
a lot of stuff from this. He's conceded,
and you can talk about the.
He's conceded that he's working from assumptions.
I've not really conceded anything. I'm just trying to
you did.
That means taking people at their word and like trying to build a conversation. I'm asking you. You still haven't given me any.
I mean, you literally said you assume a ball in the first place before you do anything.
Knocking on a door, not the heavenly door right now.
Yeah, I'm still trying, bro. I think it's really interesting to see somebody avoid any kind of conversation.
You're like, break me out of this. You're like, break me out of this. Break me out of this. You broke yourself out of this, and then you ran back in.
Yeah, dude, it's
crazy.
Like, I'm willing to be open-minded.
I must say, the thing that you guys do with like mixing spirituality into like flat earth, but never
who's done that? The fuck
is really satanic.
Who's done that? Mixing spirituality into flat earth?
Nah, I got you niggas. I got you cats numbered now. Like, I know exactly
fucking religious shit. Like, I want to keep on the camera.
Are you okay?
Contain your atheist derangement syndrome.
What I laugh at is it's this simple-minded. I thought it was something.
So you're just monologuing about nothing that anyone said in this conversation. I got it.
You're provided all.
Yeah, you're complaining. Too bad. You're complaining about the simplicity of the whole thing. The guy solved the Rubik's cube himself simply, and now you're trying to do what you do.
I have a question.
Okay, good.
I have a question.
I'll concede mine.
I've always wondered this. I've never gotten a good answer from a flat earther about this one. If space isn't real, then what the heck are impact craters? Like
impact crater? Is that a crater that hits the Earth?
Impact crater. Where did the object that hit us come from if space is not real?
And you've witnessed a crater hit the Earth.
I'm talking about objects that have hit the Earth that were traveling at a velocity sufficient enough to create a crater.
Okay, and where has this happened? Where has this been documented and happened?
That's what. Where have impact craters been documented?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
I'm asking. Yeah, I'm asking you. It's just a simple question. What the heck? Why are you freaking out? Like what? Has anyone ever asked you that question?
Big conspiracy theory, bro.
Has anyone never asked you that question? I'm just like, a curious person. Like, what the heck?
There's one in Russia.
Are you incredulous about them? About impact craters?
I'm literally asking a simple question. Can you provide me the evidence? Like, geez.
You guys all do this, right? Where it's like, I'm not going to answer a question. I'm going to try to flip it.
Flip it? You've given me the question, and I'm asking you for evidence, and now you're flailing and freaking out. Like, what?
No, that wasn't flipping, dude. That was following. I think he asked a follow-up question. That's not thing, bro.
Do you have me muted? That's not flipping the question. That was following up on the question that he asked 10 seconds ago, and then he starts laughing.
And then he asks like an extra follow-up question, like, "Hey, do you believe impact craters do not exist?"
I'm gonna
say yes or no. That's how a conversation works, brother. Like,
what impact craters are you talking about?
I know one really close to me that I visited that has like these tiny diamond dust still in it if you dig really deeply because of the composition of the asteroid. Circular, the whole town is built in it. It impacted the whole plate. I went to a whole fucking thing about it. So yes, I've seen
a cool story.
Or it could have been a volcano. It could have been a sinkhole.
That's what I'm asking. Like, do you deny the existence of impact crater? I think that's a valid follow-up question that the guy asked. Just answer.
Well, it sounds like a kind of a tall tale. Listen, that impact crater in sight and all the other ones I've heard about, they sound like pretty tall tales.
Well, what about the one in Russia that is?
Here, do you want me to answer your question? Here, let me answer your question. I don't know, but if you could provide me with the evidence, then maybe I would know. How about that?
But you're gonna not accept the evidence, right? Because you're gonna.
I'm literally asking for the evidence. Are you like mentally handicapped? I'm like, please, sir, feed me, sir. I would like some porridge, sir. Please feed me. And you're like, oh, I don't know if you want the porridge. I'm like, give me the porridge, sir. Like, are you brain dead?
Nah, I think you know what you're doing, but it's okay. Yeah.
Give me the evidence now.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah, you're blatantly not gonna give it because you don't have it, right?
Man, I'm like not a geologist. That's the answer to that.
All right, so you don't have it. Thanks, appreciate it.
Is that a fake story?
Yeah, sure, but like, is
okay? Do you have
what's wrong with building off of like commonly assumed knowledge?
On the shoulders of giants. It's called the blind leading the blind.
And ironically, at some point, if you make an outlandish claim, you have the proof of burden. Right?
Yeah, the burden of proof, the outlandish claim is the water ball, dude. So what is since all these threads, when we pull them, there's nothing there. What's your favorite evidence to present that we're on a ball in outer space?
That's why I went for the astrophotography question, because I do actually
know looking
about that. But I do actually know about that, so I ask a thing I can answer questions about, because you guys can't answer anything yourself and resort to attacking the other person's knowledge.
But hold on,
this is the tactic all of you guys do. It's
stop complaining. Stop complaining. This is enough of the complaining. Okay. You mentioned looking up and things moving, and then you conceded that movement was caused by that. It's an assumption that it's caused by the Earth spinning.
Yeah, because
that's the progress we've made.
It's not a 2D image. So what else things are moving. Things dip under the horizon, and then you stop talking. Then you didn't answer anymore. Answer it then.
What are you talking about? The sun?
I'm talking about if I make a time lapse of the Milky Way, it literally dips beneath the horizon.
Yeah, that's your celestial sphere vision at work.
Yes,
the stars are always above you. The galaxies aren't below your feet.
Okay, Milky Way. I'll look up the Milky Way time lapse so you can see what I mean, because you have.
Yeah, but you're literally assuming.
It's the same with
I'm asking. No, I'm asking. I'm trying to ask a question that literally pokes at what you're just saying.
Yeah, we get it, and you're assuming that the horizon is your physical ball edge, right? And we're saying no, it's not.
There's no edge to a ball, but like I'm saying it like visually dips under the horizon. The horizon is also like a visual concept, not like a physical thing. So
it's not physical, but it is physical because it's your ball. Like what?
No, it's light. It's lines of light going to the camera, and you have a visual cone, bro. Do you not know how an eye works?
So the
horizon is a visual concept that things dip under. I'm asking, like, hey.
Okay, so it's not physical then. So it's not physical.
If I make a time lapse of the Milky Way in the sky, it at some point keeps turning or moving.
And this is your best evidence that the Earth is a ball.
No, I'm asking, like, how do you explain that? I'm not demonstrating anything. I'm not saying, like, hey, I got it all figured out. I know the unified model. I'm asking, what's your explanation of that if you're so convinced that you're the flat? But you guys
we don't have
questions. No, you guys are incapable of answering questions every single time.
There's certain questions we can't answer because we legitimately can't just make shit up out of thin air, right? Like the fuck?
Yeah, but even you can try to like conceptualize, right? Like
sure, day and night, all right? The sun goes away from us and then there's no sun and it's dark. Like, are you happy?
Okay. So when there's no sun constantly at one pole, there's constant sun at the other pole. Like that's also just the sun goes away and magically appears again.
That's what we see. I mean, is that not what we observe? Like the sun goes away, right, and then it comes back. It goes away, it comes back. It's night and day.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
I'm just describing what we see in reality. I'm not trying to say, it does that because the Earth is flat, and it does that because we know this and we know that, and because no, we don't know any of that. We just see what we see. Bro.
Your argument is you can only trust your own perception, and everything else is brainwashing.
Like what?
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, or you can go into La La Land and think that this is all happening because the Earth is spinning. That's you.
Yeah, I think astrophotography bit is like I think the astrophotography bit is like a thing that's the monster. We can do that in real life, right?
But that would be circular logic, then.
No, but the ball spinning is an actual explanation that could fit in all the mathematics.
Yes, geometry, circularly reasoned to that. Yes,
I agree.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure, maybe it's circular reasoning, but like I'm asking, hey, break the circle. Then you seem to be so convinced of this viewpoint. Tell me where I'm wrong. Then I've given a bunch of like my opinions. You guys are saying nothing.
Yeah, but you're saying want a literal
outside. You're in La La Land. Have you seen this? Like this
projection?
Yeah. Okay.
You're asking for everything, bro. You're saying, okay, the globe explains everything. But behind that, it assumes it's a globe. So therefore, it explains nothing.
No, but I'm not even talking about my assumptions. I'm saying, like, hey, I've done this in real life. This is something you said, did you
assume
observe that? Did you observe that? Yes, I did. Right?
Yes, assuming a ball.
No, I'm doing
all of your observations have ball in it. Every single one of your observations has ball in it.
Look, let me say this.
He has no idea. You apparently are completely unaware that you're operating from where this is just part of your subconscious, that the Earth is a ball, and it's crazy.
No, I'm truly.
You're identifying it with illogic, and you carry on.
Dude, I'm trying to like split off those assumptions, right? The framework I've built around that with all these assumptions.
Just acknowledge them as assumptions.
Okay,
which you have.
That's fair. That's fair for me. Like I'm not gonna internally acknowledge this, but I'm gonna be good faith and like
Yeah, you're gonna kick and scream. I get it.
No, I'm gonna try.
So you want to start at the stars, right?
No, okay. So if I make a time lapse and I focus on one star, and then there's these long trace circles around it, like, what's your explanation for that? Is it like the firmament is spinning? Is it like all the stars are moving in a circular pattern around the Earth? Like even I could find some like hypotheses around that where it's like, hey, no, the Earth is flat, it's a plane, and the skybox is spinning around the central point, and you can't actually find that central point.
Okay, so regardless of what the surface is, what are the stars doing? What do you observe them doing?
That's what I'm asking. Moving, and if I make a time lapse and center it around the right point, which would coincide with like the tilt of the Earth and finding that.
I'm not asking you about the fucking tilt of the Earth, dude. I'm asking you about the sky. I'm saying just eliminate the ground and what is going on in the sky.
You can ask these like open-ended questions. Yeah, the stars are moving, right?
Perfect. The stars are moving. Now, regardless of the ground, right? Those are two assumptions now. Now, you're saying that the stars are moving, right? No, the surface is moving because the ground is a ball, right? Now you're adding that after.
Yeah, I think you're like a few steps behind in what I mean. I'll find okay, look, I have like a good example of this. Look at side chat, I'll post a picture, tell me why this would happen if there's no like either tilt, rotation, spinning, whatever you want to. Oh, I can't post any pictures here. Never mind. I don't think I have permissions. Probably. Yeah, I don't know.
I think you got to level up in the server a little bit.
Yeah, that might be true. Just look into literally type in like space time lapses. Everything is circular. All the stars are spinning. Like, how do you explain that? This is like the most common astrophotography. It's the first one everybody makes when they try.
Okay, the stars are spinning.
Yeah, so that's what I'm asking. Yeah. Your justification then the firmament has a center point and it's spinning around itself.
Who said firmament? Nobody said that. That was you. That was you. No.
Yeah,
that
maybe I'm assuming.
Nobody said that here. That was you. That was you.
Maybe I'm assuming there. Maybe a little bit facetious, but I'm saying like whatever model of like space and the stars of whatever like people assume, right? Like so, it's like the Earth is flat, stationary, not spinning. Then the sky is around a center point. That's what you're saying, right?
Just from my understanding from like all the years of me being in these servers, like I'm not a big sky guy, but I mean, so in the north, right? Do all the stars like rotate around Polaris? Is that what happens?
I don't know the exact names of it, bro.
It's something like that, right? I'm just okay. Whoa, bro! You're the star guy. You should know a lot about stars.
No, I'm the photo. I'm the camera guy, bro.
All right. I won't call you. All right.
Because you guys talk about perception. I'm only talking about like whatever I did with my camera.
It's okay. I'm as dumb as you are on this topic, so don't worry about it. We'll keep.
That's
going.
what I mean. The thing is that circle you see on those pictures, right? Depending on the time of year. That like center point shifts, so it dips. What I said under the horizon at some point, whatever that means, right? That's a curve.
I don't know. I don't know.
That's the end of the Earth. At some point, no, you have your sidelines. Right?
Appears
to.
That's
the skies are always above our head.
Yeah, maybe I'm defining above the stars are too much, right? But like,
yes, correct.
Look, just Google it. Space time lapses. You can see these. You can see the circular motion. That tilt changes over time. At some point, it's almost perpendicular.
And those things are all occurring up in the sky, the night sky.
Yeah. Okay, I actually got an answer to my question. Wild. So your thing is like, hey, we both agree the stars are moving, right? Christ, guys.
The stars are
yes, correct.
I'm not trying to attack you guys. I'm really legitimately super interested in like this.
I thought we've been saying that since the start. The stars are moving.
Yeah, but like, what is your explanation for the circle?
You were the one that added in. That was the stars are moving in a circle.
Yeah, but like you guys are reasonably intellectual. You can see that this is like clearly a spinning motion, right? And then over time.
Of the stars.
Over time, it literally changes with the tilt of the seasons. You can explain that with a globe model. This is demonstrably. You ask me, like, hey, where have you seen that? I'm giving you the answer to that question.
Sure, no problem. You can explain with a globe model. Go for it.
No, you can absolutely explain this. This is why you use like geometry, tilt of the earth, seasons. Make sure you have a little motor if you want this to be frozen, because you have to move the camera.
No, but it's all an assumption that the Earth is a globe, right?
Yeah, and you guys seem like experts, so I'm asking you, like, hey, this is my assumption.
Yeah, they've literally spent years making excuses to how it works on a globe, right?
Yeah, but this
even though there's no globe in the first instance.
Yeah, but
right?
it's like a very extremely technical thing where you have to counteract these movements, right?
Yeah, it's a bunch of math based on a sphere. It's just math, dude. That's all it is.
But the math would probably
these distances to the stars.
Math breaks down like really easily if something's not like accurate, right?
Yeah, it does 100%. It's not accurate because the Earth is not a globe. It's not a sphere, right? If it was, we'd be able to measure it. If it was, there would be measurements, and none of us would be flat earthers. We would all be globers because there would be measurements. Like, oh wow, that makes sense. In reality, I measure drop. I measure a sphere, right? You know what I'm saying? So, but we don't, and that's why we're saying it's BS. And even the globers say it's all calculations and measurements, or not measurements. They even admit that it's just a bunch of things that coincide with each other, and all those little things align with the ball, and it's not one specific thing that determines it. That right there is fallacious, and I don't think that goes anywhere in the scientific method.
Yeah. I don't know. I think there's an argument you guys can make, or it's like, hey, we just don't have as rigorous a model than this lie that's been presented. Sure. But at some point, yeah, the burden of proof is on the person who's like not agreeing with the consensus, right? So instead
that's
of attacking these other people and attacking you should be able to give your own explanation. You should be able to give your own explanation.
No, dude, the burden of proof is on the original claim. I feel like we go in circles in this conversation.
I disagree.
The burden of proof is on the ball that they tell us it is.
No, I disagree with that. If you're gonna...
do you disagree that that's the original claim?
No, if you disagree with consensus reality, it's up to you. That consensus reality isn't real.
That's a roundabout, a weird appeal to consensus to reverse the burden of proof.
Yeah, for me, that's
for you, it works. I get it. Everything you do is just completely backwards engineered.
Sure.
Circular reasoning. And you're okay with it. It's rigorous.
Any valid questions? It's all circular logic, and you this, you that. Like,
you agree? No, dude. Do you agree that it's circular?
Yeah, I'm not this like super debate bro. I have my thesis ready. Let me grab my notes.
Thank goodness. Neither am I. I'm not a debate bro.
If that's not the case, if it's not like a rigorous debate with all these techniques, why are you expecting me to then not?
Yeah, I agree. Because if the only thing that upholds this idea that you're on a ball is a stack of circular reasoning, then
yeah, but I'm not.
That should. How does that not raise a red flag?
But to an extent, I agree with you guys.
That we don't have all the answers.
You just keep going. My perception a bit more than any kind of like.
Yeah. Okay. So let's get down to your original claim. When you're adjusting your camera, what did you perceive? What were you adjusting for? What perception?
Yeah, you could say rotation, tilt, any of that kind of. You have to correct
of what
actually. Yeah.
For your 5 hours.
That's why I'm asking. That's why I'm asking you guys. Like, hey, why do I have to correct something that works in a model? Dude. You guys disagree with that. What's your explanation for that? Yeah, goodness gracious, you have no
answers. I asked a simple question. You said what did you say? You rely on your what?
I rely on my own perception more to tell me about reality.
Okay, so what were you perceiving? What were you perceiving? I'm trying to point out to you that you weren't perceiving the Earth to be spinning. You were perceiving the star to be moving.
I can see the implication you're trying to make. Yes, that's really clear. And that's why I'm asking you in a follow-up question. Like, hey, why do I have to compensate for these factors then? That's been my original question.
Because the star's moving. Because of what you have to compensate for what you're perceiving, the star being in motion. Now you don't get to say, well, the Earth's a globe because I trust my perception. you tagging on a story. Listen,
but you're conveniently letting out all these follow-up questions I'm asking as if you're disproving my argument, bro. Like, why does it dip beneath the horizon then? I still haven't heard you. I've heard you guys, like, fucking pill-pull about, like, oh, well, what is a horizon really? Like, I don't care. My sight line
same reason when
our sight lines end at some point.
The same reason when a plane
dip below the horizon.
The same reason when a plane flies away into the horizon and disappears.
Yes. So, like, what is it?
Okay.
Is it like pure
still
distance?
At
is it purely
feet.
that things get smaller the further they are? Is it that? Because that doesn't explain the question I'm asking. I'm asking, why does this model of the Milky Way that I can make my time lapse off, and suddenly I literally went to one of the darkest places in the earth to be able to get like pictures like that, bro. So I see.
Where Arizona? Utah, yeah. Arizona?
I think it was like, was it Death Valley? What's that thing called?
Death Valley? Yeah, I've seen the stars from Utah, Arizona, and it is mind-boggling.
But that's what I mean. It's so beautiful. I can see the whole Milky Way there. I live in Belgium. We have no stars here, bro. I went there because I love doing photography like that. I saw the Milky Way dip underneath the horizon. So the stars aren't spinning only. They're also like moving around us or below us. It would be on a plane, right? That's what I'm asking. Like, hey, well, what's your take on that?
Yeah,
thinking I'm like attacking you guys and trying to ridicule you guys, but I'm not.
Is not below your feet. That's just you imagining it.
Okay, but what's your explanation for that then?
Dude, I don't have an explanation for it.
Okay, so
majestic. It's unknown. It's marvelous, as they would say.
It's magical. Okay,
it's nothing like even people who have nights where there's a lot of stars in the sky outside of city limits. I've never seen anything like what there is in the desert.
Yeah, it's fucking beautiful, bro.
Yeah.
That's why I'm asking, like, this is something I've spent years of my life and I had to learn all these technicalities. I'd love to know the alternative explanation. Yeah. I feel like you guys get a lot of people coming in here to, like, laugh and mock you guys or something, because, like, whoa, you guys are, like, super aggressive with like a simple.
No, dude, I'm just cutting to the chase. You said, break me out of this. Well, you've accepted now that the whole thing is just in your mind.
I've not accepted anything.
Well, anytime you describe your quote unquote perception.
It's just good faith conversation, bro.
I get it. That you and I see
I have my own beliefs. You have your own, bro, and I think that's completely
okay.
Fine.
That's fine.
I'm just willing to like step into a conversation and be like, "Hey, you have this different viewpoint." I have these things I do physically that
I guess it's
seem
just
to imply some kind of like globe, right? I don't think that's
no, they don't seem. Yes, they could. Yes, I mean under the power of suggestion.
Like, I said seem to imply. Like, please I'm trying.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen what happens. It's just a mass hypnosis. It seems to imply. This is.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about like anything like beyond what I do, like technically.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though.
So I'd love to be like, hey, I'm just a camera jockey. I don't know about these models. I'm not a scientist.
But just let me respond.
Go ahead.
It's strange, though, that people's best evidence is looking up. Because you're just left with, well, it seems to imply.
I don't think it's necessarily the best evidence, only that, right?
Oh, that's okay, so what is?
I'm talking about something because, like, before I was observing the conversation and you guys keep drilling on, like, well, what's your proof? Do you have this knowledge? Do you have that knowledge? So I'm like, hey, let me then talk about something I actually actively do, and I'm probably top 99% in the world of having knowledge in, right?
So and when it comes down to whether you're accounting for Earth spin or the stars movement, you're just.
But I seem to have more of an explanation for it, or more of a like mental model, at least, than you seem to do.
In the stat chat, I was looking at some craters. If you guys are saying take a look.
No, I don't pretend to have a story, an interlocking puzzle piece story that explains everything.
You know that there's this issue would be like, hey, I don't pretend to have any of this knowledge. It's unknown. It's magical. But then you do aggressively ask for this proof from other people while you have done yourself, right? I think that's what you're admitting here.
Huh?
Bro, are we still on this? Where we've admitted that we've literally admitted that we don't know what the sky does. And then we're asking you, no, shut the fuck up, dude. And then we're asking, we're literally asking you the evidence for your claim. And now you're reversing that, saying, oh, you guys don't have any evidence for your claim, and we have all the evidence for ours. Bro, you're mischaracterizing. You're literally smear campaign, or you're just retarded.
I'm just trying to have a meta discussion about how you treat people in here. But yeah, it's okay. I think you're just unaware, so it's
perfect. We get it. We're aggressive people because we got to ask for the evidence multiple times, and they don't give it. They don't give it to us, and then they reverse that on us, and then they say, "Where's your evidence?" And then you say, "Oh, where is your evidence for your non-claim?" We're like, "Well, we didn't make that claim. We don't have any evidence for it." And then you just continue to go in this circular loop, and now you're bashing us for saying we're angry. All right, get it. I completely get it.
I think the conversation.
No, dude. Hey, listen, dude. You're the one. Hey, you said it's rigorous, and then you agreed that it's circular reasoning, and then you complained that I pointed out circular reasoning that you also identified in your own argument.
Yeah, I admitted that.
So it's not. It can't be. It can't be this.
I'm not in here like building a rigorous model. I'm asking like, hey, this is something I do in real life.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The rigorous model that you think exists is a house of cards.
Yeah, it could be.
Okay, so what? So stop saying, "Well, this is at least we've got an explanation."
Yeah, but I'm not trying to like clown on you guys. I'm also not trying to convert myself.
Stop projecting.
I'm literally just saying, hey, I do this in real life. You guys can't answer it, so it's okay. Just saying, like, hey, this idea of like, let me hammer on proof of burden.
Again, you literally said you guys can't answer it. Like, are you retarded?
But you can't.
It was answered a lot, over and over and over and over.
So stars are moving is the answer?
Isn't that what your perception is?
Okay.
So now you told us also that you rely on your perception to tell you that the Earth is a spinning ball. Well,
yeah,
you're not perceiving. You making the leap of logic isn't part of your perception that you're relying on.
No, it's more like, dude, look. The context of that is like, hey, I've taken a lot of psychedelics in my life, had some wild fucking supernatural shit happen, so I'm saying like, hey, for some stuff, my perception has disproven that. So what I'm asking you guys now is like, hey, I trust my perception more too. This is within my perception. This is something I technically do. What would be your explanation for that? Like, I'm not trying to attack you guys.
We're not talking about your past Carlos Castaneda experiences. We're talking about you're setting up your rig, your tripod.
Saying, if you have this like, what is it? Like, English is my third language. Sorry, guys. If you have
so that's why, dude. Listen, if you're just some mind blown out mellow guy, listen to my question again. When you're telling me that you're setting up your tripod for this 5-hour exposure, I can't believe we're still on the same your original claim. Why are you getting your little motor that you talked about getting set up to follow the star? Why is that occurring? Why are you doing that?
Stars are moving, right? Okay.
Okay. The end. So that's what you've perceived.
Okay.
Okay. So now, how do you know that's occurring because the Earth is spinning?
Yeah. Like,
have you perceived this?
I'm probably not sure, but then I've asked you again, like, what's with the Milky Way dipping below the horizon?
Man, you're just running away. This is a reversal of burden of proof.
Is this like standard geometry? Is this like American education failing you guys? Is this like, for me, like, super simple?
No, dude, I've jumped through more hoops of academia than you could ever dream of.
No, because, like, I don't know what kind of model you guys have. It's like the sun disappears, reappears, whatever, right? Like,
you like to call it magic.
Yeah, but I can imagine if you have like this ball and this and that and distance and whatever, sure.
Yeah, you can
How do you
imagine.
explain that with like a star system that fills like half the sky? That's what I'm asking. That's what my question, like probably half an hour ago now,
It fills
was.
the entire sky.
That's what I was implying. You guys
The
just
stars are filling the entirety of the night sky.
Yeah, why does it dip below
Not
and then
half.
reappear on the other side again? That's what I'm asking.
Why? These are things that are happening up.
Yeah, the whole Milky Way does that. It dips below and reappears the way the
This
sun
is
does,
how they
but at
have people lost in this whole
distances.
fantasy.
Okay, but why does
I
it
don't
do
know.
that? Why can't I show that with my camera then?
Why can't you show what?
That the Milky again, I'm explaining over and over that the Milky Way rotates down, dips below the horizon, and then appears on the other side again after.
After.
Yes, later.
In a 5-hour exposure.
Yeah, no, not within the 5-hour exposure, but you can make multiple exposures. You can have the same one, like
repeat. The stars are in the sky.
Yeah, I'd have to be at the other side of the world. You guys don't believe in that, but I'd have to be at the other side. So there's a place where it's dark enough to then be able to observe the Milky Way and then be able to dip over again. So I've only seen the one end, but I've also seen images from those other places on the other side of the globe that show that, where it dips up again, the way the sun rises, bro. It feels like you're being facetious. Like, this seems like a really simple thing to explain. Like, why then is done the so
because
we're on a flat plane, but everything still revolves around to an extent. You can make explanations. Like I can give you guys explanations that would fit within your model. I'm asking you.
Dude, you and I see the same thing. Asking me why it's occurring is nuts.
Why is that nuts? Because you seem so convinced that everybody's wrong. Why would it be wrong to like
test
reality on your claims?
Do you know why I'm convinced that everyone's wrong?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because the Earth's surface isn't curving.
Because you can't see it curve?
Do you have something to present of Earth's surface curvature?
Yeah, not really. I haven't really digged into this the way you guys have. But that's why I'm asking, like, hey, the one thing I demonstrably have done that I know I'm a pretty expert in is why does it then dip below and go up? Why is there a model, if you go on Google Earth and you have like the sun model where you look into the space, why does that consistently make sense and track with astrophotography? That's what I'm asking. I'm not even going to go about time zones or flight paths or all this bullshit because I'm not an expert. Like I'm asking you
guys that have been repeating for eons, dude. But you do also realize when you pull out one of those apps of Stellarium and put it at the ground, they'll tell you that there's stars down there or maybe a space station below your feet. Does that mean it's true?
I mean, if it's a globe, but there's no below feet in space, bro. So
these are all just
you're also operating from your own assumptions, bro. Within your syntax,
you're operating from your own assumptions. You think when something reaches the horizon, that means it's on its way to go below you and out the other side.
What I'm saying is we both are, bro. And you're assuming I'm brainwashed and you're the street seeker.
I've begged and pleaded for you to take my answer of I don't know for the last hour. You reject it. So don't tell me that I'm making up a story just like you are.
Follow-up questions, like I said, if there's an explained model for things, and you say I vehemently disagree, you're a brainwashed idiot if you believe it, then it's up to you to be like, hey, this is the alternative explanation. Here you go, idiot. That's what I'm asking. You can't. So I'm asking you, why are you then so convinced in your beliefs? Just because you go outside and you see a flat line? Like, what's going on, bro?
Yeah, you're arguing from a point of where you've already conceded that all you're doing is making all these assumptions.
Yeah, but so are you. That's what I'm
You're like hell-bent on there being a winner or a loser.
I'm not. Like, I'm really...
I'm not in the same contest as you are.
It's fine, but we can drop the photography thing, bro. Okay, I got my answer. You don't know.
I'm a photographer as well. I'm a photographer as well, but
okay,
you came to you ate some humble pie and said, "Yeah, I'm just assuming."
I've not eaten any humble pie. That's just being good faith, bro. I can't believe you don't. You're the one making it into a contest. You're eating humble pie.
No,
you admitted this. I'm being good faith and going with your assumptions to go to a conversation.
Oh my goodness gracious!
No, like I'm autistic.
I'm glad I'm not keeping score. I wouldn't be able to see
autistic than me. That's fucking crazy, actually.
I have good faith. Look at me. I assume a globe in all my arguments. Yeah, okay.
I mean, I don't even know what's going on.
Going along with you guys.
So where do you want this to go from? What's the next chapter of this discussion then?
I don't know. I think we're done, right? You don't know. You don't really have an explanation. You're so convinced in a thing that's disproven by this, but it's like, oh no, that's not proof.
No, you see, that's your problem. Did you say disc?
I said disproven.
Oh, this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but it's fine, bro. We could just disagree, but like, you guys are really bad at actually.
I'm not. How am I disagreeing when you and I are saying the same thing? Dude, you and I are seeing the same thing.
We're absolutely.
We're seeing the same thing. I'm in agreement with what we both say.
You think we are. Because you haven't given me any explanation. So it's like a flat plane, but it's a circle around it. Space is in 3D space and dips.
Wait, time out. Didn't we ask you earlier? You said you didn't want a complete like worldview of our like flat Earth. You said that specifically. I even asked you. And now you're saying that you want it. And now you're kind of straw man us saying that that's what that is. You're literally straw manning us.
I'm gradually zooming in something I've done and asking like, hey, loose from having a whole unified model, how do you explain this one phenomenon? I'm not going.
Yeah, and now you're asking us for an edge. You're asking us for a space. You're asking us for all these other things, which you clarified that you didn't want. But now you're trying to do this schmear campaign that we don't have anything. Like, bro, literally the last 30 seconds of you was just us hacking us.
No, Horizon is a perceptual thing. I'm not asking for an edge. Like, you're so. I think
you said. Is that not what you said? You wanted our space. You wanted the edge of our world. That's what you just said before I interrupted. No, it's recorded.
Okay, then play the voice clip. And I never said edge at any point. I said horizon, but horizon is like a concept from your own viewpoint, bro. There's no.
All right, I'll go back and I'll see what you said. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'll straight up. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But if you're wrong, bro, you're out of here. Straight up.
I said that before. Yeah, then fucking ban me, bro. I said there's no physical concept of a horizon, bro. And I never asked you guys to show me that or whatever.
Okay, so why are you making the argument about the Milky Way disappearing behind it?
Because the most logical explanation would be a ball spinning and the Milky Way is in the same place.
You are claiming a geometric horizon.
To an extent, I'm asking you what is the alternative explanation, and I'm willing to learn. I'm willing to be disproven. I'm willing to change my mind. But you guys don't really have a solid viewpoint on this. So I'm wondering, what do you have? Yeah. You can't explain this like one simple demonstrable thing, or at least simple to me. For me, that's, yeah.
Do you not remember my response about the same thing happening with an airplane disappearing into the horizon?
Yeah, so it's just distance.
Man, goodness, do you remember that?
No, but you never answered that. I said, like, I asked you, like, hey, is it just
it wasn't a question. Excuse me?
I asked you that in follow-up, hey, is it purely the distance? And you never answered. So, yes, I remember that question. I remember you not answering follow-ups as you do 75%
Yeah, perspective. Of the time. You understand about perspective. I mean, if you're a photographer, you must have got drawn into some drawing course.
Yeah, don't get me like started on like lenses and distortion and all that shit, because then we're going to be here for 2 hours, because I have more arguments. I'm just asking this one thing where it's purely geometry and not like fucking lens physics, bro. Because I could, but I'm not going to bore you guys with that. So it's purely that. It's purely distance. At some point, things become too small and too obscure to be able to see, but it's still a flat line. That's your viewpoint. Yes?
Well, it converged with the horizon.
Yeah.
Which we've established isn't a physical location, and then you say it is.
So it's no, I'm not saying it is. So
it's irrelevant that you bring up the whole Milky Way. It's irrelevant that you bring up the whole star.
Irrelevant? How is it irrelevant that it's literally just geometry, and at some point it reappears on the other side?
Okay, as the plane is still above the ground, as the stars are above that.
So why does it dip below and then reappear again? I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying.
Oh my gosh, dude. That would be okay. So if I watched a plane disappear and then come back from the other direction eventually, what does that do for me?
I mean, I think that's the thing, but I'm just asking.
Could that not happen over a flat plane?
Yeah, you can I guess I guess your explanation could be the Milky Way.
You're avoiding the whole the matter by just constantly pointing to the stars and saying my interpretation of the stars is this, which is admittedly circular.
If I'm following your logic, if I'm following your logic, so at some point the Milky Way gets really far, then it speeds up to make a wide circle where we can't see.
No, the stars are just moving above.
But then how do you explain
the same reason why if you go to different geographic locales, you see different stars in the sky?
Brother, I'm following your logic. How do you explain the difference in velocity then? Or I guess you don't have a model. The velocity is just there because we can see it. Okay, shit.
I mean, I do think we did get something good covered about that. If you have the chance, you should. I was just taking a wild guess that you saw those stars from the southwest. If you do have a chance to see the stars in the southwest, you must.
No, but if what I'd love to do is do that on the other side of the plane, or removed, or however I'd have to non-globe-tart language say that. I'd love to make that test, but my question then will become is so the Milky Way goes across the night sky, right? At a certain velocity, then it gets far away enough and somehow circles a lot faster back to the other side. That would be the thing you're saying, right?
That's what you're saying.
No, that's what I'm asking. I'm trying to alternatively imagine in my head if
you're the one that keeps track of the stars overnight with.
I'm the one that's comparing. I'm the one that's comparing.
You tell me what you see. You tell me what you see every night in the night sky.
I'm the one that's comparing your plane example.
It's a slight difference every night.
No, I'm trying to correlate your plane example and apply it to the Milky Way. That's what I'm trying to do. I don't think you're following. I'm trying to follow in your logic. So at some point, it goes across the night sky.
You're trying to straw man.
It goes across the night sky. I'm not straw manning. It goes across the night sky at a certain pace, and the velocity picks up to be able to somehow circle around the whole plane. No, I'm trying to follow your logic. Tell me how I'm straw manning.
From night to night, is there a drastic difference between the stars, or is it gradual?
I mean, it's gradual, yeah.
Okay, so why are you talking about this drastic?
Because I'm trying to follow your logic. Or hey, if it disappears in the horizon on one end and then reappears on the other side, there must be a velocity difference.
No, that sounds like a project. That sounds like a project for a guy with a motor hooked to his tripod. Why don't you keep track of those stars 24/7 and tell me what's doing?
Yeah,
sounds like a great project for you. You've got the equipment.
No, this was a fun conversation. This was a fun conversation, guys.
No, I mean it would be great if you could in the future, if you would like to present any of these long-term exposure astrophotography, I'd like to see it.
I'd love to show some examples too, for sure. I don't have them on me right now.
I get it.
Yeah. I would love to. I'd love to come back and actually present you guys with my fully thought.
Maybe next time you come back, you can address the actual topic. It's like if your best,
maybe you could too, bro. Come on.
Yeah, we didn't even we barely got to the flat Earth.
I mean, dude, I'm trying to apply a real life example. Because you guys,
and it's highlighting.
But
it's highlighting the imaginary and working space of your brain.
No, you guys keep highlighting personal perception. What within your personal perception is as tested an example as I've just given you that proves you personally, I'm not talking a unified model, that for you is perceptual, personal proof for the flat earth. I don't think you've given any that's as technical as this.
No, dude, your rigorous technicalities are admitted to be imagined. You told me this.
I can't imagine anything. I'm still.
Yeah, just their assumptions that you're working upon.
Yeah, I'm still.
House of Cards, it might be.
I'm still compensating for tilt at all. That if that your
all
argument
I'm saying is it's bizarre.
So like
it's bizarre when asked for evidence of the Earth being a ball, you keep pointing to the stars. That's an old tactic.
I'm trying to follow your logic. So the whole of space tilts with.
Do you think that's logical?
Okay.
Do you think that's logical?
I think my viewpoint is a lot more logical than yours.
Yes. Okay. Do you think it's logical when someone's asking about the ground you're standing upon to point upward? Do you think that's logic?
I don't know what you mean by that question. No.
Do you think that's a logical place to start your argument from? An assumption that you are part of this celestial thing you see.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. My argument started from, hey, this is what I see through my camera.
Doesn't know.
And my camera
he doesn't even know. He won't even ask it. Yeah, but let's go back to your original argument. Let's go back to your original argument, and then we'll put this to bed.
Yeah, sure.
You said that you set up your tripod and your motor to follow the star.
Yeah.
That's what you're perceiving. That's what you're dealing with. That's what you're accounting for.
But it's also not just the stars, bro. You have to
you just won't shut up.
No, but you have to account for seasons. You have to account for tilt. You have to account for rotation.
On that individual,
it's way more than just the stars are moving.
On that individual night where you're going to be tracking a star for 5 hours, you're going to do your magic on your tripod.
Yeah, do you think I set up?
You won't let me get to the point, will you?
Do you think I set up my camera and just unprovidedly from all the information I can find?
No, you link it to your phone and you tell it what you want to do. I had one.
All I'm trying to get to is that from that point you're making a leap of logic that you're doing all this because the Earth is spinning.
That's
the leap of logic you make.
Photography is a really old discipline, and they used to do it with
Man, okay. Thank you for talking over the answer, not even letting that sink in.
No. I'm asking.
You admitted to it earlier.
I'm asking the guy to make a little passing remark about I have
don't end the discussion with, I'm just trying to follow your logic. I'm just trying to.
Yeah, I'm trying to follow your logic.
Do you understand that? Have you followed your illogic?
Yeah, I can see the holes you're poking in it. I think several are pretty fair, but it's rhetorical holes and not addressing the actual substance. So okay.
No, you're wanting to frame it as rhetorical because you don't like the outcome of it. It is the substance of it.
Yeah, I disagree, but I'd rather answer the other guy's question. You said I had an app and you ticked it in. Bro, they've done this for so long. I've gone to actual observatories that are completely mechanical. All these calculations exist. This idea of you don't know because you pressed the button. Actually, mine had to also have all the fucking precise measurements put in, have the pacing be right, have everything be physical, bro. So I don't know. That's why I'm
okay.
Look, I think we're done with the conversation because you guys, I think we're done. We're going in circles, right?
Yeah, pretty much because you used an app and then nobody cares and it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, you used one. I didn't, but okay. No, I appreciate you guys for the time. I thought this was a really interesting conversation. I had fun.
Thanks, Pete. Have a good day, man.
Yeah, you too.
Yo, what's up, dude?
I want to say the N word.
I didn't. I said, what's up, dude?
You mean Neil?
Yo, what the hell? Are you
You
good?
can say my name if you want.
Nigger.
Oh, God.
That's not the right name. You're banned.
Damn it. Can't even have a civilized conversation with people anymore.
Why do we attract the brain damaged?
It's a good question.
At least he was trying to hold it in.
At least it wasn't that pre-played soundbite where it just repeats the word over and over and over again.
He told us he was going to do it. He tried to stop himself, and then he did it.
I'm still waiting for the flat Earth retard guy to come in. He's my favorite.
Which one is that? Did I miss him?
I'm a flat earther. I'm a doctor. That guy.
Oh, I must have missed him then.
Yeah, he's my favorite drive-by person.
What's up?
Hey, what's up, bro?
What's up, bro?
What brings you in today?
What?
What brings you in today?
Is this voice?
Yeah.
Well. Well. Well.
Yeah. Do you have any questions about the topic of the room, or?
No, I'm still thinking about what.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Well, if you have any questions, try my best to answer them for you. I just say the Earth is flat because it's measured flat, and outer space is fake. So if you want to base your questions off of something like that, you can go ahead and ask.
Is someone work as logician?
A magician?
As logician, yeah.
A slogician?
Yes.
I don't know what that is.
A slide-ish?
I wrote this in chat.
Oh, logician.
Yes.
Not that I know of. I don't know anybody here that is a logician. I know how
You
to do some
guys
magic
at least
tricks.
have a work.
I'm a magician.
You're a magician.
Yeah, actually. I can do some magic tricks for you.
I see, I see.
I can levitate. Learning from Chris Angels.
Do you think the Earth is a ball, or? Not a ball?
I think she's still thinking.
Oh, okay. Okay, fair enough.
With her mic wide open. Just so it echoes for everybody. Yeah, no big deal, right?
Of course.
Flat Earth model you, bro?
Oh, tourist. What's up, dude? Do you need...
Yeah, which Flat Earth, which Flat Earth model you subscribe to? Like, which of the flat... So there's like several. There's like
flat and
there's one where
stationary.
the ice
Flat and
wall
stationary.
goes all the way around.
Yeah, we don't do ice walls. No, we don't do ice walls.
Hey, do you need a model to determine if your kitchen table's flat?
No, but what I mean is that there's one right now.
Anyway.
That's what I mean. So you guys fucking with you guys are with the firmament mod.
No.
No.
Nobody's claiming any of that crap. You want to keep on the carry on.
Okay, I'm just saying because otherwise there's the firmament.
No, it's the one where you go outside and you look at the horizon and it's horizontal, and you measure the ground and it's flat. It's that one. It's the one that's outside. No, the one that's outside your house.
Subscribe to. So no ice wall.
I don't
What do you need an ice wall for?
I don't know. Like my dad was like a flat earther, and he was like full ice wall. So
we'll go ask him about that.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, ask him about it.
Cool story.
I mean, that would be cool because then Game of Thrones would be real, right?
I think it is.
Dude, ice wall, that term, that comes from a globe claim. That's some Admiral Byrd era stuff. They saw some cliffs and all this ice and crap. Said, look, a wall of ice. And then ice wall was born. Just because some other people went running with it doesn't mean anything here.
Yeah, Admiral. Hell yeah! Hold on, you don't fuck with Admiral Byrd.
Just saying that nobody here is claiming an ice wall. That is his claim. He went there and said he saw a wall of ice.
Yeah, Globers, that's U.S. military. Yeah. Ice wall is U.S. military stuff.
Wasn't it classified U.S. military stuff, though?
No, it was on TV.
Yeah, dude, everybody loved him. He was a hero. They practically worshipped that guy.
So do you think it's more like the firmament model? Where it's like flat
firmament. What do you need a firmament for? What do you need a firmament for when space is fake?
As in like a container, that separates us from the waters above.
Oh, I don't know about any waters up above me.
So
you sound very religious. That's a religious thing.
You know that you would need a container and a globe, a paradigm as well. Yeah.
Which religion is the Book of Enoch?
Did you hear me? You know that you need a container for the globe paradigm as well.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Except
if
like
the container is not there, you're gonna die.
It's like.
Why do you feel the need to like tack on a description of it? So this is the flat Earth plus this, something else I'm prepared to attack. Just accept that it's just the Earth is flat. I don't know. There's no need to pigeonhole everyone or try to do the whole attack the Bible interpretation or all this stuff. Yeah, why? Yeah, I guess I understand. I guess if you're on TikTok, you see these people who are
the Bible.
What? Well, whatever. I don't. It shows you what I know. But the waters above, that's in the Bible, is it not?
No, it's in the Book of Enoch.
And nowhere else?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, well, I'm obviously not an Enoch guy. You're asking, are you this, are you that, are you this or that? There's a bunch of people in here. I mean, it's sort of like it would be like going to a Yankees forum and saying, "Hey, is there anybody who's left-handed in here, or is there anyone who's it's just sort of who's lactose intolerant?" And it's just concentrate on the Yankees. You know what I'm saying? You're kind of trying to characterize, or you're trying to pigeonhole it by slapping some other label onto it. So you guys, the flat earthers with the ice wall, or the flat earthers with the firmament? You got, yeah.
I'll ask you specifically, like, what kind of model?
Direct realism.
I don't pretend to have some, all-encompassing answer for what the entirety of the Earth is. I grew up with the Earth being a ball in outer space. Just let me bask in the finding out that it's not that. It's like you guys want all the answers. You guys are used to having. You come from a group that offers you answers, even though some of the answers are contradictory, and so I don't know. Why does it matter to you what my I don't know. I guess that's a weird question. I mean, I could tell you what I've seen about the Earth. There seems to be an awful lot of water.
I just mean, when you imagine like what the Earth is, what are you thinking? Like,
well, I've detached myself from thinking about it as an object flying through outer space.
Excuse me. Holy shit.
Bless you.
Thank you. Sorry I couldn't get to my freaking mute quick enough. Yikes, that was gross.
Because Quantum Eraser was saying something similar. How the Earth is this is it. You know what I mean? He was saying, in his opinion, like this is all reality encompassed onto wherever we are located right now. I don't know if you agree with Quantum Eraser. You know, I know you guys all have different opinions. So,
well, there seems to be an awful lot of stories. There seems to be an awful lot of stories that don't hold up under scrutiny to describe everything else that's going on.
That's true.
Celestially.
Well, tell them what do you mean, sir? Like, there's a celestial story?
No, this whole idea that we're participating in some outer space ballet with everything else we see in the sky.
I mean, in your own model, I know you you don't want me to like tie you down or box you in, and I don't want to like bad faith you, you know. But like, is it possible for the sun to die?
What's the sun?
Just the light in the sky. You know what I mean?
Like, no, I don't. I've never seen it go out before. I doubt it'll go out.
Okay. That's cool. Like this immortal sun, you know? I mean...
Yeah, I mean, you can't tell me what it is. It's immortal, I guess.
Wait, you think the sun's going to die out one day?
Well, on the globe, of course it's going to burn out. They got to go find a new sun. They got to go find new planets. They got to go turn Mars back into a good planet because they can't do Earth. Earth's already green and blue and has plenty of water. Mars is a big dust ball, so they're going to go there and turn that into a blue planet and with green trees and water and shit. And then Earth is going to turn into Mars. That's the goal.
I see that slightly, that there's like a propaganda campaign to slowly make us like not just leave Earth, but Earth worse, right? Because we feel like, oh, we can terraform other planets and stuff. But if that really was the goal, then like I don't know why the government would just be like hemorrhaging NASA's budget every single year.
Well, let's see them terraform this planet.
That's what I mean, though. I feel like the propaganda makes us like treat the planet even worse.
NASA's budget they've got it set up such that they've distributed the money enough to pad all their pockets. Don't worry about it. They really don't produce that much.
Yeah, well, I mean that we could be on Mars right now if like they had more money.
Doing what?
Off the cap,
dude.
Doing nothing. I guess.
Doing what on Mars?
Probably just being really depressed and suicidal. Like there's nothing really to do.
That sounds like you sound like the standard Glober. They're all depressed and suicidal.
I just can't imagine like life on Mars.
Well, when you get to, that's a David Bowie tune.
I can't imagine life on a ball Earth.
Dude, I don't know, man. It is kind of crazy that they have this mass campaign in the minds of a lot of people. I mean, I would say young people, but they've been doing it for so long that it's now old people selling the same tale that we need to get out of here. We need to find somewhere else. The Earth is dying. We need to get on another planet. That's nutty. If the whole thing were true, you would get to Mars and say, we need to get somewhere blue and green, and you go back to Earth.
I mean, Mars is like, even within Earth models, like Mars is a shitty candidate for terraforming anyway.
But that's the one they always talk about in the books. That's the one they always give the numbers for.
Venus would actually be better, it'd just be like harder.
Well, no, because the sun's gonna expand and engulf the Earth before it explodes or dies, right? Isn't this how we started? Do we believe the sun's gonna die? I mean, come on, that's the.
Mars is closer to the sun than Earth, so Mars would get got by that, like, before us.
Oh, you don't
Mars is after us.
Is it? Am I tripping?
Tripping.
Yeah, you're tripping, dude.
Yeah,
you're tripping balls.
What is it? Mercury. You're tripping balls right now.
Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars.
That's it, bro. You know why I'm fucking myself up? I'm looking at the screen right now, like the Destiny homepage, and they've put Mars in the wrong order, and I'm like, yeah, Mars is red. It's closer to the sun. Makes sense.
Yeah, because it turned red. It got sunburned. That's why it turned red.
Yo, the Earth is sausage shaped.
That was what I thought. I was like, makes sense, yeah.
Oh,
But
you
nah,
said that?
Mars just doesn't have like an atmosphere at all. Like, even if they did terraform it, it would be gone in like a year. You know, it would get like.
Why?
Really
they know how to do it. They go watch TV. They'll show you how to do it.
That's what I mean. When you listen to Elon Musk talk about it, it's like he's watched a sci-fi or some shit. Like, he has no idea what he's talking about. He was saying that we need to like.
Elon Musk is just a TV character. You know that, right?
Yeah, no. I mean, he's like retarded, like beyond retarded. He didn't found any of the companies that like people know him for.
Just go ask Matt Damon. Then he's the guy that grew the potato on Mars.
True. What about Mark Wahlberg? You know, because if he was on that plane, 9/11 wouldn't have happened. I get him on Mars.
Oh boy, yeah, you guys believe all the narratives, hook, line, and sinker.
Have you not seen that? Like, Mark Wahlberg was
yeah,
like
I didn't. I'm sure he was. I don't know.
Yeah.
He probably.
And then he came out and did an interview, and he was like, "Let's just say if I was on that flight, it would have gone down different."
Not to go down this rabbit hole, but here I go. There were no planes.
No, there are no planes.
It was 25 years ago. Isn't that crazy? Over 25 years ago. Over a quarter of a century ago.
I lived in Washington, D.C. I lived there, so there was no planes at the Pentagon either. I lived in D.C.
Definitely no planes at the Pentagon, but I don't know about the World Trade Center.
All four.
I mean,
no planes there.
Like I was saying,
no planes in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, the TV creation. See, this is how they've got the globe in everyone's head, because people who weren't even, I don't know. It's crazy.
There is a moment in the footage.
Yeah, people that weren't even born think planes in buildings.
It's mad. That's madness.
Like that
tells you the power of indoctrination, because it has made the books by now.
Because it's like you can pause it and you're like, how is the nose of a plane making it through a building? Like, no, the nose of a plane is designed to crumble. It's designed to be like the first thing that breaks. So that's immediately suspicious.
Yeah, didn't you see what happened when that plane landed and hit the bus on the runway?
Yeah, exactly like that. Like the nose is designed to crumble. It's a shock.
It was just all on TV. Even at the time, it was never even told to be live. It said moments ago.
And also, like, the BBC reported that Building 7 fell.
Correct.
Half an hour before it actually did. Like, Building 7 was still up when they were saying it was down.
And it was in the shot.
Yeah, it's like in the background of their like landscape.
Anyways, so knowing all this trickery they do on TV, how can you be so convinced that the Earth's a globe? Or are you? I can't even tell who I'm talking to anymore.
Well, it's not like the American government, like the modern American government, that proved the Earth was like a globe. You know, there's other people. You know.
No, nobody's done it yet. Tell me who did it, so I can go talk to him.
I don't know. Who's the first like Russian guy to go to space? What was his name?
He said space is. Yeah, he said space is fake.
Yuri Gagarin. He said space was fake.
He said space is fake. Yeah, space is fake and Earth is flat.
too wet right now.
Is that true? Yuri Gagarin said space was fake.
I said space is fake. He said Earth is flat.
Is this on what? Like on the Russian news or something, or like in a like later on when he was older?
So you think if you're right in Russia right now, if somebody gets shot out in the street and 20 people are in a big brawl, that's going to make international news, and I'm going to see it here in my news on TV in Ohio?
Shit, maybe. I mean, you never know.
Why? Why would we care?
I don't know. Like maybe some government.
Why would Russia have even broadcast anything from the U.S. into their own country? They didn't.
I just mean, what if like some corrupt politician was to siphon money into their pockets for Ukraine? So they
already do that. That's the purpose of wars, is to siphon money.
Exactly, but like whenever they want to do that, they'll throw a few news clips of like Russia doing bad stuff, you know, and then everyone will be like, yeah, that's okay. We should give money to those guys.
I don't know. I've never seen Russia doing bad stuff. I only hear them talking about it on AM radio.
Really, dude. A few months ago, I remember turning on the TV and it was like something out of a movie where I was like, "Yo, should we watch the news?" Like, me and my little brother, and we turned it on, and it was that plane like exploding midair and falling out of the sky when Putin like killed one of his like generals or something. I mean, that was pretty fucking crazy, and they showed the whole thing, the whole plane crash, like unedited.
That's amazing. All the planes I take video of, none of them ever blow up.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're not an enemy of Vlad, are you?
So you're supposed to. They took pictures of him blowing up the guy and then put it on TV for everybody to watch.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, yeah.
No, I don't believe that.
Okay. I mean, like, Putin himself was like, "Yeah, I basically killed this guy." I can't remember what he said, but he was like,
"Go ahead, yeah, give me the quote."
He said something really cheeky. He said something like, "You know, you got to be careful when you fly," or some shit like that. Like,
How did we get here? You're talking about how cheeky Putin is.
He is.
And that sounds like what I don't. Luckily, I don't. I'm not programmed by all this news. I mean, you can't get away from it on the radio and whatever X or even YouTube every once in a while. But how did we get here in this conversation? I mean, I was present for the whole thing, but what does this have to do with the whole? Tie it back to the original. What was the original thing that you?
I mentioned Yuri Gagarin. That's what started that.
Yeah, pretty lost too, not gonna lie.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in textbooks that isn't actually true. Hell, I've seen presentations that say Yuri Gagarin and Neil Armstrong are the same damn person. They're just U.S. propaganda of what we think of as Soviet space footage is just produced by U.S. propagandists. They knew the power of film, especially when they had captive audiences. They had 3 news stations. They had one guy everyone listened to.
Yep.
Just even into 2001 when that still happened, there were these guys on TV were trusted people.
When Gilligan's Island was broadcast, the Navy used to get Coast Guard used to get letters from audience members telling them why they haven't saved these people on that island.
Yeah. So that can tell you how people can twist. That one's wild to me. The worlds, I guess I can get a little bit people getting panicked if they didn't tune in, but if Gilligan's Island's every week and it's not like the show wasn't popular, that's crazy. That's a wild one.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, people, a lot of these people, they probably work their ass off. There was no such thing as people watching TV 24/7 anyways. They will work their ass off. They came on in the weekends. They were busy with this and that, cookouts and kids sports and mowing the lawn and all that stuff. So they didn't. All they saw was some Gilligan's Island when they were trying to relax before they went to bed to do it again, and they thought the damn people were actually lost out at sea. God bless them. So yeah, it shouldn't be surprising, I guess, that all these people are hook, line, and sinker with the globe.
You guys ever seen that news article with spaghetti growing out of trees?
No,
people actually believe them. That they could get a spaghetti tree.
Yikes!
Yeah, it's real, dude. I think there's a news broadcast.
April Fool's joke.
So, what do you think about the? Oh my god, I'm sorry. How am I forgetting this guy's name? Stanley Kubrick faked the moon landing theory.
Well, it's not a theory. It had to have been faked because outer space is fake.
No, I'm just saying, like, specifically.
Whether he was just a consultant or he did the filming, he was on this. There's photographs with the NASA guys, Kubrick and Arthur C. Clarke, walking in the back lots of wherever they are, NASA or some studio. And there's no denying that some of the things that Kubrick used in his movies, like the I forget, I always blank on what's called the back rear projection, where they would have a film playing on a wall, or a photograph of mountains or whatever, and things in the foreground. Like in the scene, a lot of people want to think, oh, Kubrick did all the space stuff. I mean, a lot of that stuff is more George Lucas's thing, anyways. The models floating in space.
I think it would.
But hold on, like when the monkeys find the monolith and when they're banging around. Next time you watch it, you'll see something similar to how they did film when they're on the surface of the moon.
For me, it's when
in the foreground, in the way in the background.
Dude, for me, it's when the flight attendant is like, there's that pen scene in Zero Gravity when he's on his way to the moon base, or like the airport above the moon. I feel like that for the audience was like, okay, so it can be done in this. For me, at least, this can be simulated in this time, roughly, right? Because that scene with the floating pen is crazy.
Yeah, I don't know if they need Kubrick for that, but yeah,
I mean that Kubrick, but like, I guess the theory goes into how he's like been referencing it his career,
Tomorrow, we'll do that tomorrow because I got to get ready for work. Yes, I will love to be the student. Yeah, whatever the whole Kubrick, what he did, consulted on, or whatever, he was with them. You've seen the photographs, I'm sure.
And I think that it might have been poisoned slightly, or maybe just over zeitgeisted, the whole Kubrick theory, because it's like guaranteed that him, Arthur C. Clarke, and some of the high up NASA scientists were like hanging out for whatever reason. And like, I'm sure that a skeptic would say it's the same way that like a sci-fi director might hire an astronaut as like a consultant, maybe. But that sounds like coke. But I think it gets too deep when people are talking about how the little boy in The Shining has like Apollo 11 on his shirt, and then the twins.
No, do you think really? I mean, yeah, I did. I thought we were talking about Space Odyssey. Now we're talking about the film where he's claimed to admit it all. Yeah, I mean the launch pad on the carpet, the sweater, the font of that typewriter, which is A11 for all. A11 work.
The twins represent the Virgo constellation, Gemini. Gemini.
I heard that one.
Yeah, that's what the Apollo 13 astronauts were like named after.
And they have the Tang. And there's a lot of things with the eagle, and
it also insinuates like quite heavily. I mean, not just in The Shining, but more heavily in like Eyes Wide Shut. That I think in The Shining, it's more relegated to that weird scene where it's like some guy in a fursuit, and some politician. But he alludes to the fact that he's been in these rooms with these like demonic people, kind of forcing a message. And it's like pretty on the nose.
Then you have Disney. All their films, all those photos of him with rockets and with Disney with Von Braun. It's whatever it is. I mean, whoever made what, all it is the tradition being carried on. All these films being made, all these now they seem to have got to the point where really no one cares. Well, that's some people care, but this latest moon mission, there was it went pretty much unnoticed. So it's not like the old days where they have a captive audience and they still have to carry this tradition on.
I don't know. I think everyone was pretty hyped about the Artemis stuff. Seen quite a bit of stuff on it.
Yeah. Pretty underwhelming. Was hyped, I think.
Landing on it, you know? So it's like, okay, you know what I mean? It's like you flew around it. It's still impressive, obviously, but it's like you're not landing on the thing, so no one's really gonna like crane their neck.
Yeah, but the whole thing is just them convincing everyone to suspend disbelief, and here's what we did. That's like it's a little sad that people are so able to be influenced into actually thinking that's what occurred. It's bizarre. Everyone that wants to act like everyone's the peak of intellect and sophistication, and here it is. They put this package on the TV, which everyone, a lot of these people who were really excited about it, when you ask the details of it, they didn't even watch it. Did you watch any of the footage?
I mean, I did, yeah, but maybe I'm a special case. I watched the live stream.
Well, the live stream had issues. Some odd cuts and fades, and while this was supposed to be a live stream.
Nothing beats the Tesla live stream where it fully cuts out and shows like a fucking blank room. I'm not gonna lie. Like, that was wild, but you know, like it's when he launched that car into space, like the Tesla, and then for like a second, it just like it's not that the film cuts, it's just that like the green screen actually just drops, and it's like a car in a studio for a second. But yeah. I saw a guy, he wants to start, he's been like collecting seed money for this company for like 5 years now, where he wants to rent sunlight to people via a series of satellites with like big mirrors on them. And the idea is that you're like...
I've seen that.
Yeah, you've seen this, right? Like, what do you think of that? Like, would that not, it's only real when it's real, you know, like, but if that really did happen, would that not be like kind of damning? Because it would mean like satellites existed at least.
Well, no, there's no contention with the satellites. We can't have technology in the sky that's just not orbiting a ball.
Okay.
Yeah, and how would that work if you've rented the satellite sun to light up your party? It's all it's going to do is pass over and can carry on with its orbit.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing sounds like dystopian, you know?
Well, I mean, they could just... What's the big deal? You've seen a Chinese lantern, haven't you? That's a paper and fire. That floats up into the sky. Or whatever those things are called.
I suppose, but that's kind of like... It's not aerodynamic, but I know...
No, I know, but yeah, they could float something that's bright. I wouldn't put it past someone.
Yeah, China's trying to make a sun as well. I don't know if you guys seen that.
Always up to something.
Yeah.
Those guys are cheeky. I mean, we're trying to make a sun as well. Like, I think everyone is. Anyone who's working on fusion is kind of low-key trying to make a little sun.
I mean, I get it if you're wanting to have some party, but other than that, what? Or
I can't possibly think of like
what's
any.
the point? What good could come from adding a second something that was so significant that you have? It's being called another sun. I mean, what's the point?
Literally the only application I can imagine like that company using it for would be like Saudi weddings or some shit. You know what I mean? Like some real
Saudi golf tournament. Yeah, that's right. They backed out of that. But yeah, so it's like it would screw up agriculture. Or maybe it would help it. I don't know. Maybe they'd start. I guess they keep milking cows more times a day. So I don't know. Yeah, most plants they like the rest.
Yeah. I mean, we do use like hostile cloud seeding methods. I don't know if you guys believe in that, but we do it on our own people. Like geoengineering and chemtrails and stuff. But the second all the American bases around Iran got destroyed, this massive drought they've been having is just over now, and the rains have come back. And it's like, is it so hard to imagine that these radar stations weren't fucking with their weather as well?
Isn't that what they said, that they built that Abu Dhabi place without any sewers? You'd think that someone would just build a sewer system just in case.
That's wild to me. Yeah, the shit trucks, like the daily like 50 shit trucks that go in.
Well, I don't know. There's no damn whole entire place flooded, and all their little precious underground car garages and all that crazy stuff.
Oh, I was talking about like the Burj Khalifa in Dubai. Like, it doesn't have a sewer system. It doesn't have.
Well, that's what I heard. There isn't the entire city. I did not know that, but what does that mean? It doesn't have a sewer system. It's like,
I mean, literally search this up, right? Like, they get like every single day, this just row of trucks come in and out of the city to take the shit away. They just have like a row of shit trucks.
They have running water in the place. What is it? Just tanks of water and.
No, they just don't have like a sewer system for it. It's too big.
Good Lord.
So why do you think Russia is like agreeing on some level with America to lie about the shape of the Earth?
It'd be profitable.
No, according to the narrative, they were faking it first.
Okay. Well, I mean, like, then why is America doing it with Russia? Like, what's the common
they think they're better
between the
two?
It's
like, why aren't the two guys that successfully robbed a bank turning each other in?
Yeah. The Soviets owed America one because they gave them $11.3 billion in military aid during World War II, so the German army was unable to wipe them off the earth.
Yo, Lats, you there?
Yeah, what's up, dude?
You want to see me try and make it up my hill? I haven't been able to make it up for like a week, but the rain just hit.
Are you gonna run?
No, in my car. It's gonna look like something out of a movie.
Oh shit. Well, just be safe, dude. Yeah, I'm down. You could film it without dying. Hell yeah. I'm watching. Better not die.
Get a good for sure. It's kind of crappy. Good enough. Are you ready for this?
It doesn't seem like anything crazy steep. Oh, you're gonna make a left? Oh shit. Yeah, that angle does seem pretty steep. Oh, dude. You got it. Yeah, he's struggling. Are you stuck?
I'm stuck.
Fuck, dude.
Oh well. I tried.
Is that your
Now I
yard?
walk Hell yeah.
They got a big ass yard.
I'm on acres, bro.
Pretty good.
That was the attempt, but I always get stuck up here.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
That's usually my route, but we're filling it in with dirt and making it more level so I don't get stuck anymore.
Nice.
Did I leave my generator on? I totally did. I gotta start walking more or running. The hill gets me. I used to live at the top of the hill. Like, it goes even further. And I used to walk every day up the thing. And then in the winter, we didn't have any snow, so I didn't walk at all this winter. Whew.
Hello, anybody home?
Yeah, what's up, dude?
Hey, I'm not sure who it was. I think it might have been Old Dude or somebody else, but somebody had sent two papers, a master's thesis and a paper from Dayton University, regarding it was like a somebody they were shooting lasers between two Hawaiian islands. Does that ring a bell for anybody? Because I can't repost it because I don't have the chat permissions. But I wanted to talk about that, those papers and stuff. If anyone has familiarity with them.
I'm not aware of those papers, but what contention do you have with them?
Well, first I wanted to ask how the contents of the papers are being interpreted to support the flat Earth framework, and then I guess I would follow up from there. So if you're not familiar with them, then I guess you won't be able to answer that.
No, unfortunately not. I'm not sure where Old Dude is, actually.
Yeah, because when I try to scroll up the chat, it's just not there anymore. So,
yeah, I hate that this chat like resets every like 12 hours or something.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, because it was last night. But yeah, like if it was like a 150 kilometer propagation of near infrared laser between two Hawaiian islands, and like that's pretty characteristic. So like if somebody knew about it, then they would recognize it just from that, you know.
Yeah. I don't know. I've never seen it personally, so I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, fair enough. Drace is typing. Hey, Drace, are you familiar with the experiment that I'm describing? Maybe not. All right, I guess I'll check back later to see if that person is in here who posted the paper.
All right, brother.
Yeah, Drace. So we're definitely talking about the same kind of experiment. So that specific master's thesis, the whole thing that they were focusing on was that the original experiment, um, when they were first analyzing it, they were basing it off of this turbulence model called the Kolmogorov turbulence theory model. But the problem with that one is that it doesn't account for the refractive effects of the atmosphere at long distances or the curvature of the Earth. And if you actually read that paper, it's all about writing a ray tracing program that incorporates atmospheric refraction and takes into account the curvature of the Earth. So if you go through that paper, they actually derive a an atmospheric optical density profile equation based off of a bunch of different stuff. And so there's actually have graphs modeling the optical density of the air with differing heights, because they needed to do that because as the laser is going from one point to the other, it's actually going through it's changing height because the target is higher than the source, and then also because of the curvature of the Earth. So I'm not really sure what you're pointing to in this paper that you are claiming is incompatible with the globe Earth. Yeah, Miguel. I was a globe earther until that message that you just sent, where it says that there's no curvature on the Earth, and I guess that's enough to convince me, right? Come on, man. So, Drace, are you essentially saying that when they did this ray tracing simulation, that the results of that ray tracing simulation was different from the observed experiment? And if so, can you send a link to the original experiment where I can compare the two? Or just give me a page number on that.
I mean, Mikhail does make a good point, dude. Where's the curvature at?
I just want everyone to be on the same page about why this specific paper contradicts the Glober, because I'm still not 100% clear on that, right? Once we have that established, then we can actually like, you know what I mean? Otherwise, we're just talking in circles.
Well, it's not just this paper; it's all the papers.
Well, this
There's no
paper
curvature.
specifically is what is the subject of discussion, so I don't want to pivot away to some other disparate topics. I want to, finish this.
Yeah, fair enough.
All right, Drace. So I think it's a very simple question. Okay, so the paper data contradicts terrestrial refraction models, and we are not discussing it, but okay. The paper, so the paper that you linked, the characterization of atmospheric turbulence effects over 149 kilometer propagation path. You are saying that data in that paper contradicts terrestrial refraction models. But that paper is directly referencing the 1976, or what? I mean, yeah, you can go through it. Like they reference existing models of atmospheric pressure profiles, and then from there they calculate the refractive index gradient profile. So I'm not sure where you're claiming that it's contradicting other refraction models when it's literally incorporating them into the ray tracing program. That's where I think there's like a disconnect, because I'm just not seeing what you're seeing. If you can give me like an exact page number, then I can go read it myself or reread it. Okay, Miguel, clearly you don't even know what we're talking about, because the experiment we're talking about involves a target and a source that are both 3 kilometers above the surface of the Earth. So therefore, your apparent horizon would not have to interfere with the propagation path of the laser across this 93-mile distance. So, like, just read the paper first if you want to discuss it. Okay, so Drace, so you're saying the original prediction assumes a path intersecting through an effective curved layers of air. Okay, that's right. And then you say that prediction and expected result did not come back clean, nor in the separation of the beams. So they attribute that to turbulence models to avoid the spectral shift. So they assumed that the path was going through curved layers of air, and then they used the altitude dependent optical density gradient function to basically at each point in its propagation model, okay, how high is it? What is the optical density? What can we expect the behavior to be at this point? And then they integrated that along the path length. And then what you're saying is when they did that with the ray tracing simulation, the expected result did not come back clean. Can you define what that means? Are you saying that that prediction did not match the observations, that they all landed in the same spot? Well, the specific ray tracing model that is discussed in the paper that they made does include curvature and refraction. So okay, can you give me an exact page number where they make that assertion? The ray tracing models don't bend the rays. They literally do. I can't post images because of permissions, I guess. But if you go to page So on page 16 and on page 18, there are two ray tracing models that in fact show curved rays that they made themselves from their simulation models. So I'm not sure what you're referencing there specifically. Show me the model that bends the rays. It's on page 16 and page 18 of the paper that you sent. Okay, Drace, I think you are going into the realm of dishonesty. Here, let me go up to the table of contents on this thing. Okay, so chapter 2.2, ray tracing technique. Chapter 2.2.1, ray tracing equation. 2.2.2, numerical integration of the ray tracing equations. 2.2.3, implementation in C++. 2.3, ray tracing atmospheric optics, examples. 2.3.1, optical ray propagation through stratified layers. 2.3.3, analysis of the coherent of the combat experiment using ray tracing technique. For you to claim that this is not a ray tracing model, but just an optical model, at that point, that's just word salad, my guy. Like, what are we talking about? This paper is clearly discussing an analysis of an experiment using a homemade ray tracing model. I don't know why that is something that you have chosen to dispute at this time. You know what I mean? Like, that's not even, like, I don't know. You're asking me to say it explains the theory. It explains the theory of the ray tracing model that they made. They made a ray tracing model, and then the figures that it's in the paper was produced using that model. Like, what are you talking about? Show me a working
It's a theoretical model. Show me this model actually functioning. I can create a theoretical model to explain any observation. It doesn't mean it's true.
Okay, what would you accept as a demonstration of this model working? Like, what do you mean? What do you mean by that? Go ahead.
I wanted to show you, I wanted to see this model functionally working, predicting things as we see them.
So you are no longer denying that this is in fact a ray tracing model?
No, it's a theoretical model, just like I can create a theoretical model.
Okay, but it is a
Does the model match observation? Right? Is it a functional model?
You tell me, does it? Where in the paper does it?
I haven't used it. You're the one arguing this. I am not arguing this.
No, that is your argument. Your argument is that the results.
What is my argument? Tell me.
Is that the results of this simulation and analysis, when they factor in the assumed values of refraction and curvature, do not correspond with the observations of the original experiment. That's what your claim was.
My claim is that like they state in the beginning of this, is that the original modeling that they were following didn't match their observations, and so they used other modeling, like the turbulence and the new turbulence models, to try to match the observations, and then created this theoretical model as a consequence of that.
Well, yeah, what they were saying is that the original atmospheric models that they were using did not account for the effects of refraction at large distances. It only kind of factored in some localized turbulence, which didn't account for like large-scale turbulence and refraction across large distances. So that was the whole impetus of developing this new kind of...
Yeah, you do understand that the model has no relevance, right? The model is just, this is how we think it might work. You understand that, right?
The role of any scientific model is to create a framework that describes observations in the context of measurable, observable values. So you just described every scientific model ever, you know?
It's just how we think it might work. However, there are variables here inside this that were never tested. So the optical path is never verified. And the optical path is never verified. It's very difficult to verify that optical path, and they're not even trying to do so.
Okay, so are you claiming that the results of their simulation is somehow in disagreement with the measurements of the observations in the experiment?
What?
So we have
do you need to clean out your ears or something?
Hey, let's not get into ad hominem, dude. I haven't insulted you.
No, okay? Why are you asking me questions unrelated to what I'm saying?
I'm trying to get down to the bottom of why you are, like, what aspect of this paper or this analysis or the original experiment you believe is in conflict with the globe Earth interpretation. Like that, I'm just getting to the very specific clash. That's what I want. That's what I'm interested
in. That in this paper, for instance, they're talking about the dispersion between the beams, okay? If terrestrial refraction or light were bending around the globe, we would see more dispersion. Do you understand that?
More dispersion than what they calculated using the atmospheric models in this paper?
Yeah, more dispersion than using the refractive models, because the refraction is what causes the dispersion, not the turbulence. So if you can believe the turbulence is adding all that extra bend, then you can make it work.
So what is in disagreement? Like, are you saying that okay, because the paper itself,
you forget, I'm not here arguing using this paper. You brought it up and I asked, is this what you're talking about?
Yeah, that's what I was talking. And so somebody had another flat earther.
So you're confused.
No, another flat earther had sent me that paper.
And you didn't understand what he was saying, and so you're creating some kind of
no. It's because they literally just sent these two papers without context. It was this one and then the original Hawaii experiment, and I read through them, and I just didn't understand what the connection is. So that's why I'm asking you guys, like, hey, do you believe that this paper somehow contradicts globe Earth, and if so, what is the point of clash? Right, and so that's why I'm asking what your interpretation of this is with respect to flat Earth. I think that's a very reasonable and
that's a reasonable question. Like I told you, we're not looking at their interpretations of the data or their assumptions about the data. We're just looking at the data. So the separations between the beams, and so when we look at the globe claims, they have claims of terrestrial refraction, which is just an inflation of the globe geometry. And so with most ray tracing models, in order to avoid the calculations required to try to do any kind of curve rays, because they would be different curvature based on the optical density of the medium, and that would be variant all over the place. So that would create a lot of issues with conventional ray tracing in video games, for instance. And so what they do to correct for this within the math and within other games and stuff, you simply make the world flatter.
Okay, so I think I need to address Miguel Souza in the chat. So Miguel Souza, he has said, the fact that they can perform a 150-kilometer propagation test from one end to the other proves there is no physical ball blocking the line of sight. So
I was too high in the air, Miguel.
That's what I've been trying to tell him. Like, both observation and the source points were over 3 kilometers above. So that is a non-factor in this.
Yeah, that's why we don't use that as proof of flat Earth or anything. It's just like an example for the data. Like Indio posts this a lot and talks about this. It's an example of the data of the separation between the wavelengths due to the claimed refraction not being there. And so when we look for it.
In the original experiment, what was the measured separation of the beams?
I don't remember. I would need to go back through it.
Okay. And so are you claiming that the actual measured separation of the beams is in disagreement with the ray tracing simulation that this paper has presented?
No. What? No. Their ray tracing model is taking the data they got, which is not conforming to how much you would expect the beam to be refracted if the Earth was a ball and you assume normal terrestrial refraction models. So because it's not that refracted that much and there's not that much separation, they use these other turbulence models to modulate the output of their model until it matches the observation. And so now their model seems to match this observation better. What are you talking about?
Well, no, but okay.
Do you not understand this?
No, I do understand it, but the previous model that you're referencing that they have, replaced, right? I all of that, I'm in agreement. That is what it's doing. But what I'm saying is the original model didn't include refraction effects. Like it's literally right here. I'll copy paste. In this thesis, the ray tracing technique. Okay, yeah, I think right here.
Yeah, now then you're talking about the ray trace. You're talking about something other than what they're talking about when they're talking about the beam. They're not talking about using no refraction on the beam. That's retarded.
Okay, so what I just posted is literally the first line of the paper. So it's saying that this experiment was conducted that revealed inconsistencies based on the classical Kolmogorov turbulence theory. This inconsistency may be related with not accounting for refraction effects caused by refractive index variation with elevation and presence of large atmospheric structures which induce refractive index gradients and can alter the trajectory of the optical wave energy flux. In this thesis, atmospheric refraction effects are studied using a ray tracing technique. Due to refraction, a ray propagating in the atmosphere doesn't follow a straight line and may not arrive at its desired location. In this thesis, the ray tracing technique was applied for analysis over a propagation length of 150 kilometers. It was shown that due to refraction, the ray trajectory may deviate from the geometric straight line by 16 meters in the middle of the path. So what they're saying is that the previous models that were being used to analyze the data did not include refraction. The whole point of
that's not what they said. They didn't say that at any point in that. What are you talking about?
Literally in what I just posted. That's like no, they didn't
say that at any point.
In sentence number 2 of the paper, they say the inconsistency is related with not accounting for refraction effects. And then the rest of the paper is taking into account refraction effects.
No, bro, read the rest of the line. The inconsistencies may be related with not accounting for the refractive effects caused by refractive index variation with elevation and presence of large-scale atmospheric structures. So
and then the rest of the
they're saying the variations is not fully accounted for, and so that's why they're doing it. What are you talking about?
And what they are doing is then calculating what the index of refraction variation with height would be, and then incorporating that into their model. And then at the end, they actually take into account another more precise turbulence model, and they incorporate that into their model too. And then at the end, they end up with this WORT, W-O-R-T ray tracing model, which then they're claiming that is more accurate than the original too. So the whole point of this paper is that they are improving the accuracy.
Yeah, they're trying to improve the models. Yes, we agree. However, at no point was the globe ever verified in these models. The globe is assumed within the refraction models. That's the problem. It's very dishonest to stop the reading at. This inconsistency may be related with not accounting for refraction. Well, they're not accounting for refraction. Well, he didn't put a period there. Refraction effects caused by refractive index variation. Oh, well, they're talking about refraction and accounting for refraction, but not accounting for the variation. Not realizing that his models of refraction already pre-assume the globe. Using the same data, I can construct a same kind of ray tracing model for a flat Earth. Same thing. Doesn't mean shit.
Yeah, refraction. It bends light at different rates. But the laser for the laser test for flatness uses one wavelength only. But maybe we can do it with multiple lasers or one of those like combined white lasers, and then we can see if it spreads out in different colors. See if there's diffraction. I can't really read right now, by the way. I'm driving. I can kind of read a little bit, but it's kind of difficult. Hello?
Name one object that's perfectly flat.
I'm not saying the Earth is perfectly flat. Does it say perfect flat Earth 24/7?
Oh. Are you therefore saying the Earth is more or less flat?
Well, the Earth is flat.
But to what
An
degree?
overall surface aspect to your
No,
eye.
that's not true. I'm working on a surface right now that's not perfectly flat, I can guarantee you.
Well, yeah, we're not. Like I said, we're not claiming perfect flatness.
So you're saying it's more or less flat, right? It's not really, strictly speaking, it's not flat, you're saying, right?
Oh, it's flatter than a sheet of paper.
Yeah,
that's
okay,
flat?
but that,
Nothing that is perfectly. It only exists in mathematics.
so therefore, a perfectly flat object does not exist, right? And what's the point in saying perfectly flat instead of saying flat, right? That's the same thing. So there is no flat object, right? That's the conclusion. Obviously, there is no flat object. Therefore, your premise of the Earth being flat is just false, right? I just
How would
proved
you
the impossibility
When you say flat, it means it's flat with real world tolerances.
How would you describe your cutting board?
Think of this. It's like saying something is 99% correct. Well, 99% correct is, strictly speaking, not correct. It's not true, right? It's false. It's close to it, but it's not.
How would you
right?
describe your
So your
cutting
object is not
board?
flat.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, how would you
Please
describe
reply
your cutting board?
to my cutting board.
Yeah,
What's it
how
made
would
out
you
of?
describe it?
Okay, what's it made out of? What's the substance it's
It
constituted
could be
of?
wood, plastic, glass, it doesn't matter. Whatever you're cutting.
And what is the question?
How would you describe it? Like the surface of it?
I would describe it as a geometric structure, embedded in 3D space-time.
How profound.
All right, that's okay. This sounds like voodoo. Okay, I agree.
So like you don't like use shapes at all, because then everything would just be like a shape. So like a cube is not really like a real life cube is not really a cube, right? Because it's not a perfect cube. So it's just a geometric
not
structure.
A shape.
Oh,
Flat is not a shape.
Yeah, flat's
Well,
not
yeah,
a shape.
like the topography.
The adjective is not the noun.
You know that flat's not a shape, right?
It's close enough. It's like a local shape.
No, it is. No, it's not, dude. What?
The surface of the Earth is not flat.
Yeah, it's like the shape of a surface.
It is a property
No.
that a shape may or may not have. It's not close enough to being a shape.
Yeah,
It's not a shape.
More
Alright, it's not a shape. It doesn't matter, right? If it's a shape or not.
It's an adjective. Yes.
I give up.
So I'm not,
Adjective.
you know.
You know the difference?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Adjectives and nouns and all that good stuff.
So if you're saying the Earth is not perfectly flat, perfectly flat, you therefore are saying the Earth is flat to a degree, right?
The Earth
and having
is
a degree
Earth-shaped.
would mean that there is a curve. So
The Earth is
QED, man,
Earth-shaped.
again.
Wait, so are you telling me that your
That's
cutting
the
board is
second
curved?
masterful
Is that what
argument
you're
I've
telling me?
created, man. Yeah.
Are you telling me your cutting board is curved?
So
Yes or no? Is your cutting board curved then?
Hey, it might be a little wonky. He might have a curved cutting
yes,
board.
it is curvature.
Are you telling me that the
cutting board
surface
has
on the
curvature.
hard book board of your book has curvature?
Yes, if you zoom in, you will see like little hills, you know?
Yes, I
yes, you will
know.
see that.
The
And
Earth
if
is
you
flatter
zoom in
than
on a
than
piece of
sheet
paper,
There
you'll
you go.
see all these little ridges and spaces.
And you know what
and it'll
the,
look like
what the hill
mountains
is?
and valleys.
A hill is
Come
technically
on.
speaking, look, bro, a hill is technically speaking like a half a bowl, you know? So therefore, it's curved. Obviously,
No, it
man.
is not.
That's what the hill is, right? It's like
A
if you
hill is
cut a
not
ball in
half a
half, there is a
ball.
hill.
No.
One hill is not enough earth curve to cover all the curvature you're going to need.
The hill has the same degree of curvature as the Earth.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
Bro, have you ever seen the
Yikes,
Earth?
dude. Have I seen the Earth? Yes, I went outside today.
All right, yeah, me too. Nice. All right. So that's all I wanted to say, you know, because it was pretty quiet in here.
Thanks for stopping by. It was funny, at least. Thank you.
No problem, man. No problem. Yeah.
All right, bro. Have a good one. Unless you have anything else you want to add.
Well, I would say there is like a misunderstanding in this channel. I really want to. Well, I've pointed this out so many times, and I get a lot of shit from you guys. So, the idea is you guys believe that if you know something, you therefore don't believe it anymore, right? That's what they're saying. I don't believe it.
It's
I know it.
knowing now.
Right? Yeah, but
do you
There's
believe
a difference between belief and knowledge.
Do you believe
The
you're a
difference
man, or do you know you're a man?
both. I know it. No,
If you know it, then you don't believe it anymore.
All right, think of this,
At
man.
that point.
Knowledge is a subset of belief, and by that I mean that knowledge is defined like in generally it's defined as justified and true belief. So it's still just a belief, but it's a belief you have evidence for, right? So you still believe
that's the
it,
difference.
but you also have evidence for it, right? But you still believe it. Of course, you don't stop believing it. You also believe it, and now you're even more fortified in your belief because you have evidence, and then you can claim, look, I don't just believe it, I also have evidence for my belief. But of course, you still believe it. You're
It's
justified
like
in holding
this.
the belief.
If I was to believe if I was but I'm actually a man. Because I know I'm a dude, but I believe I'm a woman. You see?
So yes, let me just point out what like the definition of belief would be, like the standard. It would be a belief is to hold a certain statement to be true. That's all a belief is. That's all it means, that you believe the proposition in question, the statement in question is true. For example, you are a man and you believe that you are a man. That's perfectly fine. Let's say you are a man and you know that you are a man because there is evidence for it and you believe that you're a man. You can't just change your belief, you know? Yeah, you know? You can't just you can't just start believing that the earth doesn't exist, right? You can't just do that.
No,
Because
you can believe the
whatever you
earth
hold to
doesn't
be true.
exist. You can believe it doesn't exist. It is still there regardless of whatever your belief you have, right?
No, you're not in control of your beliefs, you know? If I present evidence for something, you will believe it no matter what, because if you actually believe my evidence, you have to believe it, you know? So, let's say it's a murder trial, and you're the judge, and you say, I don't believe that he did it. And then the prosecutor, he presents like an actual video of like 10 people filming it, how he killed him. And the judge still says, I don't believe it, right? But it wouldn't be true, right? Because he would believe it because there is evidence for it, I guess. So him saying that he doesn't believe it is like a hypocritical thing.
Well, it's a good thing that we're not talking about a murder trial.
Yeah, okay. No, you're right,
So we're talking about something like the Earth, which everybody can check and see if there's actual curvature on it.
Okay. The Artemis mission, that's a lot of evidence for you.
Well, yeah, how do you know that mission was real?
Well, I have faith and trust in NASA.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. You can have faith and trust in them. I don't have to have faith or trust in them. I could just verify to see if the location they said that they're going is real or not. I can verify the contents of the actual video to see if that's real or not. Right? Like you can verify to see if you can go to outer space. You can verify if they're around the Earth. If neither of those things are possible, then it's obviously fake, right?
I mean, they went there on the moon, I think.
Well, yeah, that's the story they gave you. Yeah, that's like when they say, "Yeah, Santa Claus gave me my presents." That's a story.
Bro, why would you think that's not possible? I've seen this guy, this like bald guy, who is asking like astronauts to take like an oath on the Bible or something. I've seen him on like a podcast with like an actual astronaut. And his points didn't really make sense. Unless you have like different arguments than him.
Oh, that doesn't prove anything.
It proves that he presented like a lot of moon mission critics points and arguments, So maybe he presented arguments you would present, against, and I didn't find that they were like convincing. You know what I mean, man?
Like if I asked my girlfriend, like, "Hey, did you cheat on me? Here, swear on if you cheated on me or not." You think that'd be good proof?
Well, I mean, if she actually believes, in an oath,
Yes,
yeah.
exactly.
Have you seen Harry Potter?
Do you know
this one oath?
Do you know if they're religious or not?
No, I don't. I don't know, and I'm not taking
that
their
may or
word.
may not have meant anything at all.
I'm not just taking their word for it,
You are though. When I asked, how did you verify it? Not.
Yeah, the moon rocks, for example. They said they have like lots of moon rocks,
Yes, how did you verify those rocks were from the moon?
There are like studies done on the rocks. They have like a certain they're constituted out of like a certain proportionality of like substances.
When they did check, it was petrified wood.
Well, in some samples, some were fake. It doesn't mean all were fake.
What were the other ones?
The other ones were sent to like reputable organizations like the American Zionist Committee and I don't know. I'm just joking. I don't know. And they would send them to like universities and I guess.
Cool. They probably put them up in a museum somewhere. Awesome. So you just believe that they were from the moon. That's my whole point. You never verified if it was actually from the moon or not.
There is
right?
There is like a limit of how much I'm willing to verify, but I still want to hold beliefs. I couldn't live otherwise, So
yeah, and that's okay.
A lot of things I believe I have not verified myself. I will accept like rational reasoning, Just use like rational reasoning. You don't have to have evidence, you can just rational your way to it,
Yes, I'm not saying that I don't have beliefs either. I'm telling you, I also beliefs and stuff. That is okay to have beliefs. But you need to distinguish when you have belief or not, right? Like for the Earth, is that a belief you hold that the Earth is a ball, or do you actually know it?
Well, bro, so this is what I was saying. If you know it, you also believe it. Knowing means that you have a justification for your belief. That's all. But you still believe it. So can you know that the Earth exists? Yes, if the Earth is round, right, or like a sphere. Yes, if you're justified in holding that belief, and if that belief is actually true. Now, is it logically, at least logically possible, for the Earth to be a sphere? Yes, because I don't see any reasons for it to be like intrinsically logical contradictory. So at least it's logically possible, right? So is it physically possible? Yeah, of course, man. Of course,
No,
it can be like
you
an
know that it's not
object
even
because
logically
balls
possible.
actually exist, right? So
Yes, I
balls
know
can
that balls
physically exist.
exist, but there's no measured curvature on the floor. So it's actually illogical to think that the Earth is a ball if there's no curvature measured on the surface.
That's not true. That's not true.
Bro, it being logically possible, it just means that it's not logically contradictory. The claim that the Earth is a sphere does not have like an intrinsic contradiction in itself. Of course not, because it would be in the form of it being a sphere and not being a sphere. But the claim is just it being a sphere. So it's logically possible, and physically it's possible because we know balls exist. Now the question is, so it might be true. The question is, are we justified in believing it? And I would say, of course, we are.
Let's say that everybody on the Earth at the same time took a laser test and came to this and got the exact same measurements of the exact same area, and we all determined together that the laser test showed that there was no curvature. It is still possible for the Earth to be a ball.
I agree.
Well, I mean,
Why?
It's an interesting experiment.
Hell?
Of course,
That's how logic works. It's still logically possible. A measurement is not proof. Proof is an establishment of the threshold of evidence required.
Well, proof would be something that points to the claim being definitely true. They're like evidence, Evidence just means that there is something that points to the proposition being true. That's all it means,
I think proof means like really strong evidence. Evidence can be weak evidence or not, but
no. It can be weak evidence because evidence means it proves something, a certain proposition. That's what it means.
It's just hilarious the idea that you can download the shape of the entire planet with laser tests. It's like all that you're demonstrating is local.
No, we never claimed the shape, dude. Holy. You know this.
You're making a claim to the contrary. You're saying that a lack of curvature is a demonstration of flatness.
Because it is. If there's no curvature, then what is it?
No, it's a demonstration of local flatness. That's all it is.
You know they give us the size of the Earth, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question.
It wasn't a question. I just made a statement.
Oh, go ahead.
Exactly how much curvature there should be if it's there. And that whole paradigm is already shit on.
Sure, I'm aware of the average. I'm aware of the posited average, but that's irrelevant. That's a red herring to this conversation. We don't need to talk about the numbers. We just need to talk about what's logical, because this discussion was about what's logical and what's not.
Oh, okay, sure. So there's no curvature measured. So why would you ever think or believe that there would be the Earth was
because
a curved
measurements are approximations, and it depends on your threshold of evidence. A measurement is an approximation.
Right, because you don't have like an exact height, right? So it's actually impossible to determine your exact height because even if you determine it down to the electron, they're like still photons, and they're not like steady; they're in constant movement. So you don't have like a definitive height, So it's just an abstraction to measure your height, So he's right.
Sure, but we're not.
Were you the one that were complaining that things weren't perfectly flat when people say flat? And now you're saying like height?
Yeah, I'm saying you don't have like an exact height, right? Because the atoms of your head are like in constant movement,
Yeah. And it's the same with flatness.
It's the same with flatness because there is no exact perfect flatness,
Exactly.
I'm not saying that the Earth is perfectly flat, dude.
Yeah, but if you say it's not perfectly flat, you're saying it's more or less flat. And something that's more or less flat is strictly speaking not really flat, You can say tongue-in-cheek wise it's flat, but it's actually not, if you don't commit to it being perfectly flat, that's the conclusion. I think that's like one of the best arguments because it's an internal critique, and I don't have to present any
there's
evidence.
nothing that's perfectly flat.
Yeah, exactly.
What is
that's
perfectly flat?
Just complete flat with like 0 degree of deviance.
Yes, can your cutting board still be flat without it being perfectly flat?
Yeah, strictly speaking, it wouldn't be flat. No, it wouldn't be flat.
Oh, flat doesn't exist in your world.
Flat exists as a concept, and there may be a perfectly flat object. I'm not aware of it existing. That's why I'm asking you guys, is there something that's perfectly flat? And you say no. You know, you guys started like a couple of days ago when I presented this argument with saying like the surface of water is perfectly flat, but it was like pretty amateur-wise. And then you went to like mirrors. That's also pretty bad. Someone said like a silicon sphere, you know? That's very
Seems
close
like you're
to
deflecting, though. Seems like you're deflecting from the fact that regardless of how perfectly flat it is, it's obviously not a ball.
No, I'm saying it's at least not flat. We can agree on that, you know, and that's all I want to prove. That the Earth is definitely
agree that it's at least not a ball.
So,
because the
I'm
concept of
concerned
the ball is not on trial right now.
What's that?
We're not comparing it to a ball. We're talking about idealistic shapes here. The ballness of the Earth is not on trial right now in this conversation.
Yeah, no, the ball Earth is exactly on trial. That is exactly what it is.
No,
and it's not only on trial, it's already been adjudicated and debunked. That's why we're here.
We will talk about it, man. But what I'm concerned with right now, what I was concerned with, was to prove that the Earth is definitely not flat. So whoever is claiming that the Earth is flat is just wrong, you know.
It's definitely not a globe,
you can talk about it being a sphere. Yeah, it's not flat. Definitely, it's not flat. It's more or less flat.
Well, it depends what you mean by not flat. It's generally more flat than it is a sphere.
Generally flat, but not real. Yeah, that's
I mean, it's got hills and valleys, right? So obviously, it's not like paper flat. But it's not a spinning ball like the schools and the media are telling the public. That's the point.
Okay, bro, but I need like a medal for proving that it's at least not flat, and you guys actually conceding to it.
No.
Bro, I got flat earthers to say that the Earth is not flat. This is insane.
No. See, this is a very low-brained moment for you.
Yeah, it's been low. It's okay.
We're not. We're the flat Earth is like a media term. It's like a media term, right? We're not claiming it's perfectly flat, obviously. It's got hills and valleys, doesn't it?
So it's more or less flat, right? That's what you're saying.
Yeah. It's
okay. So the Earth is more or less flat.
Plane. The topographical plane, yeah? Topographical
plane.
It's
not a flat plane, bro. You're not saying it's a flat plane. You just talked about hills.
Topographical. Yeah, hills and valleys.
Exactly.
Yeah. No one is arguing that it's not got hills and valleys. Is that what you thought?
Are you saying hills and valleys?
That kind of speaks to your level of intellect, dude, if that's what you thought.
So when you look at like hills and valleys, you would say they're flat? That's flat? Flat land?
Yeah, see, this is how much this topic breaks your guys' brains. Like, you're just being disingenuous.
There are girls.
You can't address the fact that it's obviously not a spinning ball of water and rock in a vacuum.
Okay, let's talk about that, man. Actually, let's address that, man.
Okay, why has no one ever measured any curvature of the Earth if it's a ball?
I mean, you said hills exist. Hills have curvature, you know. So according to you, curvature exists.
Spherical curvature. You know what I mean? So you don't even want to know about it. You're just being like a debate bro, dude. It's pathetic.
Yeah, it's pure debate, bro. Tactic stuff. No evidence, no common sense, no citations.
Yeah. You have to willingly make yourself sound this retarded to avoid having the discussion.
Name one authority you would accept.
No. Just answer my question. Why has no one ever measured any spherical curvature if the Earth is a globe?
A lot of people have studied spheres, you know, and they've measured lots of spheres. Sorry, I'm not a native speaker, but I can't pronounce it. Yes, balls has been measured, you know.
Okay, so who measured the spherical curvature of this fantasy globe?
Eratosthenes.
No, he didn't measure any curvature. He assumed curvature. Try again.
He used an experiment, and using like empirical evidence and using rational thinking, he derived.
Okay, what did he measure?
That the Earth has to be flat, you know.
What did he measure exactly?
He measured the degree of
elevation,
sunlight impact on the surface of the Earth. I'm not an expert on it, but well, I mean, from that observation, he determined using rational reasoning that the Earth has to be flat.
Like I said, yeah, that's why I was asking for the measurement, not the assumption.
And he was actually right to like a small degree of error, you know.
Yeah, but he assumed it. We're asking for a measurement.
He didn't assume it. He actually measured something, right? He didn't measure curvature, but he measured something. And with that evidence,
I'm interested in who measured the curvature. That's why I asked you. Why are you giving me the answer to a question I didn't ask?
He used mathematics and reason, you know. That's enough.
Yeah, you just said he didn't measure curvature.
He measured something, right? He took like some empirical. Well, I mean, he took measurements, right?
Yeah, not of curvature, though, right?
Okay, let's say whatever, not of curvature, right?
Okay, so not of curvature, right? So I asked you, why has no one measured curvature?
Okay, let me correct it then. He took measurements, not of curvature.
Okay, so let's move on, because I didn't ask who assumed curvature. I asked who measured it.
Okay, so he measured something, right? You would agree?
Not curvature, dude. Listen to me. Yeah, okay. I didn't ask who assumed it. I said who measured it.
Let me just finish, bro. So you agree that he did?
You already know that this isn't what we're talking about. We're talking about who measured it. You're saying a guy who assumed it. You've already admitted he didn't measure it. So my question was initially, why has no one measured it? And you said someone has measured it. This guy. Now you're saying he hasn't measured it. So who has?
So what he did, man, what he did. You pushing back very hard. I appreciate it, you know, for being able to speak without being muted. Okay, I'm very thankful for this opportunity. So what he did, he observed something, right? He observed something.
Not
you would at least agree that. Oh yeah, okay, it doesn't matter. So he observed something.
That was the whole point. That's what I'm asking for.
Okay, I agree with you. He observed something, not curvature. Okay, but he observed something.
Why has no one
and using that observation?
Curvature?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Using the observation and using rational thinking, he derived from his observation that the Earth has to be.
You're just using a bunch of words to say he assumed curvature, which I already said in the first second. This has already been covered. We already know it. You don't need to reiterate it using 50 different words.
So are you saying like mathematics is an assumption? Like what? Do you believe?
Oh, now with the straw man. Is this all you can do?
No.
Is this all you can do? Obfuscate and straw man?
You're trying to throw in the red herring, you know? Like,
dude, no. Don't debate, bro, every single sentence, dude. Just answer the question which you were asked originally. Why has no one measured spherical curvature of the Earth if it's a globe?
He did. Eratosthenes did. You know, you break.
No, you just said he didn't. You just agreed that he didn't.
He did.
All right, so now you're changing your mind. What you just said 2 minutes ago,
then. Well, actually, I've heard that you are concaver, man. LARPing as a flat earther.
Yeah, you tap out. See you later.
Yeah, bro, come on.
Floundering, you try.
Well, I mean, at least I proved that the Earth is not flat. That's like a great achievement. I mean, yeah. There you go.
Mute all the globies.
Someone recorded
it. Oh, dude. You didn't do anything.
Please upload this to World Star Hip Hop. Like TMZ.
Yeah, how's he muted? Why can't I unmute him?
Oh, Floundering? I can try for you in a sec. Yeah.
Floundering, can you answer the question? Why has no one measured curvature of the Earth if it's a globe? The other guy couldn't do it.
Yeah, the other guy didn't even know what flat meant.
Yeah, he's bricked.
Yo, bro, I'm out. Okay, I'm at the sidelines.
Floundering, you were chatting. You know? What's going on?
There is no need to kick me. I'm already out of the debate.
I'm not trying to kick you.
It's like punching someone who is on the ground, you know? I like punching the referee. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, fair enough.
What's that?
I didn't want us talking about him after he said he was going to leave the discussion.
Let me just say one thing.
Wait, he said he was leaving?
Look, man, some girls, they're blessed to have very big boobs, so to say, you know, and some girls don't have big boobs. They are like flat, right? So that's the difference between flat and not flat. Like hills are not flat, obviously. Yeah.
This is what you wanted to get out with your last words, really.
Yeah, it was pretty bad actually, but it's a good argument actually. Right? Yeah.
I mean, if you believe that, sure.
Okay, he ain't doing it. All right, Jay, try again. Why has no one measured the curve?
Well, I would say that's what you believe.
Okay, so who measured it if I'm wrong?
I would say Joseph Smith.
See, you can't even be serious, dude. You know it. You already know it's correct. So I don't know why you're trying to argue.
Bro, I don't know
Just
the
give
names,
it up.
man.
Just
I'm
give it up. Listen, you fell for
Germany,
you fell for the Jeffrey Epstein's mates globe model. It's fine. All of us did. Now you know it's bullshit. Just accept it. Don't be a weirdo about it.
Well, Epstein killed himself, right?
Well, that's another discussion. But basically, why are you following their cosmology instead of what's obvious and apparent to every single human being since the beginning of time?
All right, I can tell you, because it's a view that explains all of my observations. You know, I've never had
your
like
observations are all of a flat motion. You just observe a flat, motionless Earth. So the flat Earth explains your observation. Yeah. The globe Earth is a fantasy concocted by Jeffrey Epstein's mates.
Me observing like a close to flat plane when I stand somewhere is perfectly in accordance with the Earth being a sphere, you know?
Nah, it's flat.
Yeah, of course, it's a very big one, you know? So it appears to be flat, you know?
Yeah, but you've also got no evidence that it's not the thing that it appears to be. So you're just left with what it appears to be.
The observation I'm having is in accordance with spheres, you know, like a globe Earth.
No, it's in accordance with flat and motionless.
But it's according to both, is what he's saying.
To both.
Well, only if the fantasy that you create states that the ball will appear flat and motionless, but that's not justification.
It's just saying if you have like a giant globe, it will appear to be flat, you know? And if it is actually flat, it would also appear to be flat.
Yeah, but also, if you had a globe, it would have curvature, which the Earth does not.
It would have curvature, yeah, and if we exactly observe that.
Yeah, well, the Earth's surface that we live on doesn't have that, so there you go.
We can just observe the Earth and then reason to the conclusion.
Yeah, we can observe the flat, motionless Earth. We can measure that it's flat and motionless, and we can reason, therefore, it must be flat and motionless. I don't know why you guys find this so hard.
Have you heard of like the empiricism versus rationalism debate?
Oh, please enlighten us how you've reasoned your way to thinking the opposite of observable reality because you were told so as a child, and now you've got an intellectual framework to justify this childish code. Please.
No, I don't want to enlighten you. It's just saying that can we derive like the truth of a proposition using like observation?
We've derived it. There's no curve.
Or can we only do it using like logical reasoning, you know?
Yeah, we've used logic, we've used empiricism, we've used measurement to derive that there is no globe.
Have you heard of like deduction and induction maybe? Right? The only way to get like truth is through deduction, right? So, but for that you have to start with truth and then you derive like another truth of it, you know? You can say
you're a globe believer. Who are you why are you going to try and tell us how to find the truth? You watch a NASA video and eat your Cheetos and just accept it.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
You talk to us about finding truth through philosophy.
Yeah, that's logic, man. Look, if you
which you have none of.
Okay, let's say this. If you have a tree and the tree is 100 yards tall,
trees.
right?
We talk about trees, you idiot.
The trees are the surface of the Earth.
All right, how fast do you think the ground is spinning?
Like a zillion kilometers per hour.
See, it's just childish. A zillion, bajillion, matrillion, like hours per minute. Yeah, see, it's childish.
Like the exact number, man. This is like in school when the teacher calls on you. No.
Why would you believe in something that you don't know? Tell me that.
Bro, why would you be a hypocrite?
Oh, yeah.
Turn the question back on me. So boring. Dude. You guys are so boring.
Well, it's not used like ad hominems, right? You can do it. I know you can do it.
Okay, so how fast do you really think the ground is spinning?
I think it's turning like 16,000 kilometers per hour.
All right. Now, when you go outside, what makes you think that that's occurring?
Well, I wouldn't expect to be able to observe or...
That's not what I asked you. I asked you what makes you think that's occurring.
The observation,
of what? It doesn't seem like the ground's moving at 16,000 kilometers an hour, like you said.
You're exactly right. And if the Earth is spinning at like 16,000 kilometers per hour,
which is
it would be perfectly fine for me just standing here and not, seeing it.
All right. So the thing that tells you that it's spinning at 16,000 kilometers an hour is that it doesn't seem like it's doing that. That's your evidence?
Exactly, and that's in accordance with the Earth being
exactly. It's so genius.
Exactly.
So that's what makes you think it? The fact that you have no experience of it, no evidence of it?
So that's not a good argument, man. Because the observation is...
Yeah, it's great. Fine. It's great. You guys are in here just talking about imagination. Oh, I believe it because it doesn't seem like it. Derp. Is that it? Is that really why you believe it? Because it just doesn't seem like it? And you tell yourself, well, if it was doing this, it wouldn't seem like it was doing what I believe it's doing.
I believe the hypothesis because it's in line with all of my observations.
In line with observations? No, your observation says it's going nowhere. It ain't moving.
Yes, and that's in line with the Earth being a sphere and rotating.
Yeah. My observation of it not moving is in line with my hypothesis that it's moving, therefore, it must be moving. Listen to yourself. When you're trying to talk to us about philosophy and intellectual
conclusion you're trying to draw.
Discussion? Jesus Christ, dude. This is how bricked they've made you guys.
Sorry, are you saying you have evidence to the contrary?
You haven't provided any evidence. You've just said, oh, well, it's because it doesn't seem like it's moving that I believe it's moving. That's not evidence.
That's in accordance with my beliefs and...
Yes, there you go. You believe it. Yes, that's all you have. You believe it.
I believe it, and I'm justified. I'm justified in believing it, and it is actually true.
You've just been told it, and you believe it. There's no justification
I'm justified true belief, man.
You're just gullible.
Okay, name one original belief you hold you did not derive from someone else.
No, we'll just talk about your unjustified belief in the ground spinning.
Like a little clown.
No, because we're just interested in exposing the fraud, bankrupt nature of the globe fantasy, which you're doing quite well. Because it's not about evidence for you. It's about belief in the feel-goods. You feel nice and fuzzy and warm thinking that you're spinning at 16,000 kilometers an hour, even though that's not what the globe model actually claims. You just don't even know what it claims. You just have this vague notion. You don't even think you live on a giant spinning ball. You just want to pretend you think you live on a giant spinning ball to fit in. That's the fact. You don't think you live on a ball. No one does. It's retarded. They're just pretending.
Are you saying it different to me?
Dude. This is sad. Come on. Get that some other glober in here.
How are you different to me?
Did you miss this cyclone?
I thought I did. I thought, you know what? I've got a little bit of time. Let's go and see what the globers are up
to. Him so many
and this is what I get. This
so
is what I get.
So Cyclone, if I can try to jump in for some globing and help clarify.
Well, I got them to concede that the Earth is not flat.
Thank you, JJ. It's okay. You're no longer required. You're no longer required. Put yourself on mute.
Because I really hate it when globers say like, oh, it's like what you were saying, like that does sound silly when he says like, I know it's real because it doesn't seem like it, and so like,
that's not a reason. I mean.
Yeah,
exactly.
All you had to do is say like it seems like it because the Earth is moving, or like we have to decide if the sun or the Earth is moving, right? Because we can.
Yes, there you go. He would have to say like, well, I see the sun moving, so I assume it's because I'm moving. That would at least be something.
Right. Those are one of two things. That's perspective, right? Like when you're driving down the street, like you know that you're the one that's moving down the street, not the Earth around you. But it does appear like there's optical illusions there. Like when you're in a train, like you think you're moving. When you have when there's no other point of reference.
See, for me, that's just like a bare minimum litmus test. Like, are you at least going to be able to almost think your way into the globe belief? And if you say something like, "Well, I see the things in the sky moving around, and I assume that's because I'm moving," then at least you're showing me that you're at least vaguely following the globe story. But if you're just like, well, it doesn't seem like it's moving, therefore it aligns with my belief. It's like, what are you doing, dude? All right, so fair enough.
That's why I think that. So like the way they could have framed it, so you can still use like they could have explained it so much better by just saying, I think relative because I'm moving relative to the sun. It might be the thing that I'm on that's moving because that's what happens when like when you pass by something, it looks like it's going.
Yeah, and that's fine. But then we would still come to the position of okay, but then that would be a positive claim beyond what we experience. So there would have to be some additional evidence to that because you could get to the position where it's like, well, it's one or the other, but we only experience one. So how do you prove it's actually the other?
Yeah, exactly. So that's where you have to start measuring where the sun is at. And so, I couldn't this is nerd. This is where we're getting into nerd shit. So I would have to look it up. So the actual measurements and everything are a mystery to me exactly how it works. But what I am aware of is that they can measure the difference between like whether or not the sun, because the sun's like pretty much always in the same place on a rotation and just keeps ending up in the same place all the time. So that tells us that it's the thing that's stationary and that we're the thing that's moving. But I'm pretty sure Galileo.
No, you just said it was on a rotation. So if it's on a rotation, that means it's moving.
No. I'm saying that we're rotated. There is rotation because we are rotating because the sun is in the same place over and over.
But we only observe the sun to be rotating, not ourselves.
No. We see the sun move across the sky. It's moving laterally.
Yes, there you go. Okay. So now we're getting
because
somewhere.
Of that arc, because of the way that it arcs from the horizon over to the next horizon, that's an arc, right? So it's arcing overhead, and so that tells us there is rotation.
Yeah, so then that would have to be your burden to say, but that's not what's actually going on. It's actually us, the ground that's moving, that's causing that phenomenon.
Right.
Which no one can do.
No. Then we have to figure out how we know that we're the thing that's moving and not the sun.
Yeah, which no one can do.
Let me look it up real quick. No, because I'm pretty sure because the sun is always in the same spot over and over again.
Yeah, because it's on a cycle, moving in a cycle.
Over the year?
Yeah, so that just tells us that the sun,
there's a 24-hour
as far as we can observe, is moving in a
yearly cycle.
Yeah, it's the sun's cycle. Yeah.
Okay, so at least you're saying the sun exists and it's on a cycle. So you conceded it's like a physical object, at least.
What are you talking about, Jay? Put the drink down. Put yourself on mute.
So because the stars slightly shift position relative to distant stars over 6 months, it's imagine looking at your thumb with one eye and then looking at the and then the other. And so you know how you can move your thumb just by blinking from one eye to the next? Like put your thumb out in front of your face and then blink. Look at it with your right eye.
Is this how we're going to prove? Is this how we're going to prove?
You know how your thumb is moving? So you know how your thumb moves, but see, so if your thumb, your thumb is sitting still. But
is this what the scientists are
and opening another one? You move your thumb.
Right. But how are you getting to the Earth is spinning?
So if the sun there wouldn't be that shift if the sun was moving around the Earth.
That sounds shaky, dude. That sounds pretty shaky. You're telling me the Earth doesn't seem like it's moving. The sun looks like it's moving, but if you start closing your eyes and looking at your thumbs, you can tell the Earth is moving.
No. Listen, I need you to understand. No, I don't want you to misunderstand. So look, I need you to do the test with your own eyes so you can see directly with your own eyes. Now put your thumb out in front of you, but don't move your thumb.
Won't tell me that the ground is moving, though.
Oh my gosh, Cyclone, we have to go through how we know something.
Maybe draw a diagram. Maybe draw a diagram of it.
If you could just is it too hard for you to put your thumb in front of you and look at it with your left eye?
It's hard for me to imagine how you think this would tell you that the Earth is a big spinning ball.
So when you do the thing I'm asking you to do, does your thumb move?
Yeah, when you close one eye or the other.
And then it moves, right? So then how does that happen?
Looking through a different eye.
From a different angle.
Yeah, slightly different angle from a different eye.
So now, when you look at the sun from a different angle, it does that.
Okay. So it's still moving, but the ground is not.
No. When you look at the sun with your left eye, and you look at the sun with your right eye, it appears to move against the background. So if the Earth stayed still and the sun moved around the Earth, the stars are shifting slightly over 6 months.
I don't know, man.
Stars are doing the thing that your thumb's doing.
I was expecting better than this. The way you came into this, I think Jay's argument might be better than this.
We can go on to the next thing if that's too complicated for you. So the next thing is.
Well, I'm just waiting for how you determine that the ground is moving. That was the original question. I mean, blinking your eyes and shit isn't going to do it.
But using the same concept, we know that the sun is sitting still and that we're moving, that we're going.
No. By observing the sun moving, you do not know that it's sitting still.
Because the stars are shifting. Yeah, no, the stars shift.
Yeah, the stars are also moving. Seeing them move doesn't tell you that they're sitting still.
So as the Earth moves around the sun, nearby stars appear to slightly shift position relative to distant stars over 6 months.
Sorry, I missed
it. Is that too complicated for you? Do you understand what that means?
Don't start getting cute, Talon. You've just embarrassed yourself talking about how the Earth's moving from blinking your eyes.
Okay. I'm just sorry. I'm not trying to embarrass you because you don't understand what I'm talking about.
Well, don't worry. You are absolutely not.
I tried to make it
embarrassing yourself so far, Talon.
Yeah, I tried to make it simple for you, but I mean, I can explain it in a better way.
Okay. Well, I mean, as long as it's better. Well, I'm trying to figure out how you know that the ground is moving at 1,000 miles an hour, and so far you just said you can blink your eyes left and right.
Again, that's not what I said. If you can't,
yeah, that's what you were just talking about, wasn't it?
You're not tracking. So
was that not what he was just talking about? He was talking about blinking his eyes while looking at the sun, so he knows it's standing still. Did anyone else hear that retarded nonsense?
I didn't say that. You're like picking out pieces of what I said.
Who's listening to this? Did he say that?
I said more than that. I said way more than that.
I don't know, sir. I wasn't here.
So we can.
All right. So you're going to move on to something that does tell you the ground's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, or?
Well, I mean, like I said, like the angles that we can see the stars does tell us that, but there's also the Foucault.
So you're going back to the blinking?
So you have Foucault pendulums that are rotating.
Foucault pendulums that are rotating. So you've got pendulums that are rotating, and then what? What does that mean?
So that shows that the thing that we're on is rotating.
All right. So you swing a pendulum, that tells you that the ground is moving, does it?
Right.
Right?
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
Okay. How does it do that?
So as the pendulum swings, it rotates.
Wait, how does the pendulum swing exactly?
From momentum, like it's swinging.
How does it get that momentum?
You know how the fucking pendulum works?
How does it get that momentum?
You swing it, and it swings back and forth.
You swung the pendulum.
No, the pendulum swings back and forth from momentum.
All right, so you can just leave it standing there. You just leave it sitting there, and it will start swinging.
As it swings, it rotates.
All right, so who swings it?
It's a pendulum. It's swinging itself. You start it, and then it swings on its own.
Oh, you start it, right? So you're the cause of the pendulum in motion.
No, the pendulum is the weight of the pendulum causes it to rotate. Like, do you not know how pendulums?
All right, so if you don't touch the pendulum, does it go in motion? If you don't touch it, does it start swinging?
What?
If you don't touch it.
What do you like? Do you know how do you know how pendulum?
Right, so you're swinging a pendulum. Well, you're telling me you swing a pendulum, and therefore
you hang a pendulum off of the top of the roof, the ceiling, and then you
swing it, right?
You swing it. No, then you
swing it, right?
Yeah,
so not.
I'm not swinging it like a baseball bat.
You can't say that
I need you to listen. I need you to listen. You're not tracking.
The cause of that pendulum in motion is the Earth spinning because you're the one that put that pendulum in motion.
No, the pendulum rotating causes the Earth to spin. I don't rotate it. I don't touch it after I swing it.
Thank you so much for having
me. Well, don't swing it at all. And what happens?
Well, it stays still.
Oh, okay, still. So there's no effect outside of it moving it around when you don't touch it.
Okay, so let me try to explain again.
You swinging a pendulum, again, blinking, swinging pendulums, doesn't tell you the ground is moving at 1,000 miles an hour, Talon.
A pendulum rotates as it swings.
If this was true, why did Einstein and all those scientists still try and prove that the Earth was spinning after Foucault's pendulum?
Proves... what do you mean? Einstein was not trying to prove the Earth is spinning. He was just... he proved the theory of relativity.
He was saying that there's no optical... He was saying there was no optical experiment that could prove the Earth's motion because they were still investigating the Earth's motion long after Foucault.
Like a pendulum,
so
a pendulum
the scientific community didn't think that a pendulum was telling them the ground was moving at 1,000 miles an hour.
Well, you can figure that out. That's how you figure it out.
No, that's not. That's how you swinging a pendulum.
No, I'm not swinging the pendulum. The pendulum.
Yeah, swings. You said you swung it. Otherwise, it sits still. Remember?
I pushed it. I started the swing. It swings.
Yeah. So you swing the pendulum exactly.
No,
so you're the cause of that, Talon. Not a spinning ground.
You got to learn to use words correctly, buddy. You got to learn to use words correctly.
Oh, we get it. You swing a pendulum, and then you point at the pendulum, and you say, "Look, the globe.
It's rotating.
Look, the globe. I swung the pendulum.
Look, it's rotating.
The globe.
I'm sorry. Like,
what's the cause of the rotation? What's the cause of the rotation?
The Earth.
How'd you know that? How'd you know that?
Because the rotation of the pendulum.
Circular logic. You're just pointing at a spinning pendulum. How do you know that it's caused by Earth's rotation, which you haven't experienced, witnessed, or measured?
I'm just telling you that's how you.
That's begging the question, Talon.
I'm sorry.
That's begging the question.
Again, being willfully
Is that begging the question?
Well, being willfully ignorant doesn't really help your point.
If the pendulum swings, Earth rotation, right?
The pendulum rotates.
If Earth rotation, pendulum swings, pendulum swings, therefore Earth rotation. Is that right?
Excuse me.
So I just don't want to. I think Cyclone's humiliated enough, so we can move on.
Talon, that didn't go well for you, did it?
Fucking retard when you don't know what a pendulum is.
Talon, you're getting a bit pressed.
I don't want to embarrass him any further.
You're getting a bit pressed, Talon. Are you upset because
it sounds like Cyclone's getting really mad about how pendulums work?
Because the blinking and the pendulum didn't work. You're getting a bit upset.
Well, once you calm down, Cyclone, we can have a normal discussion.
Excuse me, gentlemen. Can I ask a clarifying question?
20K wants to speak.
You keep projecting,
Talon, when you're using the term rotating, don't you mean precessing?
Precessing? I don't know. Do I?
Do you? Like,
because you can triggered that, man.
You tell me. You can take well, I mean, think about it, right? The term rotating applied to a pendulum, it would be like this thing that's hanging from the ceiling or whatever, and then just spinning on its axis, right? That's not what you're talking about.
Now you figure it out.
No, sorry. Just like Talon does not know how to describe this correctly. I didn't just talk really quickly about the Foucault pendulum. What he's describing is that we don't just see the pendulum moving on the expected axis, right? So let's say left, right. But it also has a bias, like a Coriolis effect. And that appears because of the Earth's rotation.
Yeah, left and right is not. I mean,
how do you draw the causal link?
Like, it's not my fault.
The causal link between its precession and rotation of the Earth, you would have to be able to manipulate the rotation of the Earth to show that that is what causes the precession, but you can't do that. So that would be begging the question. So tell me, how do you link the movement of the pendulum with a rotation of the Earth that you have no evidence of?
Yeah,
you just claim it. It's just a blind assertion.
Yeah. So the reason you do this experiment is because you're trying to see whether you are in a rotational frame of reference. That's the question. The question is, are we in a rotational?
No, you're already assuming that you are by doing this.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
You are, because you're drawing the conclusion that the cause of the motion of the pendulum is due to a rotating surface that you have no evidence of.
No. So
okay, so tell me how you go from pendulum in motion to motion of the ground.
Yeah.
Tell me how you test that link.
This is the procedure. Procedure is you formulate a hypothesis. The hypothesis is, if we are in a rotational frame of reference, we don't know yet, I'm not assuming that we are, but if we are, then we would expect to see certain...
But go on.
Right.
It's begging the question.
The hypothesis, right? So the hypothesis is this. The hypothesis
it's a fantasy, but go on.
If we are in a rotational frame of reference, we should expect to see the Coriolis effect occur in a pendulum that we initially only give a x-axis rotation, or like swing, right? Movement.
Okay, so then why do they have to put magnets in the components to make it swing the way they want to make it swing? Because a bunch of times it doesn't swing the way that it would have to in order for the Earth to be a globe. But you guys don't like to mention those for some reason.
The magnets do not make it rotate. The magnets have nothing to do with the rotation.
Shut up, Talon.
Talon, the Glober is telling you to stop embarrassing the globe at large and put yourself on mute.
He interrupted me.
Go and do that. Because Talon, you've already embarrassed yourself and the globe generally. So you probably want to just chill on that.
So Sight should watch himself.
Okay.
Go on.
Yeah, I'm not if you are familiar with the experiment and they have a magnet, I would love to see that. I don't think that that's the case. I think.
Well, this is the thing. This is the thing, right? You will only hear about this pendulum swinging as if every time it's done, it matches a prediction made about a globe. When that's just not the case.
I think. Well, okay. Do you have? I mean, I can show you a Foucault pendulum that doesn't have a magnet. Do you have one?
Okay, yeah. Show me every Foucault. Show me every pendulum experiment that's been done and how they all match the globe.
Why do you think the magnet causes
Well, how many can you show us and all their controls that match the globe? And none of them can have magnets or special mechanisms that make them swing the way that they want it to swing.
Why not?
Right, it's just pseudoscience.
Why do you think
pseudoscience? Even if it did what you claim it was doing, there would be no way for you to draw a causal link between its movement and your claim of a rotating surface. Because the only way you could do that, just hear me out, the only way that you could prove that link is if you could somehow modify or stop the claimed motion of the surface and then show that impacts the motion of the pendulum. You can't do that. All you have. Okay, so how do you draw that causal link?
Yeah. So
what do you manipulate?
Yeah, just a sec. So the way you would draw the causal, what you're trying to do when you make these kinds of experiments is to try to see which model of the Earth.
No, you're not. You're trying to claim that the cause of its motion.
Please, can you fit? Please. So what the point of these experiments is to try to see what the best. Sorry,
no, it's not about matching that model.
Started playing. My bad. The point of these experiments is to see which model of the Earth best fits the available data, right?
No, it's not.
Oh, I think it is. Do you think there's another?
Okay, well, you can think what you like, but I mean, if your evidence to us is not supposed to be proving a cause, then you're wasting our time.
Yeah, I don't just
So we're not interested in fantasy models that you can't evidence.
Do you want to have an epistemological dispute?
No. I want evidence that the Earth is a giant spinning ball, like they're telling the kids in school. That's what I want evidence of.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, because I think this would count as evidence, and I think that the reason I think the reason you just let me finish. The reason I think the reason you don't think that. Yeah, I can't hear you when you speak because I'm on speakers. So the reason I think this would count as evidence, and the reason I think you don't think it counts as evidence, is because we have a different epistemology. I believe in the scientific method and in falsificationism, like Popper's falsificationism. And so I don't think it's possible.
This isn't the scientific method.
So I don't think it's possible to prove.
Okay, scientific method. What is the scientific method?
Yeah, so I think the scientific method is the following procedure. Is hypothesis making, it's observation, it's matching the observed experiment with the model, seeing if it contradicts or not.
No. See, you don't know. You're incorrectly defining the scientific method. So don't tell us that you're about the scientific method when you can't. You're actually wrong about that. The scientific method, you're looking to elucidate cause and effect relationships, and you're looking to demonstrate them via experiment.
Yeah, I would love to get your source on that.
So cause and effect relationships.
No, I'd love to get your source on that being the scientific method.
Yeah, just look it up. Just look at the scientific method.
Just a sec, Cyclone.
Someone will post it in chat. Someone will post it in chat for you.
I'd love to get your view on Popperianism. What do you think about that?
Let's stick to the topic. So scientific method.
I think this is very relevant to the topic. So could you?
So in the Foucault's pendulum, what's your independent and dependent variables?
Let me think about it.
Because you said you're into the scientific method. So let's see if the Foucault's pendulum is following the scientific method.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Foucault's independent variable is latitude on Earth, and then the dependent other variables are the pendulum.
So your independent variable? That would be the assumed cause?
Your latitude.
Of your effect?
Is the place on Earth. That's the independent variable, so where you are.
So your independent variable is going to be motion of the Earth, right?
The latitude. The location. The location that you're on
is the latitude.
The latitude.
Yes.
What's your dependent variable?
It is the rate or angle of precession, either or.
Yep. Rotation of the swing.
So latitude causes precession.
Yes. Yep. Because it's spinning.
So not motion of the Earth.
No. The location is how much it spins. Because it spins differently depending on where you are. So like the Foucault's pendulum.
See, there you go. You're not proving motion of the Earth is causing anything to happen.
Well, sorry, no. The latitude, as in obviously the change in latitude is the thing that matters there, right?
All right. Okay. So then you're going to have to start pretending that you have pendulums at every of the significant latitudes that are doing exactly what you claim they're doing, even though you've never checked that.
Well, just obviously you would test them at different latitudes. Of course you would.
Is that what you did?
That's what they did, Mr. Foucault and his friends, yeah.
Oh, really? Who told you that?
A documentary I watched one time.
You sure?
Yeah.
So which okay, so post their tests at the various latitudes that Foucault did?
Yeah, sorry. Just let me have that.
So you're saying the independent variable's latitude?
Yeah.
Okay, so you get a variance of precession depending on the latitude. Doesn't tell you anything about a rotation of Earth.
Well, I think it would fit a brown Earth model.
So you're assuming a rotation of Earth into that, aren't you?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so what's your evidence for the rotation?
I'm not assuming it.
So where are you getting the rotation of Earth from? Well, hold on, just quickly. So where are you getting the rotation element from?
Yeah. So listen, if I'm trying to pick between two worlds, and I don't know which one we live in. We could live in the world where the Earth is flat.
No. That's the wrong framework. You're not trying to pick between two worlds.
Listen, if that's not okay with you, if you don't want to have this kind of discussion, that's okay. I don't have to.
Well, I just want to ask you where you're getting the rotation of Earth element that you inserted into that one where you said latitude is the cause of the precession.
And I want to answer. Right?
Okay, so where do you get it from?
Yeah. So my goal is to pick what model best fits the available data, right? I don't know what world we live in. We could live in a flat world, or we could live in a round world, or specifically, we could live in a non-rotating world, or we could live in a rotating world. I don't know which one we live in right now. And to find out, I'm going to make predictions on what should happen to pendulums in either case, and I'm going to test and see what case I'm in.
But what about the unknown variables that you can't account for?
Please let me finish. I could be getting all the technical jargon wrong because I am not a specialist. I'm just a guy.
Sorry, can I actually explain
no, shut up. Let me finish and then you can do it. I'm not a specialist, I'm just a guy. I could be getting all the jargon wrong, all the explanations wrong, all the math wrong. I could be getting all that wrong. But what I'm trying to do is to see what do I expect pendulums to be doing in either case, and then testing and seeing if the pendulum behaves like it should in case 1 or in case 2. And that is the purpose of the experiment. So the rotation, I'm not getting it from somewhere. I'm trying to see if the behavior of the pendulum matches more closely a rotating world or an unrotating world. So I'm not
that's fallacious. It's illogical thinking because you don't know what it would do in which setting.
Oh, but
I think all you know is what you observe.
I think that's where you're wrong.
All you know is what you can observe and what you can manipulate. And you've just said there, you don't know if it's rotating. So you are just adding the assumption in based on your quote unquote model and then saying, well, this matches the model that you've just adopted. You didn't come up with it. You were just given it. So the pendulum does not of itself tell you anything about a rotating surface.
Yeah, Cyclone. I think, but the thing is, I think we have other ways of finding out what a pendulum looks like in a rotating frame. For example, we can put a pendulum on like a body and rotate the body as we swing the pendulum and see what happens to the pendulum. Right?
Could you not just measure the ground moving?
Sorry, what can you repeat?
Could you not just measure the ground moving?
No. First, we have to find out what pendulums look like in rotating frames, so we know.
I don't know. I don't think a pendulum is the tool for what you're trying to prove.
No. Hold on a sec. So, tell me where the logical flaw is with this thinking.
You haven't elucidated that the cause of the motion of the pendulum
So
is a rotation of the ground.
I was going to ask
You've asserted that with no evidence. That's the flaw. Do you understand that? Hold on. Do you understand that?
Because you didn't let me finish the question.
Right, but you should, because you haven't shown motion of the surface in anything that you've said. You just said it's a model, an idea.
Yeah. So Cyclone, here's the procedure I would make if I wanted to find out whether we live in a rotating world or a non-rotating world. So step one would be, I would try to see what different things look like if they're rotating in.
Why wouldn't you just try to measure the thing you're trying to prove?
Well, Cyclone, let's see if you disagree with this approach. Maybe there's other approaches. But let's see.
I disagree.
Let's see what logical reason you have to disagree with this approach that I'm going to outline now, step by step. Step one.
All right. Well, I need to go on listen mode, dude. Listen. Keep going.
Want to talk to me?
I'm just saying, dude, I need to drop off now, but I'll go on listen mode. But someone else here hopefully can pick up the conversation with you, okay?
Sure. Does anyone else want to pick up the conversation?
Keep up.
I would love to continue to talk about Foucault and his experiment.
Sure. So, whoever just spoke up now, please tell me if you disagree with this approach. Step one. Try, because the question is, how can we find out whether we live in a rotating world or non-rotating world? Step one. Find out what things look like when they rotate. And you could take different simple things to test that with. So maybe you would take, I don't know, something you could easily reach for that kooky scientists had at the time. Oh, I don't know, like a pendulum. It's a simple thing to make. You can make one. And step two is find out what the pendulum looks like when it rotates. You stick it on a ball, you spin a ball, you do the pendulum, measure its, see how it behaves. Notice that it has a Coriolis effect when you rotate the ball with the pendulum on it, a noticeable one. And then be like, okay, so this is what a pendulum looks like in a rotating frame of reference. Cool. Step two is go, okay, now let's see if we can apply this to the Earth and form a hypothesis. The hypothesis is, if the Earth is moving, we would expect the pendulum to exhibit now you need a big pendulum because the Earth is very big. You would expect a Coriolis effect to be observed in the pendulum, even though you have not yourself set it rotating, right? The expectation is if the Earth is moving, then it is already in a rotational set of reference, so it is enough to just let it move by itself. After setting its x-axis rotation, you should notice a Coriolis bias in its movement. So that's the hypothesis. And step three is look at an actual pendulum and see whether it matches that hypothesis or it doesn't match that hypothesis. Try to falsify it. This is what falsificationism is. This is what Popperian scientific methodology is, which is although it's been revised and modified and so on, it's still the foundation of modern scientific thinking, that in science you don't prove anything, you just falsify different models and see which model is the most accurate, most correctly reflects the most amount of data with the fewest amount of assumptions from our experience. And so, what do you think this would be a good procedure?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you think that the experiments that have been done with a big pendulum show a Coriolis bias, even though it is not induced by the person making the experiment?
Yep.
Sorry, I didn't hear the answer.
Oh, that was a yes. I said yes.
Okay. So do you think that these experiments successfully show that it is more accurate, at least on this data point, to say that we live in a rotational frame of reference?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Then we agree.
Yeah, Earth is a ball. The contrary would be retarded.
Oh, okay. I thought you were a flat earther, my bad. The Earth is a ball.
So can I ask you, do you think the gas is moving in lockstep? Do you think the gas is moving in lockstep with the Earth?
Do I think gas is moving in lockstep with me? Pretty much. It's getting dragged along by gravity. It's probably depending on, I mean, its movement is less predictable than mine, but pretty much being dragged along with me by gravity, a force. Well, not really a force, but classically understood.
So if that's the case, then what gives the gas at higher elevations energy to move with the gas at lower elevations?
Sorry, I didn't hear your question. What gives the gas a higher elevation energy?
Yeah, to move with the gas at lower
Why
elevations.
does smoke go up, is the question?
No, I didn't say that at all.
Oh.
The gas at higher elevation, what gives that gas energy to keep up with the gas at
it is being accelerated continuously by gravity. Everything within Earth's gravitational pull is experiencing this energetic push.
Yeah, but how? How is it that gravity can make things farther away from it move faster from its center?
Yeah, so there are definitely convection currents caused by the fact that the thing above is going to be accelerated less than, like, air above us is going to be accelerated less than air right next to the Earth. Although, if you're talking about, like, our atmosphere, I think the differences are not very big. But even if I'm sure there's a gradient. There's a gradient of influence. The farther away you get from the Earth, the less you're going to be influenced by it. And this is probably one of the reasons for why there are currents. And, like, if you could see air, it would be very slowly for this reason. Like, there's I don't know if you guys have these, like, carnival desk toys, but, like, there are these balls that you can get, and they have this, like, liquid, which is, fluid dynamics applies to gases and liquids both. They have this liquid inside, and, like, you can shake the ball inside of the crystal thing, and there's, like, this hard core in the middle, and you can see it spinning, and as it's spinning, it kind of, like, drags along the other substance, like the liquid around it, and it forms these, like, swirly patterns that are nice to look at. I don't know if I can find this on Google if I ever look for it, but yeah.
We could just look inside of a blender. You know how the liquid closest to the blades will be moving
yeah
faster than the liquid moving on the outside. So that's what I'm asking. Gives the gas that extra energy.
Sorry, what?
Hold on, give me a sec.
Oh yeah, no, I think the gas next to, sorry, maybe I misspoke. Obviously, the gas that's closer to the Earth is moving faster than the gas that's higher up. That's definitely the case. It's being accelerated more by gravity. So if there's a swirly pattern, like in a blender, like you're saying, there's a swirly pattern. We just don't notice. We don't notice this gradient because on our scale, it's not relevant. If you go really high up, then it becomes relevant. But, like, on a human scale, the gradient of gravitational force acceleration, between your head and your toes is extremely small. It would be almost impossible to even detect. I think we can.
Well, that's why I said at higher elevation.
Yeah, at higher elevation, it moves slower. Yeah.
Well, we should be able to notice that drift, no? If I let something go above my head.
Sorry, we should be able to notice that how?
That drift, if I let something go above my head, right? If it's something moving slower or faster above my head.
You shouldn't be able to notice that drift because the scale at, like, human experience is so, like, small. Again,
because you were talking about Coriolis earlier.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there would be no Coriolis if the gas is moving with the Earth.
There would be no Coriolis if the gas... Well, Coriolis is about, like, clockwise.
It's an apparent deflection.
Yeah, apparent deflection.
The spinning ground, yeah. But you understand that the ground is moving with the gas and there's no Coriolis. For example, if there was a tornado spinning above your head and the ground underneath your feet was moving the same direction as a tornado, moving at the same speed, if you were to throw a ball up, it would appear to you to just go straight up and then straight back down.
Sorry, what?
You understand?
If there was a tornado,
if you're on a carousel, for example, right, and it's spinning at 1,000, and then there's a tornado also above your head spinning at 1,000.
Yeah.
It would just go up, straight back down.
Sorry, I don't get how the tornado is relevant here. This is what I'm getting tripped up.
Because the gas is moving with the ground.
Wait. Well, yeah,
there
but
would be no apparent deflection if the gas.
It's not in perfect
If
sync.
if the gas is moving with the ground, there's no apparent deflection anymore.
Yeah, but sorry. I guess it depends on what axis you're talking about. Obviously, yeah, you're right. If obviously there's a delay between the movement of the Earth and the gas above it. Yeah, there's a delay.
Okay, so they're not moving in lockstep anymore.
Well, I guess if you mean lockstep as in literally every second that the Earth moves a certain degree, that every molecule above that arc is moving.
Well, I understand that it would be localized, right? The degrees have wind. I get what you're saying, but if the gas is not attached, moving in lockstep, then there'd be no Coriolis.
If by lockstep you mean literally instantaneous transfer of momentum, no, I don't think that happens. I think there's a delay. Just like there's a delay when if I have a particularly long stick, or like a whip, you'll notice that the tip doesn't move when I move the handle. It takes a little bit.
Well, yeah, of course. That's what I'm saying. So if that's the case, any object detached from Earth's surface would experience a degree-an-hour drift. Like a balloon, helicopters, drones, airplanes, clouds, everything should be drifting to the west at 15 degrees. If the gas is not attached to the surface. If the gas is attached, then there's no Coriolis.
Yeah, just a sec. I don't think that objects. The reason why you would the mechanism by which you're moving with the Earth while you're not attached to the Earth with your feet is not because the gas is moving you. It's because the same mechanism that is moving the gas is also moving you, which is gravity.
Well, then they would have this. There'd be the same issue again. There's no Coriolis.
No. Obviously, there's
no more
a delay.
deflection.
So if you jumped, then you're going to keep your momentum. Let's say you jump and someone stops you, right? Pushes against you, such that your net acceleration from the point of view of someone that is outside of the Earth would be 0. And then they let go of you so that you are free to be manipulated by other forces again. What would happen is the Earth would spin, and then you would start spinning with a delay. Let's say something makes it so you don't fall. I don't know, maybe you're on a spring or something, or you've got a jetpack or something. You would experience a delay, but then eventually you would pick up speed until you synchronize with the Earth. And again, there would constantly be a delay, and the stuff below you would always, every single second, the stuff below you would move first, and then the stuff at your level would move then, and the stuff above you would move then. There would be a delay, but nonetheless, you would experience acceleration from the Earth that is moving you, just like it is moving the gas.
That's not observed anywhere on Earth.
What?
That is not observed on Earth. If I let something go at higher elevations and to the west.
If you let something go higher elevations than what?
I don't notice it drift to the west. There's no delay.
You don't notice it because when you let something go, it's like jumping inside of a car. You and the thing that you're letting go already are going the same way. So from your point of view, it's not going to look like anything's changed. Right?
But you understand that, for example, if we are standing on the outside of the car and the gas is moving with us, like if the car is moving 100 miles an hour, the gas is moving 100 miles an hour, if the ball go or the balloon go, that's going to look like the balloon's stationary. Yeah, I understand.
But no, again, it's not the gas that's pushing the thing. In the case of the car, it would be. But in the case of the Earth is dragging. Earth is constantly dragging its atmosphere with it. That's what's going on. It's constantly dragging it with it.
Okay, so there's no Coriolis then. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Well, no, there would be a Coriolis because this drag isn't instantaneous. It has a delay.
And we would notice it. Any object attached from the Earth's surface would experience a drift to the west.
But again, when
it's not observed anywhere.
Are you saying Coriolis isn't observed anywhere?
If the gas is attached to the Earth's surface, no.
Sorry, are you saying there is no Coriolis observed? Are we saying, is your position that we observe a Coriolis effect?
We can observe Coriolis, just not from the Earth.
What do you mean, not from the Earth?
You ever seen an experiment where people are like on a carousel?
I've not seen that experiment.
Yeah, you can create Coriolis artificially. Yeah, I'll show you. Here, I got you, dude. I'm gonna post this up in the side chat.
I have a question. Why do you think hurricanes spin?
Why do they spin?
Yeah.
Oh, no idea. Couldn't tell you.
I think the Coriolis effect explains it. Parsimoniously. I think we also noticed like wind gyres. What do you think causes wind gyres?
No idea.
That's also the Coriolis effect accounts for that.
And you could think that.
Yeah, I think it's, well, just like everything in the world. Well, the best you can do is just have a model that tries to explain what's going on, and you just judge whether the model is doing a good enough job and it's making less assumptions than other models that are doing as good as a job. I think you need to explain why we observe these gyres, and we need to explain why hurricanes are twisty. And I think the Coriolis effect is the correct. I think the Coriolis effect is the correct explanation.
Most air currents are caused by temperature gradients and temperature differences, but the Coriolis effect accounts for about 30% of global air currents because there simply isn't enough energy available in the system. Temperature is not the only explanation for air currents.
Yeah.
There would have to be a Coriolis effect to explain about 30% of air currents.
That means the gas is not attached to the surface.
What does attached mean? Again, it's not like
moving in lockstep. Moving in lockstep.
It's how about being dragged along like a rope instead of being attached like a rod? Is that better as an explanation?
If it's being dragged, and there would still be an apparent deflection that we would notice if we let the object go from the surface.
Would this apparent reflection in your mind be observable on human scales? Why do you think that? Because
the gas is not attached.
The model isn't supposing that the Coriolis effect is noticeable between your feet and your head.
Okay.
Because
what does the sun move? Let me ask you a question, bro. Why does the sun move?
Why does the sun move?
Yes.
Why does the sun move from our perspective?
Yeah, in your paradigm, why does the sun move?
Oh, because the Earth rotates around its axis.
Oh. So if that's the case, then the Earth is spinning underneath the sun.
Yeah.
Isn't the Earth, for that Coriolis effect that you're talking about, wouldn't it be spinning underneath also the gas that's above it?
So I literally don't understand the syntax of your question. Can you repeat?
Wouldn't the Earth also be spinning underneath the gas, the clouds?
Yeah, it does. It does do that. It also drags along. It also drags along all the gas using gravity. That's what it does.
Then they would all drift to the west. Every object attached on the surface would drift to the west, if that's the case.
Yeah, listen, perhaps that's the case.
Are you aware of westerly air currents?
Yeah, perhaps that's true. I'm gonna be open to that being the case. I don't know why you think this prediction is what you think. What you call it negates this prediction. It seems like this prediction
because it's not observed anywhere.
Global westerly air currents wouldn't exist if not for the Coriolis effect. Temperature is not good enough of an explanation for about 30% of the air currents that we see. There isn't enough energy in the system, present in the system.
If I let a balloon go, it can travel in any, but it should drift to the west, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Does your globe have a big comet tail in its orbit?
No, just a sec. The reason you don't observe this on the scale of a human being releasing a balloon is because the scale is too little. But if you look at something like the gyre, like the Indian gyre, for example,
and why would we ever account for it? You're saying that we have to account for it, but you're saying that we account for it.
When did I say account for it?
Like for shooting? Yeah.
For shooting, I don't know. Maybe they account for the Coriolis effect when they shoot on sufficiently long ranges, but I mean, shooting is a very precise thing. Even
you just said that.
Just a sec. Even a millimeter of deviation would matter. So I guess you want to take into account as many possible factors. So maybe if you let a balloon from your hands and you did this across the Earth, so you would you need to, what do you call it? You need to be accounting for all the other causes of air movement. So, for instance, they might account for the Coriolis effect when they're shooting, but I think primarily, first of all, they're accounting for wind speed, right? So after they're done with that, then they calculate Coriolis effect on top of that, because obviously Coriolis effect is this grand scale thing that on a small scale is going to be less relevant than other local perturbances of the air, such as like wind. Right? So
for the account for the balloon that we're not going to be accounting for it.
I don't think it's a fair critique of the Coriolis effect, which is supposed to act on these huge masses of air and be noticeable on only large scales. To say, well, when I personally let go of a balloon, it appears like local weather is more influential than otherwise. And of course.
Okay, so what about a cloud? Why do the clouds not drift to the west then?
Big clouds probably exhibit Coriolis features. I'm not sure though. I'm not a cloud.
That's incorrect. They move in all directions.
Is that so? I don't know. Let's see.
Clouds not just rolling from east to west.
I think clouds tend to not be big enough for the Coriolis effect to change, or maybe they are, but there's lots of things that make clouds.
I said they're not big enough. So then we don't ever have to account for it then, because clouds are pretty freaking huge. So that means we don't have to account for bullets. That was just bullshit. Not actually. When Neil deGrasse Tyson said they had to account for Coriolis when kicking a field goal, I guess that was bullshit too.
Let's see. Cloud. Oh, look. If you look at cloud formations on a photo of the Earth, you can see that they have Coriolis movement.
So they're telling me the clouds drift from east to west.
No, they spin like hurricanes.
I'm not talking about the spinning. I'm talking about the drifting.
Is what Coriolis is, and the spinning is what the mechanism I'm suggesting would predict.
It's supposed to be an apparent deflection. I posted up that video in the side chat, by the way.
Yeah.
I can create an apparent deflection artificially.
Video on the side chat. Coriolis.
Yeah, it's at 53 minutes.
Honesty.
Oh, this is too long.
We don't have to watch the whole thing.
Seconds is fine.
No, it's only like a few seconds long.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Hold on.
Yes, but you understand what I was saying, right? Like if the gas above that carousel that was artificially created was moving at the same speed as the carousel underneath,
so
there would be no deflection detected.
Yeah. Here's why the spinning of the Earth makes the clouds swirl like that. So Earth is spinning really like it's spinning like the video you showed. So imagine this happens. let's imagine that air is rushing towards a low pressure zone, right? Like air is moving towards from a high pressure zone to a low pressure zone. It loves doing that. Like a storm center, for example, because a storm center, like in the eye of the hurricane, pressure there is lower compared to its exterior, right? That's why it's calm in there, the eye of the storm. So it wants to go there in a straight line, right? High pressure to low pressure. But the Earth rotates under it. So from our perspective, it looks like the air, as in this case, I guess the cloud, because clouds also follow the same pattern as the air, it appears to curve. So all that air curving the same way as it pours in from every direction ends up circling the low pressure center instead of just going straight in. In the northern hemisphere, it curves right, so the circle goes counterclockwise. In the southern hemisphere, it curves left, which is clockwise. So
that's crazy.
The apparent deflection you see is just 1/4 of the actual movement, right? If in the video that's described, it's just a 1/4. But imagine that deflection happening from all around. That will result in something that would look like a vortex. So that's why you expect clouds to look like and storms to look like in the case of this rotation actually happening, this Coriolis observed force. And this is why hurricanes spin differently in the northern.
Do you know it's not a force? Are you aware? You keep saying force, but it's not a force.
It's an apparent force. Yeah,
try to use the correct terminology so it makes it easier to discuss.
I'd rather talk casually, actually. So it's
we try to be specific. It's not a force. It's not a force.
It's okay. So I would say I would use the term centrifugal force, even though that doesn't exist. It's just an apparent force caused by inertia. But I'm going to use centrifugal force. I'm going to say Coriolis force or Coriolis effect. Okay.
You want to know what's crazy though? That hurricane's still not deviating from east to west. They all still move.
Sorry. What was unconvincing about hurricanes spinning differently based on where they are being explained by the movement of the Earth under the hurricane as it moves from a high pressure zone, or the air from one of the quadrants of the hurricane from a high pressure zone?
Because if the Earth is spinning underneath the hurricane, the hurricane should be drifting from east to west.
Well, they are, but
not
on balance.
Probably. We've tracked them. They do not do that.
No. They are. That's why they're spinning. The Coriolis effect makes them spin. Now, where specifically a hurricane is going to go depends on many more factors than just this. It probably depends on temperature. It depends on whether it's over water. It depends on what the temperature of
Can you prove that? Can you prove that a pseudo force, an apparent force, makes the air spin?
Well, no, it's not the force making the earth spin.
Well, that's what you keep saying. You say Coriolis makes it spin.
Well, I didn't say the Coriolis makes the earth spin. That's not what I said.
Didn't say the earth. I said the wind.
You did say the earth. That's okay.
No, I didn't. Do you want to go back in the live stream? I didn't say earth. I said air.
Okay. No, what I'm saying is that the earth...
Do you have proof that it is the rotation of the earth that is causing hurricanes to spin?
Yeah, I think...
Okay, post that in the side chat.
Yeah, I think it's just the best model.
No, I want proof. I don't want an idea or a calculation. I would like some evidence.
I believe in Popperian theory of science. I don't believe proofs are possible.
Okay, so if you don't think proofs are possible, why are you wasting our time?
Because I think it's the best model.
Well, yay. You know what? I say invisible gnomes are the best model.
I think it's the best model for an objective reason.
Well, nobody cares about what your best idea is. We want actual evidence, right?
Well, I think it's the best model for an objective reason. That's
good for you, but is the ground curving?
Yeah, I think that's the best model.
How many models can you develop?
Model? Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, how many models can you develop to explain a phenomenon?
Well,
the answer is infinite.
Yeah,
I was going to start at around 300 or 400. We'll start with 300 or 400 models to explain something.
You can make an infinity of models to explain one phenomenon.
Yeah, you can.
The challenge is making a model that fits as many phenomena as possible while making the fewest assumptions.
But you don't have that.
Yeah, you don't have a globe model.
That's fine if you think that, but I think this is just
no,
you
it's
don't
true.
have that without making assumptions. You said without making assumptions, so you lost your model.
I said while making the fewest assumptions.
What's the fewest? How do you make fewer than flat Earth?
Well, you have to compare each model and see how many assumptions each makes and see.
Okay, so what we'll do is we'll measure over a distance and we'll see that using these tools that the Earth's not curving. So now we can rule out the curved Earth model.
No, I don't think that if you measure it out over a long enough distance, you will see that the Earth is not curving.
How far?
I don't know.
1 mile?
I don't know.
So you're telling us it looks flat?
It probably looks flat to a human being, yeah. But if you measure long enough, I think you'll start finding more and more of a curve. And as you measure more, there's more curve. Also, I mean, listen, you do have to make assumptions. You have to account for the fact
Wait. Hold up. How far do we have to measure to see curvature?
I don't know.
Okay, well, then why are you making claims about the surface of the Earth if you have no idea?
I don't know the number.
Okay, well, don't you think you should if you want to argue that there's Coriolis happening above a spherical Earth, that you have to prove that the Earth is a sphere in the first place?
No, I don't think this has anything to do with Coriolis. I don't think the Coriolis
you think that it has the motion of the Earth has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth?
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay, well, there's no point in going on and on about your story about Coriolis if you can't prove to us that the surface of the Earth is curving at the rate that we're told.
I think the Coriolis...
No, you're just deflecting, aren't you? Because you don't want to talk about the obvious thing that would completely disprove all your ideas.
To answer your point, I think that the Coriolis effect of observation is independent from these questions of like measuring.
Okay, well then let's set it aside because it's a waste of time. Can you prove that the surface of the Earth is curving at the rate we're told?
I don't think it's a waste of time because you see the previous conversation was whether the Earth was rotating.
Yeah, Coriolis is rotation.
Yeah.
Yeah, and curvature is also rotation, angular rotation about a point of origin.
I'm sorry, sir. I can have a curved ball that's standing still, so I don't think those are the same thing.
No, the surface is a rotation. You do the rotate. You measure angular rotation to measure the circumference of the ball.
Yeah. But see, when I'm
I know.
When I'm saying rotation, I mean actually the kinetic rotation of a body, not its like angles.
Well, you need an angle to measure rotation.
Of course, sure. Do you agree that there's a difference between saying that a ball has a surface that you can infer by rotating a certain angle around a center, and that a ball is rotating? Those are different. The ball could be standing still and be ball still. Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, geocentrists say that. They don't believe that the Earth is a ball in a solar system. They think it's a ball in the middle of the universe.
That's great for them. God's Earth is big enough for all of us. But I think that the reason why I said the Coriolis thing is different is because I was simply discussing with someone about whether the Earth was rotating. I think the observation of a Coriolis effect.
There's no evidence the Earth is rotating.
Saying something. I think the observation of a Coriolis effect fits with the.
I posted your globe model in the chat. Show me how hurricanes work.
Yeah. So anyway, I think the observation of a Coriolis effect is.
Well, then why does Michelson and Morley disagree with you? Why does Einstein disagree with you?
Yeah. So I think the observation of a Coriolis.
No, you're not answering my question. Why do they disagree with you? If Coriolis was proof of Earth motion, then why do all these other people disagree with you?
Yeah, I think the Einstein quote you're talking about is talking about how there's no optical
or terrestrial.
Would you like to send me the quote in full?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll post it in the side chat.
Yeah.
Sounds like he didn't even believe you.
Anyway, I think the observation of a Coriolis effect it fits with the rotating frame of reference. model better than it fits with a stationary frame of reference model. So
you've never observed it.
I think we observed the Coriolis effect by looking at hurricanes.
I posted your model in the side chat. Show me how hurricanes work on it.
Yeah, I think. Well, you posted a 3D animation of cars on a looks like a mossy sort of like blob. That's fine. I think the explanation I gave is perfectly fine. So you would expect to see hurricanes on a rotating frame of reference.
Can I ask you a question?
No, you may not, because I was speaking.
Well, I'm going to ask you one anyway, because you just keep going on and on and on about this as if it's proof of anything, and it's not. It's not proof of anything. You just don't want to talk about what we can actually test and measure.
Yeah. So I was responding to someone else. I would like to finish our response. So
okay, you can finish. Yeah. Professor Triangle, you want to finish with him?
Yeah, he can finish. Go ahead, finish talking, because I know you want to get it out.
Yeah. I think on a rotating frame of reference, we should expect that a hurricane forms a vortex by the following phenomenon. As the air moves from a high pressure to a low pressure point in the mass of gas that it's in, and if we are in a rotating frame of reference such that the Earth moves under it, this should give it, from our perspective, an apparent shift to one side, an apparent deflection. And as you multiply this phenomenon from every angle of air, imagine like drawing a 360-degree sort of like angle or like circle around the center of the eye of the storm, which is the low pressure zone. You can expect all of the air that's coming in from all angles to have this apparent deflection. And if you multiply it in a circle, it looks like a vortex. Like when
you keep repeating yourself. We don't need to hear it over and over and over again.
He's not even saying anything. He's actually
he's just repeating himself. Yeah, and so over and over and over again.
If you have a high pressure and a low pressure and you have a center, then you have a vortex. And if you have a vortex and you have a low pressure and then you have wind that spins around, and if you connect the dots.
But that's not what I said. So.
Yeah, that's not proof of anything. That's proof of wind.
No, specifically what I'm talking about is noticing a pattern.
Okay, we understand what pattern. You're like really stuck here. Okay, listen, you can say whatever you want about what's happening above the surface of the Earth, but that doesn't change the measurable surface of the Earth.
Sure.
Do you understand? Okay. All right. So we don't need to hear like 20 more minutes of the same thing over and over again, right? Because that's not going to change the surface of the Earth now, is it?
Yeah, but I was talking about whether we are in a rotational or not rotational frame.
Okay, well, you have to prove that it's a sphere first, and you haven't done that.
I have to? Why do I have to?
Because you're claiming that the Earth is in motion. You haven't even proven that it's a sphere at all.
Why would the order be?
No. Well, all these, you asked me for quotes, and I posted them in the side chat. None of those people thought the apparent Coriolis effect was proof of Earth motion, except for you, apparently.
Yeah,
okay, so you know better than all those people, right?
Number one, that's an appeal to authority, which is very sad. And that's a fallacy, and that makes me sad.
Well, I'm asking you, did they have no knowledge of this Coriolis effect that you know?
If those people said that, which they didn't, that's a quote mine.
Oh, they didn't. So those are not quotes from them. You're saying that those aren't quotes from them?
They're misinterpreted. Yeah, that's disingenuous. Yeah.
Okay, so let's move on then, because you claim that those aren't actual quotes. So now those are fake, right?
No, I would like to review the full quote. See, you have like a...
No. You just want to talk about things above the Earth. You don't want to talk about the Earth. And I think that's very, very revealing.
Okay, so
Let's talk about the Earth, and then we can talk about all the things on top of the Earth and above the Earth, okay?
Can I also just butt in real quick? So the globe model was engineered from looking at observations in the sky, right? So what a lot of people overlook is the fact that a lot of these observations can happen both on a flat Earth and a globe Earth. That's why... Well, I know, but that's why she kind of wants to move towards. Let's focus on the ground because because flat earthers can give you drop mic arguments proving that there's no curvature. And when it comes to observations in the sky, we're gonna get stuck a lot because we're both gonna agree that it happens in different ways, but in fact, they both can happen on both models. So it's like, what do we?
Well, that's only if the Earth is in motion. What he's describing can only happen if the Earth's in motion.
Not everything.
It's not equivalent.
On a globe model.
So just
I'm saying some observation in the sky. That's what I'm.
Okay, but that's not what we're talking
prove
about.
that it can happen on a globe model Flatlander because you don't have a globe to use.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
but we're not discussing that, Flatlander. So can you please let me finish here?
All right, yeah,
cool.
Sure. Whatever.
All right, thanks. I appreciate it.
Whatever.
So, Sight, tell me. Let's go to the Earth because that's the place that all of this begins, right?
No, I want to respond to Flatlander. So
no, you're not responding to Flatlander. You're going to respond.
Because you're trying to.
You interjected Flatlander, so I would like you to just take a break.
Joined into the conversation. Like, is this? Not
I would like you to not interrupt me and take it off course, and then you can ask him your question.
I wasn't interrupting you at all. I was joining in on the conversation. You guys are free to.
Are you going to show some respect, or are you going to?
You haven't showed me any respect. You haven't showed me.
Okay, so. Sight. Let's talk about the surface of the Earth.
Oh, so annoying.
Yeah, it is. I know it's hard. I know it's hard for Globers to talk about the surface of the Earth because that disproves their claims. So they feel very uncomfortable when I redirect them there, right?
I just really wanted to talk to Flannery about what I think was a really good objection. I think
it's not a good objection.
You don't have a globe to use to compare it to. You only have flat Earth.
That's great. I think.
Okay, so Sight. Let me see your evidence that the surface of the Earth is curving.
I don't have any. I want to.
Okay, that's what I thought. So all of this other stuff, your monologues, they are all moot.
All I know about is Coriolis. All I want to talk about is Coriolis. I'm Coriolis.
Well, this is the 24/7 Flat Earth channel, not the 24/7 make up stories about the Earth based upon things that happen in the sky channel.
Okay, sure. I love talking about the Coriolis effect, and if anyone wants to talk about it...
you don't have any Coriolis effect.
I think we observe it.
How? I don't observe
it. We observe it by looking at hurricanes and the way they curve.
No, I don't look at hurricanes.
He's bricked. He's totally bricked.
He doesn't look at hurricanes either. Not one time has he ever looked at a hurricane.
I have.
Yeah, right.
Okay, that's a good rebuttal. The reason I wanted to talk about Flannery wasn't even really about just the Coriolis effect specifically, but because I think that is a very interesting, what he said about, well, look, this can happen in both models.
No, it can't. That's why. That's a fucking red herring. It cannot happen. Nothing that we see here now can happen on a globe. Nothing that we see from the ground right now can happen on a globe.
Yeah, I want to finish my sentence. So
I'm telling you, you're not going to add globe to it. You're not going to add globe in.
I don't care if he represents you. I don't give a shit about talking about hive mind. I want to talk to individual human beings. There's no representation of them. I don't give a shit about representation. So keep.
Well, I'm telling you that I'm not vouching for his claims, is what I'm saying. And here, this is our room and our server, our channel. I'm sorry, we have a separate server, but all claims are not equally valid. So
that's okay. I wanted to address.
No, what you want to do is not talk about the Earth. That's what you want to do.
I do actually. So
no, you don't. No, you don't. You've said you don't care about that.
Well, I care about some things about the Earth, like the Coriolis effect.
Okay, but you don't care. But this is the Flat Earth channel, and you don't even want to discuss whether the Earth is flat or curving.
Can I just finish my sentence?
No, you're interrupting me. Do you want to discuss the surface of the Earth? Yes or no?
Potentially.
Okay, it's yes or no.
Fences, you don't understand. The Earth is a triangle.
It depends if it's going to be interesting.
Okay, so let's discuss the surface of the Earth, and once we determine what that is, then we can move on to the rest of the stuff.
Oh, you think we're going to settle flat Earth now?
I think we can settle flat Earth in 30 seconds.
I'm not very hopeful in that perspective.
Okay, well, that's fine. That's all you've ever experienced. The Earth is navigated, experienced, observed as flat and stationary.
Okay, I think the Earth is round because I have a photo from NASA about it.
Okay, I have a photo of Bigfoot.
Yeah, I think the photo from NASA is real.
Okay, so if there's a photo of NASA portraying the Earth as a sphere, then there has to be surface curvature, correct?
I'm gonna trust NASA over
if the photo's correct.
Yeah,
the Earth has to be curving.
There would have to be, but I trust NASA more than my own observation or yours. So
if NASA shows a sphere, but we measured the Earth is flat, what does that mean?
I would assume my experiment was wrong. Yeah.
Okay, so you're going to believe a photo of a place you cannot go that disagrees with your surface measurements because the right organization provided it to you.
What happened to what happened to the policy of what did you just say?
It's hard to hear you, Elijah. Okay, so well, just as long as we make this clear, so you're willing to disprove your own measurements, your own experience, your own eyes for a photo from a government agency.
Yes, correct.
Okay, cool. Well, now we know who you are, right? So this is a conversation that is way above your head then, because we try to deal in empirical evidence here, and clearly you're not capable of that.
That's great.
And that's fine. And that's fine. And that's why you want to talk about all these other things, because you don't care what's true. You just want to talk.
Can I say something that I wanted to say now? I think I've given you all the courtesy and the play you wanted. Did you?
No, I'm just establishing that you're a waste of time. That's all.
I am a waste of time, and I should
kill
myself.
You absolutely are, yes.
Yeah, I should kill myself. But I'm going to do that really quick. But really quick, Flat, what I want.
We don't do TOS stuff here, so drop that.
I'm going to take a vow of silence immediately after finishing the sentence that I wanted to finish this whole time, okay? So, what I found really cool about what Flatlander had said was saying, well, you see, I think this is accounted for. What's wrong with you? Can I not get the thing out I want to do?
No, we're not talking about Flatlander.
Everyone in here
I told you he was bullshitting
you. What the fuck is wrong with you?
You heard me the first time when I said, he said, well, on a globe or flat, all these things can happen. It's not true. Nothing can happen on a globe.
Yeah, even if you disagree with his specific
It's not that I disagree. You can't prove it.
Even if he's wrong about his specific assertion.
He's wrong.
He is wrong and, space, I would like to talk about the principle of the kind of...
No, it's wrong.
I would like to talk about the kind of disagreement that he brought up.
What's wrong with you?
The disagreement is you don't have a curved Earth to compare it to.
Yeah. So I really liked the fact that he said that he attempted to talk about how this would be a counterformal model. Maybe you think it's wrong. Sure. But I think that kind of disagreement is really helpful because that is the...
It's not helpful.
I think
you don't have a ball to compare it to. You only have a flat Earth to work from.
I think analyzing whether a piece of evidence counts towards one model or another is the kind of discussion that I think...
Globe doesn't have a model.
Are you incapable of listening to the end of a sentence? Do you have ADHD?
Because you keep adding these things in, like globe models, and these models do this and that. Globe doesn't have a model.
I actually didn't use the word globe ever.
Go ahead, let's see.
Yeah. I think disagreements about what piece of evidence counts towards which model or whether it is
Globe doesn't have a model.
I didn't say globe, for fuck's sake.
So which model are you talking about? Because flat Earth doesn't have a model.
Maybe I'm talking about a hydraulics model. You don't know.
So then you don't know what you're talking about. So that's the wrong group. If you're in a hydraulics group.
I love hydraulics. So I think
what do you know about hydraulics?
Talk as well.
I have a chair, and it has it can go up and down if I press a lever, and that's done by like hydraulic system. It's like compressed oil, and if you unlock the lever, it starts pushing up to decompress like a spring, but it's oil, so it's kind of cool that that's possible. And then, if you do that...
So that's it? You got a computer chair? That's it?
Well, I'm talking about hydraulics. You asked me what I know about hydraulics, and I was just...
That's it? Chairs?
Yeah. Really, yeah. I mean, that's the only hydraulics I know.
Yeah, the oil is flat on and level in its tank when it's sitting there.
I bet it is.
You should bet it is, because all liquid is flat and level at all distances.
I put it on Polymarket. My point was, I think a useful kind of discussion is to see what evidence for any question, not just the shape of the Earth, maybe the question of how many calories are healthy to eat for a rat.
No, that's nothing to do with flat Earth.
Any question, including this one, I think a useful way to debate is to ask of different observations whether they apply or fit with or fit better with a model or another, or whether
we don't have any models.
Well, I'm talking about the scientific notion of a model. You see,
there is no scientific notion of a model for whatever you're trying to pretend you're not talking about.
I would think that there is a scientific notion of a model for basically anything. You can model anything you want.
So how do you scientifically model a ball?
Yeah. So the way you do is by creating a set of hypotheses. A set of axioms. So the way you create a model is you create a set of axioms, like the ideal gas law, for example. That's a perfect idea. That's a perfect example of a model.
Yeah, it requires a container.
Yeah, you take the ideal gas law, which requires a container. You're like a Markov chain. Every single time a key term pops up, you link it to the flat Earth argument. Good job. That's really the skill set. The memory you require for that is great. So yeah, the ideal gas law, which includes a container, is a perfect example of a model. What it attempts to do is to model a gas. And it's called the ideal gas law because this model is obviously hypothetical, abstract. It doesn't exist in the world. No one thinks it does. But it says, okay, so I guess it should have these relationships. There's like equations that relate its volume to its pressure and temperature and stuff. And all of those are axioms. We don't have any proof of those. We don't have any. No one told us that that's.
Are you telling me that we can't prove gas laws? Pressure PV equals NRT over NRT. That one. We can't prove any of that. Yeah, we can't prove anything. We can't prove any pressures by using gauges and tanks and stuff.
I don't think we can prove anything. No.
We can't prove anything. We can't heat up a tank of air and watch the pressure get higher and higher.
Because I don't believe proof is a thing. I think false. I think.
So you think so? You don't believe in anything at all. So proof doesn't count. So there's no proofs. Yeah. So you don't make a good juror, right?
Yeah, I would not be selected for jury duty.
No, you won't be. You will not be.
Yeah.
And if you are, do you have to tell them that you don't believe in anything?
Yeah. And so they would kick me out, which would be great because then I wouldn't have to do jury duty, which is a boring chore. I'd rather not be doing that. I'd rather be playing video games at home. So
I'm sure you would. Do you play space video games?
No, I don't like those.
No.
I play League of Legends, which is not space.
Yeah, because space is fake, and you don't want to get that ruined.
Yeah. I play League of Legends because it has beautiful female characters with nice outfits.
Weird. Yikes.
Yeah. So, as I was saying before this disgusting tangent, I think that there's no proof of anything because I believe Karl Popper, the philosopher of science, who denied the validity of induction, and he proposed that in science we move towards falsificationism, which is the idea that the task of a researcher is to try to falsify different models. And basically, all the models that have yet to be falsified are used. They just seem to be the best ones that we have, but they're not proven because at no point can we be certain about the relationship of the model to the world.
So basically where we're at with you is we can just give you the old red microphone because you're a brain in the jar. You're not sure if you have hands. You can't prove if you're talking on Discord. You're only about 75% sure of anything. Do you know what I mean?
Sure, if you want to meet me, that's fine. I just want to say...
Yeah, no, that's exactly what we do with you because it's pointless even having a conversation with you. You don't understand anything. Nothing is real. Nothing can be proven. Nothing is real. There's no consequences for anything because you can't prove anything.
Yeah, well, if you don't want to have an epistemological debate, we don't have
I don't want to.
Okay. Well, anyway, that was my position to be presented, and you guys seem to be very interested in talking to me. So, I mean, if you would mute me, then that would be such a loss, wouldn't it? Yeah. So, from a falsificationist sort of perspective, all you're trying to do is just try to disprove the models that you have. And a model, like the ideal gas law, is a set of assumptions about how a particular thing works. And you then try to disprove it. And so someone who wants to disprove the ideal gas law would go out and try to make measurements which would contradict the expected results from the assumptions, like P-V relationships, right? And then we go out in the world and it turns out, no, actually, fuck, it kind of works. We can't disprove it. We try over and over and over. And it doesn't work. Just like we try to disprove quantum mechanics over and over and over. It doesn't work. It seems quantum mechanics keeps winning. We have disproven Newtonian mechanics.
You don't have quantum mechanics.
Okay. I think Newtonian mechanics have been disproven. We showed situations where Newton's laws don't hold because he was a crazed British man who was huffing mercury, which fucks your head up. And so that made him make mistakes. And we noticed the mistakes after lots of tests. We still use the model because it's super useful and it works.
No, it's not useful. It's not real.
Do you think that the law of...
Yeah, no, Newton didn't do shit.
Yeah, so do you think that his laws, like the second law, the first law, the third law, do you think these don't hold?
Yeah, I don't think they hold.
Can you show me an example where one of them doesn't hold?
No, show me him working.
Oh,
show me something going forever in outer space.
Yeah. So I could show you them working. If I don't have my kitchen scale right here, but
I want you to show me something moving forever.
Well, that'll be very hard to do. All we can do is say that every single time we try to observe something stopping moving by itself without being acted on, we have failed to notice that. You see, so So, for example, the law that says opposite and equal force. If you ever take like a scale and you push on it, you can measure how hard you're pushing on the scale, right?
It's called for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction.
Yeah, anything that doesn't hold. That's one of his laws. You see, I think that's the second one, or maybe the third. I failed every test in my life, so I don't know. I don't know.
I'm going to post some images for you. Let's find out.
About the equal opposite reaction? You're going to post images?
Yeah, you notice how that rocket in that vacuum chamber, that tube is just shooting a straight stream out and not moving at all until that pressure wave bounces back off the wall of that vacuum chamber. And then it forms a pressure wave and then the syringe moves. That's what they fired it from. Did you notice how that stream just goes straight all the way? It would go straight. If that thing was 100 foot long, it would just keep going.
I disagree that that's what we see in that video.
No, I'm too bad, but that's what's happening. I own a vacuum chamber and I can do these tricks.
Yeah, I disagree that that's what we see in that video because...
No, you can see it in there.
Yeah, I disagree.
No, you can't disagree. You can actually just see it happening.
Yeah. What I see with my eyes happening is that the syringe starts moving just before the gas catches up with it.
That's from the igniter going off.
The igniter? What do you mean?
The electric igniter in there separating. That's a little action making that thing wiggle.
Oh, so the experiment is flawed then?
No, it's not flawed. The electric igniter goes off, the shit shoots out, right?
Yeah.
And goes straight, hits all the way to the wall, and then you see the pressure wave starting to bounce back, and it gets pretty close, and it's still shooting out, and then whoosh, takes off because the pressure wave finally hits that exhaust.
I think the reason why...
I'm telling you why it's happening. You think the reason why. I'm telling you why it's happening.
Oh, actually, I disagree with your principal observation. I think
well, then go debunk me.
Yeah, I think I see it moving the moment the jet starts moving. It moves.
Yeah, that's when the electric igniter goes off.
Well, I think it's because of the jet. You think it's because of the igniter. I think it's because of the jet.
No, it's because the igniter's moving inside of there when it separates.
Oh, well, I think it's because of the jet.
Well, you've never even seen an electric igniter before, have you?
No.
Well, then don't argue with me about them.
I think it's moving because of the jet. I think it's moving less than you would.
Well, then you better go and duplicate this yourself.
Yeah, I can do that, actually, I think. How would I? Probably by, like, blowing through a tube. Like, if you take a paper straw and you start blowing water through it, you'll see that the straw starts moving in the other
direction. I got you, bro. Check out the side chat. Check this out.
I'm looking.
Loading. Give it a second.
Yeah.
Perfect. That's the one I was just about to load up. It wouldn't load in my screen yet. There you go. Vacuum, you've been debunked.
Yeah, if you place the vacuum behind the exhaust. Yeah, I think
imagine hooking up the shop vac hose to your mouth, turning it on, and then blowing in it, and you're trying to move the shop vac that way. It just doesn't work.
Yeah, I think you would need a ridiculous amount of force for that to happen.
You need to overcome the vacuum.
What does overcome the vacuum? A vacuum is just the lack of something.
Yeah, you need to create a very, very strong pressure gradient, which means you need a container. But the problem is you got like space, which is an infinity vacuum, so you don't have a defined volume.
Yeah, so I think that in this example, it's shown that the pressure from that balloon, well, like the kinetic energy of that balloon moving out is not sufficient.
That's correct. And in your ever-expanding vacuum universe, it would be far greater than your rocket expelling exhaust.
No, it's not because at some point the balloon would have to fill up the contents of the vacuum to a certain pressure.
Don't you say the universe is expanding faster than light speed?
Sorry, what?
Yeah, they say the universe is expanding faster than light speed.
It's expanding
the whole thing
over certain
over all the time,
over certain distances.
Yeah, light speed.
Yeah, the distance between my foot and my head is not expanding faster than light speed. That's not the claim anyone's making.
Who said anything about you expanding?
Yeah, we're talking about the volume that the air is contained in.
Yeah. So there's no air in space. I'm not going to say that there is.
Yeah, there's air in space. The air in space is wrapped around a ball.
I mean,
and water.
If you leave if you leave the atmosphere of the Earth, yes, I'm saying there's no Earth there.
No, you're confusing your terms again.
Huh?
Have you asked him yet what's containing the oceans to Earth?
No, he won't. He's not going to be able to answer those. You can ask him.
Okay, yeah. What do you think is containing the oceans?
I think water is being pulled down by gravity.
Really? Because you know what happens to what you think is gravity, but you have water inside of a vacuum chamber?
I don't know what.
I'll show you what happens. Here, hold on.
Inside of a vacuum chamber.
You're learning a lot today. You should pay us for your education.
So here's gravity acting on a soda can in a vacuum chamber with all the liquid contents of the soda can in the vacuum chamber. You think gravity's acting on this? Well, when we start pulling vacuum inside the vacuum chamber, guess what defies gravity?
Hold on. That's a horrible example.
Oh, really? I'll show you an analogy here. Hold on. Post one more thing.
That's a horrible example because the water inside of the soda can has been pressurized in the factory. They push it in there. So what happens is that there's a lot of pressure inside.
You mean to tell me when I open a can of pop that blows up like that every time?
No.
How much pressure is on Earth? You're breathing 14.7 psi pressure right now.
Yeah, we are. Our bodies are built to withstand that. If our bodies are built to withstand that, if it's balanced out from the outside and the inside.
So balance.
Just let me, please. There's two of you. It's hard to talk.
You need a fixed volume to. Well, you need a volume to pressurize gas, dude.
Right. So, as I was saying, our bodies are built to withstand a relative equilibrium between the pressure inside and the outside.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm talking about the oceans of Earth.
Yeah. So, but someone was asking me about our bodies. So, can we stick to one thing, for God's sake?
Talk about Earth.
Okay, I would love to. You showed me a video of a can exploding. I'm trying to account for that, to explain why that happened. So the reason that happened is because there's a lot of pressure in the water in the can from the factory. They push it in there. It's highly pressurized. Water is not very compressible, so it's extremely problematic.
No, they don't compress anything in there.
Yeah.
No, they don't.
So
it's just a little bit of nitrogen on top of that, and they seal the can.
Inside of that can, there is carbon dioxide that is very bubbly. It is highly pressure. The carbon dioxide inside of there is a certain pressure, okay? And it would love to go to a lower pressure. It loves doing that. But it's not a personality trait. This is a statistical fact. A pressure is just a statistical term for the energy of for the frequency of impacts between a surface and it's a force over surface, right? So it's about the impacts, the kinetic impacts between different particles, like particles of air, and a specific surface.
Surfaces, surface. Your container surface, right?
Yeah, so inside of the can, the carbon dioxide.
Yeah, remember earlier, I said, that requires a container. Remember that? No, it came all the way full circle to container.
Yeah, I want to finish this example, my friend. So the the particles inside of the container are bouncing against the walls of the container. Now, the container walls are made, of the Fanta can, are made in such a way as that they can withstand this impact if on the other side they're getting support from the air, which we've discovered is 14 psi, right? That's 1 atmosphere of pressure. So we've made the aluminium be able to take the impact from the stuff inside by being reinforced by the impacts from the stuff outside. Just imagine two people pushing against each other. If you start pushing your friend as well, if you go and push him from behind, he's going to have an easier time withstanding the power of a very strong man, for example, right? So that's pressure. Pressure is just like the phenomenon of pressure, more broadly, is just the relationship between one side of the surface and the other side of the surface pushing against each other, right? So when outside of the soda can, there is no longer any support for the walls because there's no longer billions of little impacts from air molecules.
It exploded because it was in a vacuum chamber and they pulled the vacuum on it and the can couldn't withstand it anymore.
Yeah, so
you see how many words it took me to explain it?
But the reason why that happened is because a vacuum simply
because there was air in the can.
Simply means an absence of molecules, and ordinarily around the can there will be all these molecules hitting the can walls.
So he debunked you saying that gravity holds water down. That debunked you.
Okay, thank you. So I concede 100%. So
thank you. You're right. 100%. You concede that now. So what makes water stick to a ball in outer space?
Gravity.
No, you said you concede. You cannot do that.
Oh, okay, sorry. Then I don't concede. So as I was saying,
no, you do concede. You can't unconcede.
Oh, I can't. No takesies backsies. I'm sorry. I only operate within takesies backsies jurisdictions.
Takesies backsies.
Yeah. So the soda can is no longer helped by the air molecules that are hitting it from the outside because there's no longer any air molecules because that's a vacuum.
Who gives a shit?
Well, the guy posted a soda can video. I want to talk about it.
Just wanted to show you what happens to liquid.
Sorry. When people post things and make arguments about it, I want to respond them.
Put in hot soda cans in a vacuum.
Well, so can I talk about the soda can? Am I allowed to?
No, we're talking about the liquid. We don't need to. We could just pretend it's anything.
From
any kind of liquid will do that.
Do you think my point was specifically about soda?
No, that's why you're trying to get away from what the discussion is about. It's about liquid in the vacuum, not aluminum cans.
Yeah, actually, it will be a very interesting experiment to only take water and put it into a can, just plain water, and in the can, put a vacuum seal on top of it, suck all the air that's left around the water, so it's only the water inside the can. And outside of the can, there's also a vacuum. Would you like to know what happens then?
You got a vacuum chamber?
I don't. I'm poor.
I do.
Yeah. So would you please do me a favor and do this experiment?
No.
Oh. Well, then I guess I can't proceed.
No, I'm not going to risk liquid going through my vacuum pump.
Okay. Fair enough, man. Yeah, so the soda can exploded because its walls cannot withstand.
But what I can do is put a little tiny bit of water in my vacuum chamber when it's really cold outside and put some cold water in there. And when I turn it on, in about 3 minutes, it goes poof. And the whole thing inside just turns into mist. And then you see it just dry up in about 45 minutes. That's when it's cold outside. So yeah, I can do it with water. I don't even need to put it in a can. I can just put it in the bottom of my vacuum chamber.
Yeah. So I think if you would be doing just pure H2O with no gas inside of it dissolved, which I suspect is what's going on when water does that. Just pure H2O. So this is why the container the water is in needs to also be vacuumed.
So you need me to make water? Okay, I'll make pure water. Okay.
No,
I can do that. I can do that in about 2 hours. Take me about 2 hours, 3 hours maybe.
Yeah. I was explaining the procedure. So you need to put in the
No, I don't need the procedure. I already have the equipment.
Well, the equipment isn't enough if you don't have the procedure.
Dude, you're trying to tell me stuff that you've never even done in your life.
True. So here's the experiment.
So don't, because you don't know how to do anything.
Then don't ask me then.
Remember, you said you don't know how to do anything. Nothing can be proven. There's no point in doing science. Remember how you said science this and that, and then you said there's no point. Science can't be. There's nothing to prove. Remember how you did all that? You wishy-washed back and forth.
Yeah, I didn't say there's no point. I said there's no proof. Those are different things.
Right. So, yeah. So no proof. So me doing what you want to do your way, there's no reason for it. You can't prove anything. Remember?
That doesn't follow.
What?
That doesn't follow logically.
What doesn't follow logic? Logic doesn't exist. Remember? Nothing exists for you.
I didn't say nothing exists.
Do you think you have hands?
I do.
How sure are you that you have hands?
Not certain. 95.
Okay, so you're not sure of anything. So really, it's hard to have any discussion with you at this point because there's nothing in your world. You have no consequences, dude. There are no consequences in your world.
Well, I think there are consequences.
No, there's not. You're not sure. Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure, but not sure 100%.
So you're not sure, see? Yeah, you can do whatever you want because there's always that chance nothing can happen to you.
So hold on a sec. If you're not sure that there's a minefield outside of your house, but you have like a good hunch, are you gonna just willy-nilly step outside? No, you're gonna check. And in the same way, I'm not certain. I don't believe like synthetic outside external truth can be obtained like that. I don't think we can be certain of anything because it ultimately always requires an assumption about.
Yeah, so that's why nobody can talk to you anymore. Any other Globers in here? Yeah, you're done. Any other Globers in here? Somebody who has hands and knows they have hands?
Can I talk to Yoder Jones? Am I allowed to talk to him?
You talk to whoever you want. Whoever wants to put up with you without your hands and you living in a jar, go ahead.
I don't think I live in a jar.
Yeah, are you sure of it?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
So,
Why does that matter?
Nothing matters to you. Everything is possible.
Lots of things matter to me, like art and beauty and the human spirit.
No, that doesn't exist. You can't prove that.
I think
no, you can't prove it. No, you can't.
I can't prove it.
No, you can prove. You can prove art exists, but you can't prove hands exist.
I cannot prove any of those exist.
Right. So you're just talking out your ass, dude.
I'm not. No. I just don't think that we need to prove it. I don't have a compunction to prove it. I think we just have a good model that hasn't been destroyed yet. I think I have a good model of art. I think I have a good model of my hands. I think I have a good model of the outside world. All evidence I've collected so far hasn't disproven that I do have hands. Nonetheless, because of logical rigor, as Karl Popper explained, induction is not justified. Because of logical rigor, I'm not justified in saying that I've proven I have hands or that they are outside stimuli, whatever. I can't prove that. I can
get one of my dogs to prove you have hands, though.
I can only say that the best model so far is that indeed I do have hands. And I'm okay with that. If you're not emotionally okay with that, that's fine.
And it's the old grumpy one laying next to me. If you come up to me, he'll bite you. You in your hand. If you put your hand out, he will bite you thinking that you're going to try to do something to me. And then you'll go, fuck my hand. And that'll prove you have a hand.
I've petted many dogs and they haven't bitten me.
So when a dog does bite you on your hand, you say, fuck my hand. Are you really meaning, oh, my ear? Or if they bite you on the foot, do you say, ouch, my hand? Is that how that works?
I operate as though I have hands. But I can't be sure of it. I operate as though that's
so if my dog bit you on the hand, okay, I could go into court with this recording and say, this guy's not even sure if he has hands. So how can he be sure if a dog bit him on his hand?
I have the confidence that people that are law educated will be able to engage with Popperian philosophy of science and understand what my point is.
No, we're not doing philosophy.
Oh, okay, well, you see, the problem is that finding out how to find out things about the world is just one of the areas of philosophy. If you don't
just grab some tools and go do it yourself.
Oh, sure. If you don't want to engage with that, that's okay. But
wait till flat earthers realize that science is a kind of philosophy.
What's the philosophy?
Science and philosophy share a common ancestor. It used to be the case that all the science and all the philosophy was done by the same people, namely people that had time to not toil the land and think about things, like the same guy could be doing music, anatomy, mathematics. It just was the things you did with your head. And then eventually, as these...
So you do anatomy with your head? You just think about it?
Well, they would also do observations and then think about what...
So they look at somebody and they make up things and then they say that's how it works.
And then they test whether that's actually how it works by cutting more people up.
They just cut them open then?
They cut more people up. And
then they say, oh, we were wrong. Now what? Now what philosophy is it?
Yeah. So as I was saying, if you look at the history of these fields, as time went on...
so we're not going to talk about philosophy.
Well, I was talking about science. So as time
go ahead. Give me a science experiment that proves the Earth is a globe.
You are a one-track kind of person, aren't you?
Yeah, we're in a flat Earth channel, and you're going to prove that you live on a ball using science. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think I've stated that the reason I think we live on a ball is because of a picture from NASA. So.
No, NASA in September of 2025 was classified as an intelligence agency. They're a spy agency. So you think you're going to believe everything the KGB says to you?
Yes.
Oh, well, that's your problem.
Yeah. So I thought now that we've established where my standard of evidence is for believing...
Yeah, so nobody has to talk to you anymore. Are there any Globers in here?
You don't have to, but I was...
Floundering wants to talk here. I'm going to go ahead and mute you since you can't mute yourself.
I'm a Glober.
Yeah, I know.
I'm a pretty handsome Glober. I think that lends some credence to my words.
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
Got it.
Do you have hands?
Anyway, I do have hands. Yeah, I'm using them right now.
Are you 100% sure?
Am I 100% sure that I have hands? Yes.
Yes.
I am 100% sure that I have hands. Yes.
Okay, that's different. Okay, good.
But I do want to reiterate what I said a couple minutes ago, which is that science is a branch of philosophy.
Yippee!
So, I mean, you do kind of have to have a grounding for logic if you want to participate in science. Otherwise, none of it makes any sense.
Yeah, so here's the logic. Gravity holds water in a cup. Okay, here's the logic. I'll put the water in my vacuum chamber and remove the air to make sure I only have gravity in there. And when I remove the air, all the water disappeared. It turned into gas and left the vacuum chamber. So now I'm going to say gravity is held down by air pressure. What do you think of that for logic? Water is held down by air pressure, not gravity.
I don't know if the two are equivalent, but it's a nice try.
Okay, well, if I remove the air pressure, the water disappears. It turns into gas and leaves the vacuum chamber. That means the gravity didn't work. It worked when I put it in there until I removed the air, and then the gravity failed. What happened? Was it gravity's fault or was it air pressure's fault?
What is this experiment analogous to in real life?
The last guy said gravity is held to a ball by, or water is held to a ball by gravity in outer space. And I proved him wrong. And he agreed.
Well, no, because the claim needs a little bit more specificity that gravity holds water to a ball within the air pressure, because air pressure is required to prevent water from turning into gas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so how do you do all that?
How do you do all what?
How do you make water stick to a ball with no air pressure?
Well, I told you that's the claim needs more specificity, and then I gave you a new facet.
What's the specificity? Go ahead, make it better.
I just did. I said gravity plus air pressure is what allows the water to remain.
Gravity. Well, how does gravity work? Gravity doesn't pull air down.
It's an accelerated force, 9.8 meters per second squared.
No. Do you see clouds shooting down at you?
No.
Okay, then that's not true.
Oh, yes, it is. Clouds are buoyant in the atmosphere.
Gases are not shooting down at you. You just said no, you don't see that.
Do you know what a buoyant force is?
Yeah, I do. What about it?
Okay, if the buoyant force matches or is greater than gravity, then it wouldn't come shooting down, would it?
So that's a density thing, relative density.
No, it's not. It's a buoyant force.
Gravity is not in any kind of measurements used for anything. It's not used for holding clouds up in the air.
In a neutral buoyancy, what is the accelerative force of the object in neutral buoyancy? Can you tell me that?
What's neutral buoyancy?
When an object in a medium is not moving up or down.
Which medium?
Water or air, pick one.
Air. We'll pick air with helium. So the balloon just sits in the middle of my room. So yeah, now I balanced it out.
What is the accelerative force acting on an object with neutral buoyancy?
0.
See, that's not true.
What is it?
9.8 meters per second squared.
Prove it.
You want to do a buoyancy experiment?
No, I want you to prove that object's moving that fast.
It's pretty easy.
Okay. Waiting. We're all waiting. We're on the edges of our seats.
Look it up.
Dude.
The information's readily available.
Okay. You said okay. Waiting for you.
I'm going to take this as a round Earth W.
That you told me you were going to do this, and then you told me to go look it up? That's a win, all right.
Yeah, the information's readily available to you.
What am I looking up?
The accelerative force of a neutrally buoyant object.
You said you were going to prove it to me.
Yeah, I'd be happy to.
Okay, go ahead.
Why don't you and I meet together in real life, and we'll get a bathtub, And
no, I don't want to meet with you in a bathtub, dude. I swear.
No, we're not getting. We are not getting in the bathtub. We just need a bathtub. We don't need to get in.
Yeah, all that sounds just all wrong, dude. I'm just telling you, just the sound of it is wrong.
We're performing an experiment.
You're gonna have to form it in a lab somewhere in a university, not in a hotel room.
No, it's pretty funny, bro. Do you want to perform an experiment with me with a bathtub?
We both have to get in the bathtub and watch the water rise.
No, that's water displacement.
Oh, good.
I'm talking about the force that water displacement creates.
No one gives a shit.
Displace your jaw.
That's what buoyancy is.
So not gravity.
It's an opposing force to gravity. Gravity pulls an object into the water.
No,
and
gravity doesn't pull on anything. Gravity doesn't pull on anything.
Okay, buddy.
So if gravity doesn't affect the gas, then the gas disappears.
Gravity have little ropes? Does gravity have little lassos that it grabs onto shit with? How does your gravity work? How does it pull things out of the sky? How does it know when a plane's going over to grab onto that plane?
I think 9.8 meters per second squared is a trivially true fact at this point.
Are you going to answer me?
Is it in dispute? Is the force of gravity in dispute?
You're not going to. Yeah, gravity doesn't exist. For a globe, anyway. Gravity only makes things go down, doesn't make things go in. So since it makes things go down, gravity is what made the Earth flat, because if you pour water on the flat surface, it just goes flat. So gravity obviously made the Earth flat. So that's ours too. It's not in contention anymore. And notice that you can't debunk me about it.
Debunk what?
Gravity made the Earth flat.
Wouldn't the Earth have to be flat for that to be true?
Yeah, we already measured it flat. That's why you guys come in here and cry at us.
Measured it flat with what?
Planar surveyors do it every day. We use lasers and cameras. We can see too far.
Laser tests do not demonstrate the curvature of the Earth, buddy.
No shit.
Yeah, or lack of curvature. At best, at very best, if I give you as much grace as possible, a laser test only demonstrates local flatness. That's it.
How local?
Local to the experiment, duh.
How local? Oh, the experiment's 1,200 miles long.
Is there a 1,200 mile long laser test?
No vision test, though.
But I was talking about laser tests.
Well, infrared, just as good. Is infrared light attracted to the ball by gravity, or just laser?
You mean, does gravity change the trajectory of light?
Of just laser light, yeah.
I don't know.
Well, can't you just prove it? Couldn't you just do it somehow? Isolate gravity and then use a laser and manipulate the gravity, and you can see what it does to the light?
Depends on your model, I guess.
I don't have a model. How am I going to build a model? I don't have anything to measure.
In my model, light doesn't have mass, so.
So it just goes in a straight line then.
This has been a deeply informative exercise.
You're both gay.
Mr. Professor, are you still here? Professor Triangle, are you still here? Hello? Triangle. Another win for the ball planet. You'll raise the roof for the round globe planet. Yo, it's 24/7 flat Earth. Where the Earth is flat and so are the brains. Thanks.
But here you are.
Here I am what?
Spending all your free time in a flat Earth channel?
I like to sit in here while I'm driving. I'm not really a music in the car kind of guy.
Me neither. I don't think I've sat and listened to music in 5 years.
But I'll sit and chat about the big, beautiful ball planet.
That's resting in your imagination. Sure.
Yes, sir. Big wet rock. That's where we are. Big wet rock.
See, you know what comes next, right?
We become really good friends.
We can do that. But you got to prove that, though, see. Where are you driving to?
I'm driving home from work because I work for a living.
So that's just a small commute then.
I'm a normie. I got to work for a living like a normie.
Yeah, don't we all? I suppose there's some few that don't, but...
Yeah, there's a guy that comes in here and claims to be a millionaire and owns 4 businesses.
That could be possible, I guess. It's not out of the reaches, I suppose. Or you could be retired as well, I guess. What time zone are you driving in?
Pacific. I live in Seattle.
Oh, nice. How's your liberal state
really.
doing?
It's a cesspool of degeneracy.
Yeah, I kind of figured that. Is it getting nice over there on the Pacific coast?
No, it's humid and miserable. But if by nice you mean no longer winter, then yes.
Yeah. I live in the north central region by the Canadian border. We finally had our first day past 60.
You in Minnesota?
Oh, yeah. How'd you guess?
Yeah, Minnesota.
Dude, we don't have an accent. Come on now.
No, of course not. Why would you? You just pronounce words differently than I do.
Really? I've never noticed that, though.
Oh, I never noticed that, don't you know?
Oh, stop. It ain't that bad. It's the land of hockey, you know?
It's the land of cows. We got a lot of cows.
Yeah, down south of Minnesota, there's cows, for sure. I'm up north where it's more woods and lakes.
I always wanted to be a cheesemonger, but I would need to buy some cows first.
I don't know, the farmers aren't doing too good, though.
Yo, T-Dub's back. What up, T-Dog? What's good? Oh, there he goes. There goes T-Dub.
Oh, shit, he bounced on you quick, dude.
Yeah, he doesn't like me. That's okay. You can't be friends with everyone, don't you know?
Oh, he's back. Let's see.
Yeah, I dropped out.
Hey, T-Dub's back. What's good, T-Dog?
Oh, not much, man. Not much.
Hey, you going down under, huh? How's your day going?
Yeah, it's all right. Thanks.
It's got to be night, early morning there, right?
It's 10:30 in the morning, yeah.
Do you hear that, Floundering? The sun moves.
The sun moves? No way. That's impossible.
What's that about? What is it? Oh, jeez. That's weird.
You're not gonna bait.
You're not going to bait me into a flat Earth conversation. I know your tricks.
It's Tom. It's like not far off. It's highest point at 10:30. Just looking at that, it's got about another few degrees to go, and it's at its.
Don't you mean its lowest point? Don't you mean its lowest point?
Its highest point above the horizon.
Okay, its lowest point. Cause you're under me because you're in Australia.
Yeah, that's weird. It's like at.
You're on the south side of the big ball planet.
Probably at like, I don't know, 60 degrees.
You guys celebrate Christmas in July. That's weird.
Northeast. 60 degrees above the horizon, probably about, I don't know, 10 degrees south of north, east of north.
T-Dub, is Bluey your favorite TV show?
No, it isn't.
But floundering, you think the sun is under your feet at night?
That's true.
Wait, you think it's under your feet right now? Is it under your feet right now for you?
No, it's not. It's where is the sun? It's in the west. See, I'm in Seattle, so if I look west, there's the sun. It's in my eyes, and it hurts.
It's in your west. Okay, it's in your west. So you're that way. If we were to use the sun as a gauge, if that's accurate, like if it was a fixed point in space, you're looking at it, I'm looking at it. You're probably like at a, I don't know, 30-degree angle from me. East, northeast, maybe? Something like that. Is it slightly to your... Is it you? So you're looking at west at it. Is it slightly southwest?
That's what I would say.
It is slightly southwest. You are correct.
Yeah, there you go. That works out. So you're in that direction. Maybe. I don't know. But yeah.
I'm in Seattle.
Cross the plane in that direction. I see.
Yeah, it's an apparent position though.
Yeah. Of course.
Well, there's an 8-minute delay. There's an 8-minute delay because it's 93 million miles away.
Well, how would you prove that?
With proofs and stuff and evidences.
Yeah, trust me, bro.
Oi, with fucking proofs, governor.
And which is that?
Bob's your uncle. You can triangulate the sun using a piece of pizza because it's a triangle.
Absolutely not. It's an apparent position. Doesn't work.
Is it possible that it's apparently where it is apparently?
Apparently.
Well, then there you go. If it's possible, then it could be there.
But with 3 or more observers, it just doesn't work. I don't know why.
Yeah, but it's possible.
Plausible. Oh, the Wild are up 2-0.
See, I know Australians are crazy because I have an Australian dog and he's crazy. That's proof.
Yes, an Australian Shepherd, isn't it?
Yeah, but they're not really from Australia.
No. I do like its color, though. That nice brindle. Me, myself, I'm a German Shepherd dog guy.
All the owners around me that have German Shepherds are retarded, so we tend to avoid them.
Oh boy, here we go.
The owners and the dogs are mean.
Now, have I came off to you like that at all?
Well, no, you don't live anywhere near me.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
There's this one guy that lives near me that has a German Shepherd, and it clearly has mange and like a bunch of other problems, and it's just not being taken care of.
Yeah, people like that need a stern talking to, I think, personally.
They need a physical correction on the behind.
Yeah, to state it nicely, I suppose. Yeah, I never got people that were mean to animals, man. It doesn't compute. Boy, it's a toss-up between here and English Sub. At least Floundering was talking anyways.
Nobody appreciates Floundering anymore.
Yeah, I do. Hey, Lats is here. Lats will chat you up. Do you know Lats lifts weights?
Oh, what's up? Who lifts weights in here?
I lift weights.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I did for a long time.
Well, yeah, I be hoisting, don't you know?
I lift weights.
Hell yeah.
Hey, Lats, what's your max bench 3 reps?
Oh, shit, 225. I literally just hit it like last week.
Oh, really? Nice. My max. Well, a year and a half ago was 240. Well, 250. What was it? 252 or whatever.
Yeah, for 3 reps.
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit, that's pretty good. Yeah, how tall are you?
I'm 5'8", and I was 207 pounds on my max.
Nice, dude.
I have a 1 rep max of about 55, but I'm getting there.
Hey man, everybody got to get started somewhere. Don't worry, man.
Yep. We all start somewhere. But I'm getting older. I kind of eased off of the lifting part of it, and now I just kind of do Tai Chi and stuff like that. When I was heavy into lifting lots, it basically ruined all my joints, dude. My elbows, my knees, everything. It just tore them up so bad. And now I just kind of strictly stick to like calisthenics, and Tai Chi is really good. You should look into it.
I do jujitsu, and it's been great for everything.
Chinese? Is Tai Chi Chinese? What is Tai Chi, the origin of it?
You know what? I don't know. Let me look.
Because I don't do anything Chinese.
Damn, sorry, I got a call. My bad if you guys are talking to me.
Nope.
Cool. You said you don't do anything Chinese. Why not?
On principle, I don't do anything Chinese, no.
Why you don't use chopsticks?
I do not, no.
Do you breathe air?
Yes, it is.
Chinese people breathe air.
It is Chinese.
I don't breathe Chinese air. I can tell you that.
Well, I don't know, dude. If the Earth is spinning underneath the gas, then the gas would eventually migrate to you. So technically, you are breathing Chinese air.
Floundering also thinks. Hey, Lats, Floundering thinks the sun is under his feet.
What?
Not at the moment, because it's daytime.
But it will get there in about 3 hours.
It will go under the curvature of the ball planet. Yes, it will.
How do we find that pesky curvature? Just never, you can't find it.
Oh, simple. You go up really high. Like in a rocket ship. You look.
Is that what you did?
No.
Oh, okay.
If I had a lot of money, I might do that.
So that means that you haven't even verified it to yourself then. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, Lats. I kind of overtalked you there.
Oh, no, that was it. I'm good and chilling. Go ahead, dude.
I'm a working middle class American. I don't have the money to go into space.
Well, what I was going to say is even with the technology we have today, we can't get high enough to see the curve of the Earth. The ISS isn't even high enough.
Okay. That's a shame, isn't it?
Yeah, so by base axiom, you, I, everyone else observe and live in a reality of a flat Earth.
Oh. All right.
I was wondering, you don't even know. Like, you just admitted to us because the only way you could prove to yourself if the Earth is a globe is if you took a rocket ship all the way up.
I didn't say that's the only way. I said, that would satisfy my personal requirement for knowing, my subjective standard.
Okay, cool. So then what's another way?
Let's see. We could.
I know.
We could ask real nice. Hey, Planet, are you a ball?
I mean, if you think the planet can speak, then yeah, sure, I guess.
Hey, Floundering, how about watching a ship sail out to sea?
To see what he could see?
No, ships don't see.
Oh, that's why the bear went over the mountain. I don't know if you knew that, but
What is it then? So if you compare that to the Earth's population, and just based on the standard of taking a rocket all the way up, it's like less than what, 200 people know that the Earth is a ball then?
It would be 23 or 29 to be exact, Lats.
Oh, shoot. I was trying to include everybody. All the Chinese, Russians, Indians, and all the whoever the hell else is claimed to be up there.
Well, physically, it was just the Apollo missions and then supposedly the last Artemis mission. So 29 total.
Fair enough. Yeah, so 29 people. That's it. That's the only people that know that the Earth is a ball. Everybody else believes it then.
I'm fine with believing it.
Okay. That's fair enough. Well, we know that the Earth is flat. Johnny knows, T-Dub knows, I know, Father Judge knows. We all know.
Oh, okay.
As I'm telling you, like, hey,
Thank
we
God
know
somebody
that
does.
yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, we know the Easter Bunny doesn't exist, but then there's some people that believe the Easter Bunny still exists, regardless if we tell them, hey, we know it doesn't exist. But they're like, hey, I still want to believe in the Easter Bunny. We're like, okay, that's okay. We did our job. We're just here to tell you that the Easter Bunny does not exist. But if you still want to believe in it, that's okay. We can't do nothing. But you're a grown ass man. You said you were like 30 or something. You started lifting weights, dude. You're good, dude.
I'm turning 31 on the solstice of summer.
Ooh, a June 21st, baby.
That's right.
Well, happy early birthday. I don't know if you'll still be in here at that time, but I mean, hopefully you're not going to be in here on your damn birthday.
Nah, I'm going to be,
Drinking.
Where am I going to be? Yeah, I'll probably be drinking.
Good. Just go work out early in the morning. Get that nice pump in so you can look good all day.
I'll be drinking with the homies.
Yeah, because you're a normie.
I got homies though. I'm a normie with homies.
Okay, like bathtub homies?
No bathtub homies.
Oh, okay. All right, good.
Maybe I'll invite all the homies over and we'll watch Lord of the Rings. That's what we'll do on my birthday.
That doesn't sound bad, actually.
And we'll drink mead.
Oh, mead.
Is that stuff like Jaeger? It's all thick and gross. I can't stand that stuff. I can't drink it.
You don't like it thick and slimy?
No, what is that one beer? That one that's like super thick and like
Guinness?
maple syrup. Guinness, that's the one, dude. Oh, dude, shit. I tried drinking it like once a year just to see if I can get used to it, but it still sucks every time, dude.
You know what's a good
like
beer?
Your drinks thick and slimy? Come on.
Hey, man, I'm giving it an honest shot. I do the same thing with red wine. I don't really like red wine, but I'm trying to build up like a tolerance or taste for it. It sucks every time, but I still try it,
Yeah. White wine, like a Pinot Noir or a Pinot Grigio, is your best bet for white wine.
Yeah, white wines are pretty good. Those are easy. You can handle those, no problem. It's the red and the Guinness.
Unless it's made in Champagne.
Nobody called it a champagne.
No, I know, but you can't call champagne unless it's made in Champagne.
Oh, I see. What about Champlain? Is that close enough?
Well, there's a Champagne, Illinois.
Right. But Champlain is kind of like champagne, so.
I guess you could call it Champagne if it's made in Champagne, Illinois.
Ah. No, a good beer lats to try. It's called Blue Moon. Have you ever heard of Blue Moon?
I freaking love Blue Moons. Hell yeah.
Yeah, me too.
I love those things.
With a little slice of
undertone, yeah, dude.
Yeah,
it's delicious.
Put a little slice of orange in it.
Yeah, one of my exes put me on that. That's like all she would ever drink, so I started drinking those damn things. Well, here I am drinking freaking Blue Moons every once in a while.
Once in a blue moon?
Yeah. Exactly.
You know, that's a real thing, the blue moon.
I've only seen the regular ones and the red ones. Or the reddish orange ones.
It's the second full moon of the month, right?
No, not technically, but yeah, that could work, I guess. No, it's a real rare occasion. Here, I'll throw it in the chat.
Well, a blue moon is just when a month has an abnormally extra full moon, right?
Holy, I thought that one new guy's name was Bro Touch Kids. Holy.
Whoa.
You gotta change that username, bro.
Yeah, bro, get your head out of the gutter.
Well, I'm just saying, that's just like, I just took a quick glance and I was like, holy shit.
This is 24/7 Flat Earth, not, the degeneracy channel, okay?
Not exactly, bro. Anyway, what brings you guys in? We're just bullshitting. Hanging out.
Oh, so are you guys actually flat earthers or no?
Yeah, well, all but one, yeah.
I'm a roundie.
Why? Floundering is the baller.
The moon landing was fake. It's so freaking obvious. Why do you guys think the Earth is flat?
Well, we know the Earth is flat because it's measured flat.
Dude, have you never looked at a map, you fucking idiot?
You looked at a what? Sorry?
A map. No, not you. This guy, Bro Touch Kids.
My fault, bro. I'm just asking a question.
No. Just like, when you look at a map, is it round?
What about the map, though? Is that an accurate representation of the Earth?
Yeah, of course it is.
You've measured the distances and verified that it's all accurate?
Okay, when you need to go somewhere and you put an address in, what do you use? Google Maps. And it's flat. Okay. Oh.
Well, yeah, the coordinate system is going to be referenced to the flat Earth, yeah. But you can take those same coordinates and put them on any 3D object.
Yeah, but why would you do that when the Earth is flat?
Well, I think it's a globe. That's why they take that reference system and coordinate system, and place it onto the globe.
Well, if
you
it was
could have a Jennifer Lawrence Earth if you wanted to, if you just took all the same points and plotted it over her body.
Yeah, but it would be so distorted.
That'd be hot. That would be hot.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I know they picked the damn globe.
There would be two big globes on it.
Yeah. I think
Can we do
Google Globe?
Can we do a Tilda Swinton coordinate system, please?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I should have done that. They messed up. But anyway, what are you guys' globe Earth? Like, where are you guys still on the ball? What are your reasons?
Okay, I don't know. I'll just go with whatever.
You just go with whatever?
Yeah.
You're just a follower? You're a sheep?
Basically.
Hello.
Okay, so you just go with consensus? Because if I tell you to follow me right now, you're not going to follow me, right?
No, I probably would.
Not going to... Oh, okay.
No, he's pretty submissive.
Not very good. Well, I'm telling you right, I would not want you to just believe me. I want you to go check to see if there's actual curvature on the surface or not.
Yo, no subs allowed in here. Okay, if you're submissive, you gotta leave. This is leader energy only.
Yo, Potato Chip, you gotta switch up.
All right.
Yeah, only doms and alphas. This is the Dom Alpha channel.
Yeah, okay, I don't believe you then.
Okay, good. See? He's dommed up.
But if I was, I would believe you because you seem pretty reliable.
Well, just because somebody seems reliable doesn't mean that they are, right? It's fallacious.
Yeah, but you're a chill guy, so I trust you.
Like a bunch of pyramid schemers.
This is why you got ear-raped, potato chips.
All right, so what about you, Ray Ray? Do you have any good,
Ray, what are you talking about?
Yo, 2 people, one at a time.
Okay, Ray, I'll go first since this is on topic of the room. Do you have any evidence of the ball that you want to discuss?
No, I mean, it's so obvious. Like, the Earth is flat.
Obvious?
Like, wouldn't cars just be like curved if the Earth was round, you know? And then like, also,
no, you can have cars that are not curved on a flat Earth, and you can have curved cars on a flat Earth. That doesn't prove anything.
Yeah, but like the curved cars would fit the Earth better, you know what I mean? And when you look like straight down, like straight forward, you don't see no curvature.
Yeah, just because you don't see it doesn't mean it's not there. How do you know it's not there?
I think if you don't see it, it's not there. Because like we only know what's observed, you know what I mean?
Yeah, if you have a human hair in your hand and you hold it an arm length away, it's going to disappear from you. Doesn't mean it's not there.
Depending on the scale, human
how do I know it's still there?
Reliable.
Right,
if I hold it away from me and I can't see it, how do I know it's there? Because maybe it fell out of my hand.
How would you verify? How would you verify if it's
I wouldn't
there?
know it was there, and I wouldn't know that it's not there. I would have no way of knowing.
Is there anything you could do possibly to see if there's a human hair in my hand? Like if I'm just 3 feet from
I would bring it closer to me.
Okay, you would go check, right? You would verify?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So that's what we've done with the Earth to verify that there's no curvature on the surface. Have you done this yourself, or do you know of any way to verify it?
I did that one experiment where they have boards at the exact same elevation and put them really, really far away and shined a laser through them, and it went through the holes perfectly. And if it wasn't flat, then it would overshoot the hole.
How far?
And they were measured perfectly. About 2 miles.
How did you do this?
And it was a strong ass green laser.
2 miles isn't far enough.
2 miles? I don't know. I feel like I'd see some curvature. I mean, we had really small tolerances, so
2 miles would be good if you were at a 1 foot elevation. Your laser was set on a tripod that's only 1 foot high, trying to hit a target 1 foot on the other side. That would be good. But if you're a 6 foot observer, doing everything at eye level, and the horizon would be at 3 miles, so that wouldn't work to prove flat or globe.
Well, then I'll try it again and make it further.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I'll help you get it right next time.
Thank you, potato chips.
Yeah, you're welcome.
He listens so well.
You should try the same thing, 2+ miles at a 1 foot elevation. Give it a shot, dude.
I got you. And it'll still be straight because the Earth is it's flat.
Well, yeah, I know it's flat, but I don't think you actually did this, so I would want you to actually check. So I want you to just believe me.
See, I like that because you
want to be more
you can't believe
masculine.
something without knowing. What was that?
I said, if you want to be more masculine, you need to eat some onion.
Yeah, actually, onions, garlic, red meat, lift more.
I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah, I'm gonna increase that testosterone.
You heard that?
Yeah, I heard that.
Some onions.
Dude, I'm cooking a bag of pearl onions right now for dinner. It smells so good.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend just only onions, but I'll recommend some red meat in your diet.
I already finished my steak. It's resting right now.
Oh, good. Okay, fair enough. Testosterone's gonna spike. Start wanting to do man things. And you're like,
I'm gonna start liking girls. It's gonna be crazy.
Exactly. You're Oh, dipped. Oh, I guess it's just you, Potato.
Yeah, he left me.
You really don't have any reason why you're still stuck on the ball, like, for real. Besides consensus.
I'm open. Like, I'll listen to anything, honestly.
Potato chips.
Oh, your boyfriend's back. Sorry, Potato.
Huh?
Potato chips, answer my call.
Bro, you left. Why'd you leave?
Because I was trying to call you.
Why?
Man, go answer his video call, dude.
Yeah, I want to
I'll show you something.
I want to show you my flat Earth.
I'm trying to get educated. I'm trying to get educated here, and then
I've ever heard in my life.
You want me to leave?
I don't want you. I'm gonna educate you about my flat Earth, buddy.
I've seen your
It's
Earth.
okay. You guys can go do your thing.
It's anything
we're
but
here
flat.
24/7. We are here 24/7. Okay. If you guys want to go have your me time, come back in like 30 seconds when you guys are done.
Thank you. You're so sweet. Yo, Potato chips, come on.
So much better than the other people we've met on here.
I know.
We'll still be here. Don't worry.
Oh my god. There was this one guy. We joined this one guy who was like, I'll prove there's no God, right? And we went and joined, and we didn't say anything bad to him. And he started being an asshole, being like, "You're a retard. You think there's a God. You're retarded." And he kicked us all.
Yeah, some people like that. That's okay.
I know, but it was so funny. I was dying. He got so angry for no reason.
Yeah, the atheist debate channels are bad news. You don't need to go in there. You're not going to learn a thing.
I'm not touching that again.
You're not going to learn a thing.
I don't even go in there to.
It's Reddit, dude. It's Reddit tier atheism.
That's do I.
Reddit stuff, dude.
I've gone into the other room solely just to practice debating. And if you go in there with that mindset, it's good for practice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, but the thing is, like, he didn't even let us make a point. He would just yell over us and then just call us like random slurs for no reason.
Oh, yeah, but he lost already. I mean, it's done.
Yeah, exactly.
It's Reddit tier atheism, dude. They put stuff up their butt. Okay, they're degenerates.
I'm okay.
Bert.
All right, well, you boys go have fun doing your whatever, and then we'll be chilling as soon as you're done.
All right.
yeah.
We'll see you later, then.
All right, you guys have a good one.
We'll see you. You too.
Thanks, you too.
Come here, Bert.
I'm coming.
Holy shit, though. Freaking those dudes are so gay.
Those dudes are a little high in the pockets, if you know what I'm saying.
Oh shit, I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but it's alright. Nothing wrong with being a little gay. Holy.
I can't be gay or I would be excommunicated.
Well, you can just hide it. That's okay. You're gonna break out of it soon. Once you pass 135 on the bench, you'll be solid.
Yeah, that's true. I'll start seeing girls in yoga pants at the gym and actually feel something.
Well, you never know.
Check it out. Do you like A1 sauce with your steak floundering?
No.
I don't put anything on my steak except salt and pepper and butter. That's it.
Oh, good. I'm gonna have some garlic on there too. If you want to throw the herbs on there, you need garlic powder or actual garlic if you want to. Makes it pretty good. You can also cook your veggies in the meat juice too. Makes them extra tasty.
Yeah, I got my leftover steak going right now from yesterday.
Dude.
You know what's really good I've found? When you go to the store, they sell. They're called like they're little pieces of steak that they cut into like little squares. They call them stew meat. But if you take that and you fry it with a bunch of like peppers,
oh yeah, dude.
fried onions. Oh man, finger licking.
Yeah, I thought the fajita is almost like bigger chunks. This stuff's good. I got some Asian stir fry like that too. It's pretty good. Oh man,
Well, the thing is, like where I'm from, like steak is super expensive. It's like $12 for, you know, a normal one-person steak. So I get the little, like I said, little stew meat steak bites.
Yeah.
And they're not as obviously tender as a nice piece of steak, but hey, it hits the spot.
Dude, I gotta send you a video on how to like velvet your meat to make it super tender. You can do this with like cheap cuts of meat too to make them like super tender.
Oh, really? Yeah, do that. Like,
I'm gonna see if I could send you something in a sec. Hold on. It should
see, like I was married for 10. I was married for, well, we were together. Well, just put it this way, like 20 some years with my ex-wife, and that's what she did all the cooking. Well, when we got a divorce 10 years ago, I had to learn all that stuff by myself. So all my cooking skills are from trial and error by myself.
Yeah.
And I think I'm doing pretty good, man. Pretty proud of myself.
Yeah, dude. But yeah, this is the thing that for velveting meat. This is an ancient Chinese secret that they do in all the restaurants to get their meat super tender. Velvet beef. Let me see if I can find you a good video.
Or even like just the name of the guy too. I can look him up.
Oh, you're good. I got you, dude. I'm about to post this up in the side chat right now. This guy's pretty good. What's wrong with that? 20 cups? You got something wrong with super tender beef, bro? It's freaking delicious, dude. You could just like cheap cuts of meat too, so good, bro. Get your protein in. Yeah, Johnny, if you're single right now too, man, you gotta eat that high protein diet, get your ass back in the gym, and then scoop your ass up a lady in no time, dude. Except from like gay commentary. Oh shit. Yeah, Wagyu beef is pretty damn tender. That shit like melts in your mouth. Bro, it is. Every single time I've ever asked somebody, do they know how to velvet meat, or have you ever heard of that before? Nobody ever knows what that is. But you can do this with like cheap cuts of beef if you guys didn't know. That shit is super tasty.
Yeah, well, I see what
it's part, but it's soft. Yeah.
Yeah, his trick, I think he's putting baking soda in there, so.
Yeah. Make a little slurry.
Yeah, he added chicken powder and all that good stuff, but, for taste. But I think the trick is the baking soda.
Yeah, there's another guy, too. Let me see if I'll post up the other dude. The other guy's pretty good, too. Yeah, people do this with chicken too. There's the restaurants anyway. It's so good. You should go learn this too, 20 cups for your wife, bro. We'll cook it for her for your anniversary or something. We'll show her your ancient secret Chinese skills, dude.
You plan on having a family, Lats, or what?
Oh, I got a kid already.
Oh, you do? Cool. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I want to have a family.
Yeah, do it,
Start
bro.
it up. Yeah.
What I know, but that requires, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Well, dude, that's why I gotta go eat high protein, go get them eggs, chicken,
I
beef,
just had a steak.
smash the gym. Well, you gotta eat that after you work out, We
I went to the gym today.
Oh, good. Yeah, super, bro, you're already on your way. Good for you. What's your workout split looking like?
Monday I do arms and back, and then Wednesday is my explosive day. So I alternate between bench and deadlift. Like it's my explode day. So like it's the day that one day a week that I take caffeine, and I
I've never heard that before.
Like
okay.
So I alternate between deadlifts or bench, and then on Thursday is leg day. And then if I have a fourth day of the week, like a Saturday that I'm not working, because I normally do work on Saturday. On a fourth day, I do, calisthenics and joints and abs, and I do sit-ups and crunches and all that stuff. Otherwise, I just fill in with what I do at home.
See, what I would recommend, dude, is if you're going to be doing legs twice in a week, that you wouldn't do them back to back. So you can do deadlifts on your Monday. Then you do a push pull. So you do chest triceps the next day, back biceps the next day. Then you can do legs again. So you give them some time to rest. And you can do that last day with something else. You could do shoulders and abs or something.
Or you could just skip leg day altogether. That's what I used to do.
Yo, that's cool.
I used to do that too. I don't do that anymore. My legs started looking tiny, so I was like, shit, no more. I started including 2 leg days a week now, just because I had one girl tell me one time that my legs looked disproportionate to my body. I was like, oh, hell no. So I've been doing that almost a year now. 2 leg days a week sucks, but it really does help out. Get them tree trunks, get thick as shit. Thick as hell.
Well, it has a lot to do with the calisthenics or your genetics too, though. Because if you're genetically not proportionate, like if your legs, you could work your legs out every day and they still wouldn't get bigger or proportionate to the rest of your body. It just depends on your genetics in that aspect too.
Also, the thing with your split floundering, I wouldn't recommend doing too heavy. like bench and deadlift in one day, just because that takes like a huge toll on your body, having to like two heavy lifts in one day, the deadlift and the bench press one.
I don't. So on 1 week I do deadlifts, and on the next week I would do bench. I alternate weekly.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I would still want to do bench at least once a week, man. Because you want to get your titty game up. You got to make your chest big.
Do you do resistance training, 2 lats, or no?
Only if I'm ever on like vacation or something. If I ever like travel to like some other place, I'll bring like resistance bands or something.
Right.
Just because they're like really light and I could like pack it in whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, like I was telling you, I mean, from lifting for so long that all my joints are just beat to hell. So
that's why it's good for that too. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I guess mine it's a mixture between, playing so many sports too, and it just takes a toll on your body. So.
Oh, do you used to be a pitcher in baseball?
Yep, you remember. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, I know that freaking messes a lot of people's elbows up bad. I think shoulders too sometimes. I think it's more elbows and.
Yeah, it's elbows and Tommy John, your rotator cuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, my shoulders are shit from volleyball.
Yeah. I don't do it.
From spiking the ball so hard, I'd end up with bruises on my hand.
Oh shit!
Yeah, I used to spike the ball so hard in volleyball that somebody got in the way and knocked them over. Typically.
Wow. Strong guy over here.
Wow. Alpha male detected. Are you cool and smart and tall and drive a Mustang GT?
What the hell's this stereotype, dude? He's like, but yes.
Dude, I could tell by your voice, dude. You can tell what kind of car people drive by their voice. I swear to God.
What do I drive then?
A Jeep? You drive a Jeep.
You son of a bitch. That is good. I am impressed.
Oh, shit. Wait, hold on. Wait, what do I drive? I'm curious now.
That is fucking crazy, dude.
Yeah, I just know. It's a superpower I have. I'm not always right, but I'm right. I'm right more often than I'm not.
I can only tell people's sexual orientation by their voice. I can never tell their cars. That's more impressive.
Oh. Well, people tell me on the internet my voice sounds gay, but I'm reformed. I used to be gay, but I'm not anymore.
I mean, I would say your voice leans a little more soy-ish, but
I've never had a soy product in my life, so I've been eating natty my whole life, dude. I don't eat synthetic shit.
That's interesting. You said you're 30?
I'm 30, yeah.
Yeah, I think maybe when did you start working out, eating more red meat?
3 years ago.
That's interesting.
Yeah, lots of red meat, lots of chicken, lots of protein powder, lots of creatine.
Damn, and you're taking creatine too? Shit.
Yeah. Creatine. You know what I do? I put creatine and protein powder I put it in my chocolate ice cream, dude.
Let me tell you something though about protein powder. If you're drinking or taking a lot of protein powder, they pump protein powder full of estrogen. So if I were you, I'd stay kind of away from the protein powders and stick more towards like the eggs whites, stuff like that. But if you look into it, they pump a lot of estrogen into those protein powders, and plus it's acidic too.
That's interesting. Did not know that. Yeah, I only save my protein powder for like if I don't hit my macros for the day or something.
Yeah, it's okay, you know, a little bits here and there, you know, a glass every other day or something. But if you're pounding it like every day, 3 times a day stuff, seriously, look into it. Do some research about protein
probably
powder.
3 or 4 times a week. 3 or 4 times a week.
That and you know that they're like little packets. They're like it's called like liquid IV and stuff. The hydrating stuff. That also is pumped full of estrogen too.
Really?
Yep. Do some research on it. You'll see.
Estrogen in liquid IV. Well, I don't want that. I don't need estrogen.
Like I said, don't take my word for it. Look into it. Astaxanthin, that's good for your testosterone and blood flow as well.
Sweet.
Have you heard of Shilajit?
Oh, I've heard of that stuff before.
I have not.
That's really good for your testosterone levels. And
what about ginseng? Black and red ginseng.
That's good for you too. That's mainly more for your like libido and stuff.
Libido? Yeah, I don't need help with that. I just need to gear it towards women. You know what I'm saying?
It'll come, brother. It'll come.
Females infuriate me.
Oh, I hear you, buddy. I hear you. Have a crazy ex-wife. Well, and you live in an area where it's all strictly crazy liberal women too, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, I go to church. There's some very fine, respectable women at my church.
So. There you go. Good for you. I'm happy to hear that.
It just, you know, they're all either not very sociable or already pregnant.
Hey, the best bet, dude, don't go looking for a woman. Just have it happen organically.
Or you just pray for one.
Never happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, but women look at me and they go, "Oh, he's obviously gay."
No,
bro, are you that like?
I am very good looking, but it's channeled. It's not, you know, like I can grow a beard whenever I want. I have great genetics for growing beards. But when I shave, I am gonna have a baby face for the rest of my life.
Oh, dude, that's like everybody though.
Yeah, I'm like that too.
I've got a baby face. Like, I am cute. I'm a cute guy. I'm not very masculine.
I'm telling you, if you pronounce yourself with a lot of confidence, even not necessarily around women, but just in a group setting, that will make you. That does a lot towards the opposite sex.
Nah, dude, I'm gonna be an awkward twink for the rest of my life, dude.
Fun and try. Just don't shave, dude. Because I totally get you, man. That's why I haven't shaved in probably 10, 15 years. Like
same 20, same.
Yeah. Like my beard's now maybe 5 inches long or something. I can't do it.
Oh goodness.
Bro, I'm telling you,
I can braid
it. Oh, cool. Yeah, I keep a 5 o'clock shadow. That's where I go. I live in that area.
Dude, just get your chest and shoulder game up, dude. I'm telling you, once you get that built up, you'll be all right. Your jawline's gonna come with it.
You know, I'm getting bigger. I can tell. I'm doing something right.
Wait, how tall are you? Do you say? And how much do you weigh?
I'm 5'11" and I weigh 150.
Oh yeah, you gotta get up to like 180 and 190. Yeah, you have a 6-pack right now too, huh?
I sure do.
Yeah, you gotta get up higher, dude. Fuck. Okay, yeah, you'll get there though, dude. You get like another 30 pounds on you, dude, you'll be solid.
But women don't want a six-pack. That's when women don't want a six-pack.
Bro, they say shit like that, but they want one, dude. They're fucking lying.
They do.
Yes, they do.
They do.
No, they don't.
They want fit men, dude. Trust me.
No, they don't. I hit my max when I was 30 and a little bit overweight. I couldn't keep the women away from me.
Women like guys with big butts too. I know
they want that dad bod. They're looking for that dad bod, right?
I have a big butt, but it hasn't.
And I cannot lie.
Okay, well, you don't have to get like super shredded, like you have veins on your 6-pack type stuff, but like have like a decent, like maybe like a 4-pack. You know, you don't have to be like super ultra shredded, like paper thin skin or anything, but be like decently shredded. You know, have like a nice, just as long as you got like a nice big chest and big shoulders, dude, you'll be all right. But damn, 150 at 5'11", holy, that's like, yeah, you look like Slender Man right now.
No, I don't. I don't look like Slender Man.
Dude, I'm 5'8".
I'm skinny fit.
5'8", 170. Yeah, you could pack on another 25 though.
I have a swimmer bod right now. That's what I have. I look like a swimmer.
Do you have that Dorito body?
I'm streamlined. I'm streamlined, okay?
I want to see if I can find a picture of what I think you look like. Hold on.
Yeah.
Do your pants fall off your rear end?
No, because I have a big butt.
Hold on, hold on. This is nothing against you, okay, dude? Because like you're working with good genetics right now. You're already 5'11", so it's pretty good.
Yeah, and I'm white.
Well, that okay.
And I have a high IQ. And what else? And
where'd you take your IQ? How do you know you got a high? How do you know you got a high IQ? Where'd you take your test at?
I was assessed by my dad had me assessed at 14. When my parents got divorced, he was speculating about my brother and I. And I have a slightly higher. I was tested in a very academic, rigorous setting.
Were you considered borderline autistic?
No, I'm extremely neurotypical. I am not autistic at all.
No, I'm not saying it in a bad way. No, it's just a lot of people with high IQs are considered borderline autistic. That's all. The only reason why I asked.
When on the autism scale, I always test extremely neurotypical.
No, when I took the best IQ test you can take is a military IQ.
Yeah.
Well, United States, anyways. But
yeah,
looking to they got some really rigorous and
it was very
high standards.
It was a 4-hour test, very similar to the military one that they use.
Right, there we go.
It takes about 5 hours.
Posted your body in the side chat.
That's my bod. You posted my bod?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a little bigger around the waist. Yeah, that's pretty much me. Except my biceps.
He's got a big butt.
My arms are bigger. My forearms and biceps are bigger, and I have a bigger butt.
Really, you got bigger arms than this dude?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I have more fat than he does. This guy has almost no fat.
Okay, I gotta delete that. It's too sus coming from me.
Yeah, you better delete that before the other two guys come back.
Yeah, I know. It's funny, every time we get this freaking topic, I always have freaking Globers asking me to post my physique. I'm like, no, dude. No. You guys are gonna fall in love, and then it's over. I do not
Hey,
want
Lats, are you at the point in your with your body and your physique where your veins will stay like open all the time now?
Oh no, I did that before. I used to do that for like almost every summer. I used to cut, but I don't do that anymore. I don't really care.
Okay.
Do that.
So you got, I'm guessing you're around 17 BMI then?
I'm down there, yeah, but not like super like freaking 10 to 12. That shit's way too much. That's just hard, bro. Like you feel weak and like sluggish all day, and you can't lift shit anymore. Terrible.
You want to know my BMI? Like
Your
4.
BMI,
It's a
no,
4.
you're probably at like 10.
Dude,
4 is like
I had a BMI of 3 in high school.
What? That's like African, like
Yeah, that's like
sub-Saharan.
starving, starving African kid levels, dude. You can like poke your spine through your stomach types of skinny, dude.
Yeah, I was pretty skinny.
In high school, my BMI was 24.9.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.